Muito bom dia aos presentes. Gostaríamos de anunciar que em instantes iniciaremos o cerimonial de abertura. Aproximadamente 10 minutos iniciaremos o nosso cerimonial de abertura. Então, as pessoas que ainda estão chegando também podem se acomodar no nosso espaço para o início em instantes do nosso cerimonial. Muito obrigado a todos pela compreensão e pela atenção.
Com licença, aqui a tradução. Está faltando colocar as tradutoras na cabine. Data Show, Luiz, Marcos. Está precisando colocar a gente aqui como intérprete no Zoom.
Bom dia, good morning everybody. Bom dia a todos. Nós vamos ter um evento bilíngue aqui, mas eu agora, para iniciar, vou falar em português, tá? Então, na verdade, eu só venho aqui anunciar que vamos começar daqui a 5 minutos, tá? Só mais um pouquinho de paciência e daqui a pouco iniciaremos com a abertura do evento.
Data show, atenção, data show.
Recording in progress.
Intérprete, cabine de intérprete urgente. E a imagem também, por favor. Interpretation. Interpretação. É isso. Tem que acionar.
Senhoras, senhores, bom dia. É com satisfação que o comitê do Instituto Klimapolis recebe a todos para o simpósio Klimapolis com o tema Clima e Meio Ambiente no Contexto Urbano, um desafio de governança multinível. Queremos informar que este evento conta com tradução simultânea em inglês e português. Então, os que desejarem retirar os equipamentos de tradução, dirigir-se aqui à nossa porta de entrada à frente. Temos lá a mesa com os equipamentos. O Simpósio Klimapolis Natal 2023 abordará as discussões sobre as mudanças climáticas no contexto urbano de maneira interdisciplinar e com um desafio multinível a ser enfrentado de maneira colaborativa. A mudança climática é um dos grandes desafios da humanidade. Atualmente, requer, portanto, não apenas a aplicação do conhecimento técnico e científico consolidado, mas também a conscientização e o engajamento do conjunto de atores da sociedade civil para produzir novos conhecimentos e para implementar novos modelos de governança e produção das cidades. Nestes 2 dias, convidamos todos os palestrantes, a comunidade científica do estado do Rio Grande do Norte e de todo o Brasil, os pesquisadores parceiros da Alemanha, assim como os representantes do governo potiguar, envolvendo, junto com os atores da sociedade civil, a todos se engajarem e participarem das discussões que serão abordadas durante a nossa programação. Teremos painéis diversos.
Programs will have all kinds of panels discussing things such as monitoring air pollution, healthcare and well-being in the cities, and the nexus between climate, natural disasters in the city and others, as well as an important announcement that Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade will be making in the opening of this event. This symposium is an open event. It is sponsored by the Federal Ministry of Education in Germany via the Klimapolis project that is led by Professor Gui Brassan in the Klimapolis lab that has Professors Anita Engels and Professor Rita Inoue in the German Center of Science and Technology, DWIH, here represented by the executive manager, Mr. Márcio Veja. We have Mack Research here represented by Professors Ana Paula Curi and Renato Amelli, with the support of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, the Mackenzie University, and the University of São Paulo, and the University of Hamburg, HafenCity, and the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology. All of the programming of this event is being broadcast online on the Klimapolis profile on YouTube. The channel is INCT Klimapolis. So you can, in case you couldn't be here in presence, you can follow our program on the INCT Klimapolis channel. And we would also like to take the opportunity to register. Who has a phone here, a smartphone? Good. Klimapolis is on social medias as well. So look at your social medias, your Twitter account, and you go there and you follow Klimapolis Lab at Klimapolis Lab, and on Instagram as well, for those who like to use it. It is Instituto_Klimapolis. So you can follow us on all social medias by hashtagging our profiles in the publications you make during our program in this event, and use the hashtag so everyone will know what's happening here in Natal, this meeting with such important people from all over the world when it comes to climate and the environment in the urban context. The hashtag is Klimapolis RN 2023. Hashtag Klimapolis RN 2023. Last but not any least important, we would like to register the thank you of the committee to all the Klimapolis network, and also thank Professor Judith Hausmann and Professor Venerando Eustáquio Amaro for welcoming us and doing this hard work for this event, the Klimapolis Symposium, to take place in the city of Natal. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. Now are going to invite for the table of honor for the words in the opening ceremony, and I now invite the director of the Klimapolis Institute at the University of Hamburg, Professor Anita Engels. The director of Klimapolis at the University of São Paulo, Professor Rita Inoue.
We're also pleased to invite at this moment the coordinator state representing Fátima Bezerra, the director of research.
Do Rio Grande do Norte, em Parne, o Dr. Josemir Neves. Convidamos também a
invite
Klimapolis da Universidade de São Paulo, professora Maria de Fátima Andrade.
At this time, representing the Institute of
Environment of Rio Grande do Norte, Dr. Leoline Aguiar. And we're also pleased to invite, representing the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, the Director of Humanitas Institute, Professor Alípio de Souza Filho. We now have the presence of the Director of the Office for Latin America, Dr. Cristina Peters, and we'll also thank the presence of the Financial Director of the Foundation to Support Research and Scientific Development of Maranhão, Mr. José Arnoldson, and would also like to thank the presence of the state agency representing the State Agency of Protection, Civil Defense, the pedagogical coordination of the institution, Ms. Flávia dos Anjos, and we greet all of our lecturers who are here with us, the researchers, professors of all the institutions here, students and guests coming to this opening event, everyone watching us on YouTube. We'd also like to thank the presence online or in person here of all of you, and please give a round of applause to everyone. At this time, beginning the talks of this panel, just initial greetings for everyone. We'd like to invite the Director of IPEMA, Dr. Leon Aguiar. Hello. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to greet this roundtable, Professor Anita, Rita, Maria de Fátima, José here, Alípio, all of you in the audience, and thank Professor Judite, Professor Venerando, who always talk to us at IDEMA, making this connection, and to say that we're very happy, you know, with this first event, climate event, more to do with this discussion for climate change in the cities, in particular, here in Natal, Rio Grande do Norte state, something that we know that is going to stay. There's no return from that. We will have more and more challenges in our society, and this makes us really have to do these public policies because they need to have this multi-level cooperation from different spheres of work in the governments, either in the federal government or the state government, the municipalities, the work of the companies, the work of the organized civil society. So there's no way we can discuss climate and think about resilient and adapted cities, adapted to the scenarios that we're facing without having this collaboration. So I congratulate you all on this Klimapolis project for all of this collaboration that's also international with the government of Germany, and to say that Brazil is once again working on this very strongly, thinking about the development, but also thinking about the fact that this climate is a transversal theme in all the areas. So here at Rio Grande do Norte state, we have an example, let's say, in this energy transition. Rio Grande do Norte today is very strong on renewable energy, especially wind energy, but the energy transition that we're looking for is more and more in terms of fairness. So this is one of our sustainable development goals. We have a huge challenge ahead of us. We're having discussions, even with the participation of the state public prosecutor's office, listening to the communities, establishing a better dialogue, creating protocols for listen to the indigenous communities and quilombola communities, traditional communities in the land. And we're hearing the demands of the cities. When we have a project that's necessary for our community but generates an impact, we need to think about how to reduce this impact and how to compensate for it. And in this dialogue that we are establishing with the communities and with the municipalities, we try to compensate so that we can come up with solutions for the society. So nowadays we have a very strong debate around a decree from the state government that talks about environmental offsets and social environmental compensation. We also have in our state a state policy for climate change. We're also working on working with governments from other states that also have good practices and manuals. We are in collaboration with them so that we can better design this climate agenda, thinking about inventory from greenhouse effect gases so that we can have a detail of where the impact is being most generated in the state and where these emissions are focused on our state and how can we focus so that we can reduce these emissions. So this inventory, even with the participation of the university, that's going to be very welcome, extremely necessary. The state has difficulties in terms of human resources, so these collaborations with the academia, they're crucial. So based on this inventory, we intend to create here an action plan in terms of adaptation for climate change, like a decarbonization plan, as other states have called it. So we have a very strong focus in this year of 2023 on this, and we intend to have this plan already drawn out in 2024, coming up with strategies that are going to be added to this discussion for the transition. But all the other problems that we have, and public policies are also there to be implemented. They need to be also considered. We have deadlines, and these deadlines require a lot from the society and the governments. They require responsibility of action. So we can no longer put things under the carpet. For example, the compliance with the basic sanitation, because our society needs that. Needs to have this waste management and proper destination of waste and all of that, access to water with quality and quantity. And we're facing these problems in our society. Our areas that are risky for the population, we see things happening in the world, not only nationally, but when we have drought or when it rains too much, we see that problems arise. And they do in a much more frequent way. So if we have such rain in Natal, in our city, we have chaos. And that did not happen 10, 15 years ago. So I'm also putting these things on the table. The effort from the government of the state and IDEMA, looking for actions that are very much focused on the work that we do. We also work with environmental licensing, and we are having this discussion, bringing things home, how we can also improve our permits and thinking about climate policies, how we can improve the quality of our industry. We're also working with a program that I believe Josemi can talk about. It's an ABC program. It's a low carbon program, also in liaison with the Secretariat of Livestock and Fishing. We're also working with the Secretariat of the Environment to improve monitoring and fight deforestation in our state. So many, many actions that involve our state government agenda, and we want to establish as best as we can, and we want to receive contribution from the academia and the civil society and with other actors from the administration in general terms. So I wish you all success in this event. I think it's going to be a very rich experience. We're going to leave here with different mindsets and a lot of goals. And I believe that we will be participating with all of you and improving our society. We are a state that has issues because we are at the coast side, and we also have the countryside of the state with issues of desertification and droughts, and a scenario also with many economic activities that need to keep going so that we can develop, but in a planned way, in an organized way, with the municipalities, which need their urban planning. They need proper spaces and technology so that we can improve our quality of life and ensure our environmental resources and our biodiversity as best as we can. So a good day to all of you, and thank you. And now the director of Humanities Institute of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, Professor Alípio de Souza Filho. Good morning. As the director of the Humanities Institute, here representing the Federal University of our state, I'd like, first of all, to greet everyone here, to welcome all of you, and to talk about the importance of this symposium, and congratulating the organizers as well, the organizers of the event. Here talking about Venerando and Professor Judith from our Federal University, and all of you. There is no doubt that a symposium that is going to deal with climate, first and foremost, and environmental disasters, is going to talk about things that are extremely important. I would say that they're even urgent for our societies globally, because when we talk about the climate, we're thinking about the environment in which we live, not only as human beings, but also the living beings. So we need to treat all of this very seriously, and thinking about the importance that we have. So we have a representative of the government talking about sustainable development and other policies and programs, and all of that only makes sense if we understand sustainability as a sustainability of life. There's no way to talk about sustainable development if this is only economic goals. We're talking about the sustainability of life and of living beings. We need to have this north, thinking about human life and sustainable life in the planet. And I think that this is the spirit of this symposium. From what I know of the researchers and from what I got to know of the Polis in this institute, when it was presented to me by Professor Judith, this dear friend and colleague from the university. So on behalf of the rectorate and the dean of the university, I'd like to greet all of you with joy and a lot of hope that everyone participate and contribute to the symposium. So thank you once again. Now we will hear from the coordinator of the National Institute of Science and Technology, Klimapolis, Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone who's present here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this practical part, which is the National Institute, CNPq. And first of all, I'd like to thank, in particular, Professor Judith, Professor Venerando, our colleagues here from USP, Professor Rita, Professor Regina, for the initiative to promote this participation and having this proposal submitted to CNPq. And it has been approved. So now we have a big project ahead of us that involves everyone here from Natal and other capitals of the northeast of Brazil and the southeast as well. And it's the good perspective is that these projects, they also aim to educate new students. And this is very good because the theme is relevant and we need new ideas. And they come up with the participation of the students because in general, they are in the background, but they come up with good ideas and they have this perspective of having this collaboration. So welcome all of you, and also welcome to this National Institute of CNPq. We count on you with the new colleagues and the old ones, and I'm very happy to find old friends and to have this perspective of having new people coming and participating together with us. So thank you very much for your presence. And now, representing the government of the Rio Grande do Norte government, the Director of IMPARNI, Dr. Josemir Neves. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Governor Fátima Bezerra, I'd like to greet you. First of all, everyone who's here together with me, Professor Judith, Professor Venerando, who are representatives and organizers of this event here in Natal. I'd like to say that the government of the state has been for a while now paying attention on this agenda. Although we went through a denialist phase, thank God we left that stage and we came back to a position that I believe is important for the world. Brazil has a very important role because we have one of the largest biomes of the universe, of the planet, which is the Amazon. So we need to be focused on this agenda. The government of the state, I'm not going to go into too much detail here because I think he already said everything that I was going to say. But over the last few years, the ministry has invested a lot in this monitoring in the state. Approximately 6 million reais have been invested in a monitoring network. We have 120 stations to monitor in real time, 20 meteorological stations, and 100 for rain. They measure temperature, rain, and humidity. And this information, in addition to that, we also invested in modeling, climate modeling equipment, and this information is available online at the IMPAR website. You can access the website and the information is available there. In addition, in this system, we have a model of weather forecast daily for the state for 7 days. We have a model that's being implemented now that's also going to work, and we want it to be together with the 3 models doing the weather forecast of Brazil, together with INPE, CPTEC, and INMET. So Rio Grande do Norte is going to contribute to that as well. And in the system, we also have information for farmers with climate risks and information of 11 crops for the entire Rio Grande do Norte state. So the farmers who want to look for the ideal time to plant these crops, they have information available in the system. We are currently going through a process, we're starting actually a process to certify this model for climate risks together with MAPA, our agriculture ministry, so that the banks can also add to the agricultural insurance, include all that. I think this month we're going to select 4 people, information for the students here. We're going to have 2 scholarships from master's degree level. So students here can have the opportunity of applying for that. They can work with us. In addition, we also have a direct interaction with research on crops, thinking about this sustainable development agenda. It's a great challenge for humanity. How is the humanity going to eat? Because we're going to have more and more droughts. There's a trend that we have, floods and droughts. We also work together with our National Sanitation Agency and other National Waters Agency and other institutes thinking about the droughts, for the monitoring of droughts. We have a partnership with many other entities assessing this information on a monthly basis so we can contribute like that as well. So we are working on the climate. Before the start of the event, I was talking to Leon because we're putting our network available. We have these stations because we want to have partnerships with universities to come up with a greenhouse effect agencies, because we know we have sensors that are very expensive. We have a system to collect this information. This is nothing complicated. Once the sensors are installed, we incorporate this information into the system, and this information is going to be available to all researchers almost in an automatic manner. So this is a great chance for the university to come with us and other institutes so that we can come up with this monitoring network. And once we are on the system, this information is available to the entire society. And in addition to this partnership, we have, and we're open to new ones that could come up, both in terms of monitoring and also research, thinking about a process to mitigate the effects of climate change. So in general terms, that would be it that I would like to say. I'd like to wish everyone here a great conference and welcome to Natal, those of you who are not from our state. And now the Brazilian director of the Klimapolis Lab from the University of São Paulo, Professor Rita Inoue. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. First of all, I'd like to thank the presence of all of you. So those who are watching us online, who are you, right? You are the academia, represented by professor and students. We also have researchers. We have the government, and for us that's also very interesting. And we have representatives from the community. So Klimapolis has a symbol that is a bridge, because our idea is to support dialogues between these different actors of the society, and that's extremely important for us to see our challenges and what we have, so that we're able to tackle these challenges that we have in front of us, thinking about climate change. So I'd like to thank you, because without your presence, this event would not have been possible. And I'd also like to thank, because, we're thanking Judith and Veneranda so much. Thank you, because they had a lot of work, and Diego Arruda as well, because without him, this event would not happen as well. So thank you so much. And to conclude the talks of our opening table, the German director of Klimapolis from the University of Hamburg, Professor Anita Engels. Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Anita from Hamburg. Unfortunately, I am going to speak English.
But this was a test for the interpreters. I hope that you can all understand me. I will talk slowly, and you will hear a lot from me in the following hours and days, so I can keep it short. I want to thank also Professor Judith and Professor Venerando and all the institutions and people who made this event possible and who are hosting us here. The Klimapolis network is like a huge, long flow of life. We have started some years ago. I have been there from the beginning, but there were projects before that. And now we are also continuing with another huge project. And so I'm very happy to be part of this portion of the flow of life. We have been separated. The presence has been separated for 3 years. So I just want to, for the opening session, to express my complete joy that we have the possibility to come here together again, at least the many people who are in the room. But of course, I would also like to greet and say hello to those of you who could only make it online. And I wish us all a very inspiring meeting. This network, Klimapolis, is a very important network for all the colleagues that are here, coming here from Germany, and we look forward to continuing our work with you. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos às autoridades que
Thank you for the authorities that were present here in this opening panel. So a round of applause to them because they represented institutions and the entire coordination of the event. And so please take your seats in the audience so that we can proceed with our event. Thank you. We'd like to remind you once again that we are broadcasting all of this at the INCT Klimapolis channel on YouTube. And so please use Twitter using @Klimapolis Lab, and Instagram you can use the hashtag Instituto _ and our official hashtag of the event is Klimapolis RN 2023. When you post online, please use the hashtag. So we will continue with our event. We will have our first technical panel from Klimapolis 2023 that's going to talk about the theme German-Brazilian Science Cooperation in Climate and Environment in Urban Settings, Achievements and Forward Outlook. We invite our panelists, the Klimapolis project coordinator and leader of the climatic modeling of Max Planck Institute for Meteorology. Among his interests, we have matters that have to do with global change, climate variability, and chemistry relations for the climate. Professor Gui Bresser, a round of applause for Professor Gui. You can come to the panel. Professor from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, from the Department of Climate and Atmospheric Sciences. She is a member of the German-Brazilian project Klimapolis and also vice coordinator of the INCT Klimapolis. I am inviting Professor Judith Hosman. We also invite the science attaché from the German embassy in Brazil, the science officer, Mr. Christian Sturz. Journalism and Communications at the Fluminense University of Rio de Janeiro, Niterói, working at Germany for years. And since 2012, it's executive manager of the German Center for Research and Innovation. I would like to invite Mr. Marcio Weichert. We'd also like to invite at this time sociology by training and professor of sociology at the University of Hamburg with experience on research on climate change in the society since the 1990s, with a focus on social discourse about climate change and climate governance, research and lab in real time. She's the German director of the Klimapolis Institute, and she was with us before, and she's going to be with us again. We would like to invite Professor Anita Engels. Professor Anita must be on her way. So our panel is here. We will have a time for each of our panelists to talk, and at the end, we will have space for Q&A, questions from the answer. So what we will do is people who would like to ask questions, we will do that at the end of all the presentations. When we will have a space for that, you will raise your hands, we're going to give you the microphone, and we will ask you to please be very objective when you ask questions so that we can ask as many questions as we possibly can during our panel. So, we will now start our first panel. German-Brazilian Science Corporation in Climate and Environment in Urban Settings, Achievements and Forward Outlook. I'll give you the floor. Who would like to begin? Thank you.
So, bon dia. Good morning to all of you. And you shouldn't, well, we shouldn't tell you how happy we are to be here in Natal, to meet all of you after this long pandemic, and to have the feeling that this project, Klimapolis, has been really going through this pandemic, but now with a certain rebirth. So I'm going to say a few words about how the project originated and how it has evolved. If I can get the slides, you see the title of the project that is being supported by the German Ministry for Education and Research, called BMBF, in Germany. Next slide. And we have the groups, both in Germany and in Brazil, which were the pioneers, the institution, the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology, the Climate Service Center, the Center for Global Governance at the University of Hamburg, and then the Rheinisch Institut für Umweltforschung an der Universität Köln. Köln is Cologne. These are the original groups in 2018, 2019 in Germany. We had then, next slide, the original group in Brazil, University of Sao Paulo. You already heard Maria Fatima de Andrade. I know Professor Tercio, which is here too. We had INPE involved. We had the University Technology de Pirana, University Federal Minas Gerais. We had a foundation, FUNSEMI. We had the university, the local university with Judith, who is here. So these were the original group. But of course, this group has evolved tremendously, both in Germany with new partners and in Brazil. Next slide. With also, you can see how many people found interested in joining, and we're really, really happy to see this. Now, the stated objectives at that time was to establish and develop a long-term cooperative research and service structure that would involve institutions from different countries in issues related to evolution of urbanization, climate change, air pollution, and to try to do that not only in Sao Paulo, but also in other metropolitan areas of Brazil. And we're so happy that Natal is one of them and is very an active one. So the Brazilian-German network should really serve as a focal point. We said at that time for the development of joint proposals, and we're doing that, and to basically sustain funding from the countries as well, hopefully, we hope, from the European Union and multilateral sources. Next slide. So you see the structure and you see the topics. I don't want to get too much in detail, but climate, air quality, but also vulnerability, impact, and governance, the societal aspects, so that we made immediately this project at the center of a very interdisciplinary approach, but also an approach that serves society, that thinks about governance, new ways of thinking, looking, creating laboratory of real lives, and you will hear about that during today, of course, land use, urbanization, air quality, climate change, hydrology also, all that come together in a very is to develop this coherent, interdisciplinary and geographically diverse group, which I think we did. The second one is to sow, and that's very important, to sow the seed for joint Brazilian-German, we call it at that time, institute we call it now laboratory. So the climate laboratory, the Klimapolis laboratory is developing. You will hear a lot about that. It has to bring sustained dialogues with stakeholders. It has to bring social learning. And we think that we are on the good way for success, in particular, because the seed is growing, some new projects are emerging, and the Brazilian authorities are supporting. And this is, of course, a real good measure of success. So I wish you a good meeting. I'm really pleased that we started that. I'm coordinating the project. We will finish in theoretically a few months, although we're trying to get a bit of an extension from the German authorities at the moment, 1 year or more in Germany. But the purpose was not to stay forever, it was to seed, to start, to initiate, and to give the ball to you here in Brazil to continue to work with us in Germany, but also take the lead. And this is great because you have been with others, and Fatima is there too, successful in getting a new project that is essentially what we hoped in 2018 when we started the project Klimapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I have to apologize for my rotten voice today. I'm sorry. Sounds like a good soccer game and lots of beer, but unfortunately that's not the reason. I caught a cold, and to come to the hotel at 2 o'clock this morning wasn't really helpful to this. So I give my best to make myself understood. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to take part at the Klimapolis Symposium. And I'm particularly happy about Natal to be the venue. Because, not really only because it's the tourist attraction of the city, but much more because it highlights the northeastern region of Brazil as a good partner for scientific cooperation. In terms of excellency, I believe that the Northeast has a lot to offer, and talking about climate change, we have to also consider the production of green energy, and I believe that we will see impressive development here in this region. Of course, it's a great pleasure as well to take part at this panel on the achievements and the forward outlook of Klimapolis. And please allow me just a few words to, well, give a picture on how Klimapolis fits in the landscape of the research funding from the perspective of the Federal Ministry of Educational Research in Germany. I'd like to underline this because, of course, there are many other institutions funding research in the bilateral cooperation with Brazil, and we will learn more about them tomorrow, like DFG, DAAD, Alexander von Humboldt, just to name a few of them. And I'd like to concentrate on the ministry's perspective here. Research cooperation between Germany and Brazil has a long-standing tradition. In 2019, we celebrated 50 years of the cooperation agreement between the Federal Ministry and the Brazilian counterpart MCTI. And we did so on the German research vessel Meteor that happened to stay at Recife, in the framework of one other long-lasting research cooperation with the University of Pernambuco. German research vessels regularly come to the Brazilian coast for research together with Brazilian partners. Brazil is certainly one of the most important partners in Latin America. The potential of Brazil is great due to the strong research landscape shaped by many excellent institutions and great scientists. And the portfolio of our bilateral cooperation has a wide range, including social sciences, humanities, but also bioeconomy and circular economy on the other side. And this is just to name a few of them. And of course, climate research is a core topic in our cooperation for research and innovation. And the Klimapolis project fits in well in this landscape of our bilateral cooperation on climate research together with the Amazon Tall Tower Observatory, the ATO and the Amazon. And those both are so-called lighthouse projects in this context. The Federal Ministry of Education and Research, the BMBF to make it short, is funding the Klimapolis project since 2017 in order to establish a bilateral research infrastructure in the field of climate research. And we are very happy to see that Klimapolis indeed accomplished well and will be fostered in the framework of the Brazilian program of National Science and Technology Institutes, INCT. Yet there are many other characteristics making Klimapolis an outstanding project. It's a model project for interdisciplinary research, social learning, and the fostering of science-based decision-taking in politics and management in urban settings. With the direct contacts with the politics and management, Klimapolis is in the position to directly work on solutions for climate-related challenges. It's now about 5 years after the start of the project, and Klimapolis seems perfectly prepared to surf on the new wave of enthusiasm that we see for climate research in Brazil. We all witness the spirit of optimism and action in the new government of President Lula. Brazil is promoting to host the COP13 Belém in 2025. And the main message is Brazil is back on the international stage. And there are many other changes on the national level as well. Climate protection has become a horizontal issue, and many different ministries share responsibility for it. Civil society is to be involved in decision-taking, and will be part of the CONOMA Council, which has been revived on environmental protection issues. A new Council for Climate Change has been set up and will be presided by Lula himself. With the National Authority of Climate Security, even a new institution has been built. Many new initiatives in the context of climate change and sustainability have been set up are being drafted, like Amazon +10 or the Amazon Institute of Technology. Yet, we have to bear in mind that many of these initiatives are focusing on the Amazon rainforest. The priority issue in the political discussion are to stop deforestation and illegal mining and to foster a sustainable use of the forest and the protection of biodiversity. The Klimapolis project stands out positively from this setting. With its focus on urban settings, it's closer to the daily concerns of the population. And we all have vivid impressions of extreme weather events like heat waves, droughts, or heavy rain, causing flooding or slope slides like in February this year in Sao Paulo. On this background, it cannot be said clearly enough how important the research on climate change in urban setting is, and that we need to work on solutions instead of mere assessments. The city of Natal, as many others, is a good example for the vulnerability to climate change. And just to add one more aspect to it, we just heard some of these. We are here in the city district of Ponta Negra. And who happens to know the beaches many years back and how this changed with sea level rise? you can really feel how this
mudou e a
will
mudança é
develop.
bem visível. Então, como é que isso vai se desenrolar
Many
no
cities
futuro, afinal?
worldwide
Muitas
suffer in a
cidades ao
similar
redor
way
do
or
mundo
much worse,
sofreram
like
uma mudança
Miami
semelhante
in
ou bem pior,
Florida,
como em
one of
Miami,
the
na
most
Flórida,
affected
dos
large
lugares
cities
mais
from sea level rise
afetados, uma
together
cidade
with
bem grande, e o
Jakarta.
nível do mar subiu bastante. E
While
outra é
in
Jakarta,
Miami, the
na
unpleasant
Indonésia.
discussion of
Em Miami
building
tem
a
uma discussão
wall to fend
desagradável, que é
off at least
construir
one
muro para
fend
segurar
off the
pelo
water
menos
from at least one part
parte
of
da
the city
água de
has already
invadir
begun.
certas áreas da cidade, e ele
There's
já está em
still
andamento.
new skyscrapers being built.
Então ainda estão construindo arranha-céus
makes
por
you
lá
wonder
mesmo
about
assim,
planning
o que
processes
faz
in
com
the
que o
urban
processo
setting.
de planejamento no
And,
ambiente urbano algo muito
There are
vulnerável.
many
E
questions
existem
arising from
várias
this, like
questões
what kind of
surgindo em relação
skyscape
a
is
que
expected in the
tipo de
future?
paisagem você quer ver no céu
Who
da
will
cidade
feel
no futuro.
responsible for
E quem vai ser
buildings that have to
responsável
be
pelos
evacuated in the
edifícios que terão
future?
que ser
And
evacuados
the
no
most
futuro.
important
E
question
o
to
mais
me would
importante
be,
para
could there
mim
be a natural
seria:
barrier built
será que
to
existe
protect all
uma
of the
barreira
city?
natural que consegue
All
proteger
of these
toda
and many
uma
more questions
cidade?
should already be
Então,
part of
tem várias
urban
outras
planning.
perguntas
And
que já
good
deveriam fazer
solutions
parte do
take their
planejamento
time.
urbano,
So
e
let's
boas
start right
soluções
away.
demoram um tempo. Então vamos começar
I
logo.
wish the Klimapolis
Eu
project and all
queria que o
partners
projeto
connected to
Klimapolis
it
e
a
todos os
great
parceiros
success for the
conectados a
future
ele
development. Klimapolis
tivessem
is
muito
well
sucesso no
prepared for the
futuro com esse
future,
desenvolvimento,
and the
porque o
funding
Klimapolis
as
está
part
bem
of the
pronto para o
INCT
futuro,
program is
e
starting
o
at the right
financiamento aqui no
moment.
programa do INCT
The way I
começou na
see
hora
it,
certa.
the
A
better
forma que eu
part of the
enxergo
work of
isso
Klimapolis
é que
is
a
just
melhor
about to
parte
begin.
que o Klimapolis tem a desempenhar vai começar agora.
Good morning, bom dia. Eu vou falar em pé,
Bom dia.
prefiro. Então vou ficar do lado de cá. Em primeiro lugar, eu queria agradecer e parabenizar aos organizadores por esse simpósio e todos os colegas do
And
projeto.
all of the colleagues in the Klimapolis project, because I personally think the Klimapolis project is one of the most exciting ones in the past few years that I've been working with. All right? I'll wait for my slides. I'm going to present you our German Center of Science and Innovation, one of the financiers and supporters of the symposium, because I must explain how the actions that we have been undertaking in this area when it comes to climate change has gone, and what is the perspective for you to go deeper or broader in your connections for discussing this theme and making it move forward. So what is the German Center of Science and Innovation? We usually say our PV-ERA, not DWH or DWIH, which is more difficult. German is simpler than PV-HA. And you must agree how much easier it is. Well, we are part of a network of 6 units around the world, and then you can check the relevance of what São Paulo is doing in the middle of such network. It's a single unit in the southern hemisphere. So we usually like to highlight the recognition Germany has with quality in the system for higher education and research in Brazil, and also its full potential for innovation in the economic relations with Germany. Each one of the DWIs has its own type of cooperation institutes that we call supporter. But cooperator is more adequate because we support them more than they support us. So the cooperator would be a more proper term to use. You see the spectrum of the institutions of the universities, the state representations. And our cooperators, they are separate in 2 groups, the so-called full supporters and associate supporters, which have their own representation in Brazil, and then you can see that the assistance is given in Portuguese, if that's the case. So we have here on top 3 fomenting agencies, and tomorrow we'll have a roundtable on the fomenting program, as Cristina Petras is here representing TFG, the German society that supports research, and I'm going to present the other programs of other institutions, such as universities and other organizations. And the associated supporters, they don't have their own representation in Brazil, but they are related to the center, and we're working together in various projects. We have here the universities, next slide. And here we have Max Planck with the point of associated supporter as a position. And the Lincoln University was on the previous slide as well. Next one. So what do we do? Next one. Our objectives are to promote, as in the symposium, an exchange of knowledge, to promote networking between researchers and innovators, public agents, companies, and we're also providing information and guidance about researching, innovating, and contributing for the visibility of Germany as a land of ideas, or a country of ideas. So we're doing this above all in events such as this one. We do have some contests for young researchers, and we are working precisely in these areas: scientific cooperation, science-business interface, entrepreneurship with scientific basis, and study, research, and innovation. No way to do this in Germany or with Germany. Here are some. These are the main points related to climate change. So here we have Klimapolis as an event, but we've been following the Klimapolis activities from the very beginning, and I'm happy to see we now have HafenCity Klimapolis. The University of Münster has a partnership with the University of São Paulo, precisely in this theme of cities and climate change. We have the contest with the Brazil-Germany Commerce Chamber, which is a program for startups. And there are many categories for Brazilian startups, and we do have some for German startups, so they can come and act in Brazil. So the themes have been very much related to sustainability and also climate change, such as one of the winners a couple of years ago was Redu from the Sensebox program that you already know. It has to do with several devices that will be in stations to measure climate data, but also pollution and others. And this year, last year, we had the startup also in the field of recycling, PET bottles and also polyesters. So 2 weeks ago, we had the first Planetary Health Symposium in São Paulo. Planetary Health is a network or a project that connects the university. Well, that's the wrong one. Humboldt University of Berlin, and then the University of São Paulo. It's a project that can also have plenty of interactions with you, and I saw that tomorrow we'll be listening about health care, and planetary health is about this, health of the planet and also the health of people in this universe. Including one of the key actors at Humboldt University that is related to this project is Professor Laura Kleiner. After April 1st, she became the chair of the Martyrs seat in São Paulo. Well, it's been reformulated because it was called European and German Studies, and now this scholarship is made for sustainability mainly. And Laura, she's the main chair of this program, and she will be at least for 3 years working with us in São Paulo. So she is a great reference for you to develop projects. And finally, I would like to talk about our dialogue, the German-Brazilian dialogue on science research and innovation that we have every year together with FAPESP. And in May, we'll have a theme related to energy transition, sustainable energy transition. So we have the program assembled, and this is now being spread, and by the very title, we already gained 250 subscribers. Even though we never talked about the program, not the speakers' names, but we do have 250 people enrolling for this event. And they're mainly from FAPESP, but it will be broadcast online, bilingual, in English, in person, but online it will be both in English and Portuguese. So we have some other activities that we have developed during the year, SBPC, for instance, and we have for you young researchers who are about to graduate from your undergrad studies or masters and PhDs, but professors can also come. It is a forum, and it's for researchers with innovative and transformative ideas that are related to sustainability. They are all very, very welcome. So the final slide has our contacts where you can follow us on social media. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning again. It's me again. The achievements and forward-looking about Klimapolis. Maybe I should say a few words about myself, how I came to Klimapolis in the first place. I'm a sociologist working on climate change and society, and I have been working on that for many years before Professor Guy came into my life, but then luckily he asked me to join that proposal, so I'm very happy that you had that idea. Thank you very
feliz que ele teve essa ideia. Muito
and
obrigada.
I had already at that time long experience with working in large interdisciplinary networks. We have a huge cluster doing that in Hamburg, made up of more than 200 people working together from the natural climate modelers, physical climate modelers, to economists, sociologists, and ethnologists. And
sociólogos,
everything in between.
Pessoas que trabalham com ecologia e tudo que vocês puderem imaginar. Então, esse foi bom ponto de partida para mim. E esse projeto ele foi feito para ser executado em ambientes urbanos. E eu havia realizado pesquisa sobre ambientes urbanos em Hamburgo, então eu pensei, eu entendo sobre situações urbanas, não é? Então, Hamburgo tem quase 2 milhões de habitantes. E aí eu vim para São Paulo pela primeira vez e eu fiz, uau. Agora eu estou tendo uma noção do que são questões urbanas. Isso é muito interessante, não é?
Dimension. It's a different order of magnitude.
Outra ordem de magnitude. Então, essa pesquisa realmente tem sido muito fascinante. Então, quais foram os sucessos que eu tive com
First of all, of course, we did a lot of workshops and meetings and talks. So I learned a lot about the climate changes in mostly Paulo, but also in other urban settings in Brazil. You know, I learned how climate change and its effects is connected with air pollution, how regional changes in the Amazonia are connected to what happens in São Paulo and other metropolitan
regiões metropolitanas, como tudo isso afeta a disponibilidade de água, às vezes também existe falta de água, às vezes tem excesso de água de todos os lados ao mesmo tempo. Então eu aprendi bastante e também em relação a como essas dinâmicas climáticas e ambientais estão muito relacionadas com as dinâmicas sociais. Isso está relacionado nas duas vias. A sociedade, as pessoas, como elas se deslocam na cidade, como vivem, como trabalham, o que elas fazem, e como isso afeta o clima e a igualdade social e tudo mais, e vice-versa.
network to
Então foi uma
learn
boa rede para
about
aprender
these
sobre
interrelations. And then we also
tem essas
had some
interrelações.
topics and some expertise in
Então
this
tem alguns
network
tópicos,
on
alguns
governance
especialistas
and
nessas redes de
planning.
governança,
So that's the
de
part that is
planejamento. Então realmente é
systematizing
uma parte que está
life, but
sistematizando
also,
a
we
vida,
always look
mas
at the
também
normal,
sempre
crazy life
estamos
that's out there.
vendo a
So
vida normal, a
if you
loucura que está
really
lá
want to
fora.
get a
Então,
good
se você
understanding
realmente
of the
quiser ter uma boa
complexities of these
compreensão das
interrelations, you
complexidades
really need to
dessas
include all
inter-relações,
these
realmente é
sites,
preciso
the
incluir
ordered ones
todos
and the
esses
crazy ones.
lugares. Os
The second
normais e
achievement
os
is,
mais
for me,
malucos
from
também.
my own
Então, a
perspective,
segunda
that
coisa que
we
eu percebo, na minha
got to know a
perspectiva,
lot of
que tem a ver com saber
scientists, of course, in Brazil, a
o que
vibrant
acontece no
scientific
Brasil,
research community.
uma
But
comunidade
we also
científica
did
tão
very
vibrante,
interesting
em que
site
realmente
visits to
existe
the partner institutions.
muitos projetos de
Whenever we
pesquisa que
were here, we
envolvem
had
visitas
very
às instituições parceiras, e quando nós
interesting
viemos aqui,
insights into
tivemos
measurement
insights muito
stations,
interessantes em relação às
the different
estações
labs
de
that are there and
medição,
how
os
climate
laboratórios
information
diferentes que
is put up
existem
and
por lá, e
everything.
como a
So
informação
that was
climática
very helpful
inserida no
as
sistema e tudo mais. Então, isso tudo foi muito
the
útil
foundation for finding
e serviu
new
como uma base
partners, more
para
partners for
encontrar
new
novos
projects.
parceiros, para
And
novos
then
projetos.
third,
E
I think
terceiro,
I need
eu
to tell you
acho
that I learned
que é
most
importante dizer que eu
by
aprendi
the
mais
excursions that I did with
com as
Ana Paula
excursões que eu
to
fiz com
her
a Ana
lab, to
Paula,
Itaim Paulista,
ao laboratório dela
na Zona
em Itaim
Leste.
Paulista,
Because
na
there is
Zona
really,
Leste,
that's
porque
what's going on.
o que realmente está
Everything comes
acontecendo,
together
né?
there,
Tudo
and you can see
acontece por
these
lá e você consegue
rivers,
ver
the small rivers, and the
que
housing,
tem
and the
aqueles pequenos
transportation
rios e
problem, and
aquelas
the air.
casas e
You
os
can
problemas
smell
de
the air
transporte na
problems,
área, você
and so
consegue
on.
sentir o
So
cheiro
that
dos
was really
problemas no ar
fascinating.
mesmo.
Thank
Então,
you for
realmente foi
always
muito
taking us
fascinante.
there and
Eu agradeço
making
por sempre
this
nos levar
a great
até lá
experience. I mean,
e ter
great
essa
in the
experiência
sense
ótima,
of research,
ótima no sentido
understanding
da
better.
pesquisa e entender melhor.
Another achievement is that we
Uma
have
outra
published
coisa que
together
nós
in
publicamos
different groups,
juntos
and I
em
think that's
grupos
really the most
diferentes, e aí
important
que
thing to
seria
do
a coisa
if
mais
you are a
importante a fazer
scientific
quando você
network.
parte de uma rede científica,
There have been
é que
many
tem
joint publications
acontecido
in natural
várias
sciences
publicações conjuntas
and
na área das
also
ciências
across
naturais
fields.
e
I
também
contributed
campos
one of the
variados e
books
diferentes.
of
Eu até
Jacobi.
contribuí para os livros de Peter Jacobi.
Co-authored a paper with
Eu fui
Ana
coautora
Paula,
de
with
artigo junto
Martin
com Ana
and
Paula,
Katrin Zingerling, another professor from Germany,
Katrin
where we
Zingerling e outros
compared our
professores da Alemanha, em que nós
experiences from
comparamos as
a
nossas
real-world
experiências
lab. You will
do
hear more
laboratório
about
do
that
mundo
in the next
real, e
days.
que nós
The
vamos aprender mais
real-world
sobre
lab
isso nos
that we
próximos
did
dias.
in
O
Hamburg,
laboratório
and
do
the
mundo real
real-world
que
lab
nós
that Ana
fizemos
Paula
em
did in
Hamburgo,
São
e um outro
Paulo.
laboratório que a Ana
And
Paula fez em São
I think
Paulo.
that's really important
Então, acho
to
que
get in the
realmente
habit of
é
publishing
importante
together.
ter esse hábito de publicar juntos.
And then the final achievement that I would like to mention is
A
that,
última coisa que eu
of
gostaria de
course, as
mencionar
he explained, this was just a
como
network
vocês já ouviram,
for
essa era apenas uma
getting
rede
to know each other, for
para nós
having
nos
an exchange,
conhecermos,
as a
para termos
seed
aquela
money,
troca, plantar aquela
to
semente,
establish.
não é?
We didn't
Para
have any
estabelecer
direct
depois. Não
research funding
existia
in
um
that
financiamento direto para a
project,
pesquisa
but we
naquele
had ample
projeto, mas
opportunity
nós
to do
tivemos várias
proposals
oportunidades de
together.
fazer
And
propostas
personally,
juntos.
I was
E
involved in
pessoalmente
two
eu me
different
envolvi
proposals.
em duas
One
propostas
was a
diferentes.
smaller one where we
Uma
looked
menor,
at
em que nós
climate
estávamos
service
observando os
research, so research
serviços
on how climate
climáticos
service
e como
is
isso envolvia
done
pesquisa,
and
como o
used.
serviço climático é
So it's a
realizado
kind of
e
a
é
meta level, but
usado.
we did a
Então,
very
isso no
interesting
nível meio meta,
comparison
mas fizemos uma
empirically
comparação
again
empírica
between
interessante, mais
Hamburg
uma
and São
vez
Paulo,
entre Hamburgo e
where
São
we
Paulo,
used interviews
que é onde nós
to look
realizamos
into how
entrevistas
climate
e
information,
olhamos como a
climate
informação
services
climática, o
is
serviço
taken up
climático
by the
está
administration.
pegando mais
and
embalo
Tércio
na administração pública.
was part
Então,
of that project,
Testagem
and
fez parte do
Gabriela de Julio
projeto,
was part of that
Gabriela e
project.
Júlio fizeram
So
parte do
we will
projeto.
submit
Então,
a publication in the
nós
next few weeks.
enviaremos a publicação nas próximas
And
semanas.
then the second proposal that I
E a
was
segunda
involved in there,
proposta
we
na
really
qual eu me
tried
envolvi, que realmente
aim high. We
tentamos
applied for a
mirar
DAAD,
para o
Global
alto,
Climate
aplicando para
Center. A huge program
Global
funded by the
Climate
German
Center,
DAAD
que é um financiamento
for
do
4
alemão,
centers
para
in the
4
world,
centros
just
no
4.
mundo, apenas 4.
And what that means,
E o
one
que isso
for Latin
significa?
America,
Na
and
América
the funding
Latina,
prospect was about 10 years.
a
So
perspectiva
that would
do
have been really
financiamento era para
gigantic
durar 10
and
anos,
a
então realmente
wonderful success.
seria algo
So we
gigante
had
e grande sucesso.
great
E aí
collaboration.
nós
I
tivemos
think we
uma
did a
grande
very
colaboração.
good proposal. We came
Fizemos uma
very
boa
far in the
proposta.
competition.
Chegamos
but
bem
in the
longe
end,
na
unfortunately,
competição, mas
we
no final
lost the
das contas
competition
nós perdemos
a
a
Mexican
competição
proposal
para uma
which had
proposta
a
mexicana
much
que
bigger and even bigger international,
vai
regional
ter
international network.
rede
So here,
regional
that's the importance
maior,
of
internacional.
networks.
Então, essa importância das redes.
But we went
Então, nós
of
continuamos,
course,
claro,
by working on this proposal together, I
e
think we had a
trabalhando
lot of good
nessa
ideas
proposta
that helped
juntos.
in the
Nós
next
tivemos
proposal
várias ideias que
and so on.
ajudaram
So I
e a
think
próxima
it's,
proposta
as
e
I
por aí
said in the
foi.
beginning, it's
E aí,
like
como eu disse no
flow of
início,
life, and you just try to
a vida é
swim
assim
with
mesmo,
it
não é? Você
and,
tentar
get somewhere. And I'm
nadar
very
com a
happy that
correnteza
the
e chegar pelo menos em
project is
algum lugar. Eu
now
estou feliz que eu escolhi
on
esse
the way. That
projeto,
was
que agora está
huge success.
encaminhado
So
para o grande
forward-looking,
sucesso.
this is
Então, olhando
really
para
the most
frente,
important thing to
realmente,
say.
essa coisa mais importante a dizer, e eu estou muito ansiosa
Project,
por esse projeto do INCT, para ter uma rede ainda maior no Brasil.
I personally would like to work more on urban settings, São Paulo, but also other urban settings in Brazil. And for me personally, it's very important to look at how climate and environment is really tightly interlinked with topics like social inequality, democracy, justice, and so on. So I think that's from my side, achievements and forward-looking. Thank you for your attention.
Bom, vamos ter mais uma fala em português agora.
Well, there's going to be another talk in Portuguese now. It was a difficult decision, but actually most of the audience is going to understand Portuguese better. So I apologize for my colleagues who are not going to understand me. I hope that the translation is working well and they're able to understand. I'd like to begin by thanking, first of all, the entire audience who is here interested in this theme that we want to bring and consolidate to in our space here. And also I'd like to thank Christian from the Embassy of Germany and Marcio Weichert in Germany. In German, that's how I pronounce it. And also by the words that really left me very excited, because you acknowledge and you think it's interesting to have this focus on the northeast of Brazil. Not exclusively, of course. We will also continue in other cities in Brazil. The work is very much advanced in São Paulo with our colleagues. But to us, and to me in particular here at the Federal University of our state since 2011, I think I'm a bit already from this place already, and I'm from the Northeast in this sense as well. So it's a great achievement for me to have these resources now that can be focused on the Northeast, beginning in the city of Natal as a prototype. And it's not the largest city. Maybe it's not even the city with the most problems in the northeast of Brazil, but it's the city that's very much representative of it. Almost all of the capitals in the northeast of Brazil, maybe apart from Teresina, they are on the coast side. So we have a lot of problems that are common to all of them in terms of sustainable development, a problem with increase of the level of the sea, and what that represents for the beach and for urban coastside and for tourism, because it's very important for all of these cities. It's an economic sector that's very relevant to them. So thank you for your interest. And really, it's one of the works that I'm doing a lot hands-on here. And with intent to do more research in this area, climate change, sustainable development, solution for environmental concerns like the quality of air, for example, but others as well, for cities and Brazilian urban centers.
De mencionar pouco, já foi falado pouco da história do Klimapolis, né?
They talked a little bit about the history of Klimapolis, and you heard here because it's the German-Brazilian project, Klimapolis, funded by the Education and Science Ministry in Germany, because in Germany it's only one ministry for both things. So this was the first project, and the director is Guy Brasseur, and the idea, the intellectual idea came from him, I think. And we began this project in 2018, and then we came up with a network. We expanded the German-Brazil network of Klimapolis here in Brazil especially, and in this context, one of the objectives of this first project was to come up with a virtual lab that was permanent. Sometimes we forget about it, but it's very important. The director is precisely Anita from the University of Hamburg for Germany, and in Brazil, Rita Inui from the University of São Paulo. And this lab is online, but it's permanent, precisely for us to be able to expand and establish our network more and more in Brazil. And the cherry on the top was precisely to achieve this HafenCity project, which is a call. There were 3 in Brazil until now, one in 2010, another in 2013, and then we had more bare area. And then in 2022, there was another call to create national institutes for science and technology, the INCTs. That's why we call them INCTs, the acronym in Portuguese. And I think there are 50 institutes. And with this last call, I think others were approved, so 25 to 30. So now we have a big number in Brazil, but there was none that was focused on the effect of climate change with the purpose of creating resilient cities, cities that were resilient to climate changes in Brazil, and sustainable cities by reducing environmental problems and making the cities come up with more quality of life for its inhabitants. Because we cannot forget that in Latin America as a whole, nowadays, 87% of people live in urban areas. So if we tackle the problems in these urban areas, we're helping 87% of the population. And these numbers are the same for Brazil, 87%. And we have many other areas to take care of, a lot more ecosystems, but urban areas deserve a special attention. Well, this panel aims to talk about collaboration. And one thing that I was asking myself, actually, is if we are able to have a starting point here in our symposium to think about funding mechanisms for research on climate, which specifically for cities, by means of international collaboration and support. Over the last few years, the Northeast created a consortium for other matters. But what if we had a consortium to support research in the Northeast? One thing, when we began looking for people in the Northeast that do research related to this subject, and also decision makers, managers, in all of the spheres, the cities, the states, and federal, interested on this as well, and who would like to have partnerships with the institutes, because research alone does not do anything. Research is important to have scientific evidence so that decision makers can make good decisions, right? And decisions that are sustainable, that are not only for the moment, but that they are final solutions. So this is something that we need to do together. But in the beginning, you have research to have knowledge on how to do things. So what if we could come up with a consortium in the Northeast? Because we have a lot of research groups that are very productive here in the Northeast, and they're not really well known. Even the country does not know them so much, much less abroad. They have publication. Of course, we don't have the same visibility that we have in the southeast of Brazil, but there are a lot of interesting works, a lot of relevant work. And when we ask these people, when we asked them at the start of this German-Brazil project, oh, you know, what are your partnerships? They said, oh, we have international partnerships. And what about Brazil? Do you know people in your state or in neighboring states or your region, the Northeast, that do research on this area? Because we wanted to expand our network. And they said, no, but I do have a direct collaboration with someone from the University of São Paulo or Campinas. So there is a north-south axis of collaboration in research. But this is not just a coincidence, because I've spoken to so many people over the last 7 years. In terms of, there's a lack of a network in the Northeast, between the states of the Northeast of Brazil. So wouldn't it be interesting for these states to collaborate? The FAPs, for example, wouldn't it be interesting if they collaborated? So that's why we're going to have a panel tomorrow about this. We invited a few FAPs and also other institutions, research institutions, so that we can talk in more detail about this. So it's nothing that we can create overnight, but we need to look ahead. Where do we want to go? We want to have more strength for the research that we are developing here. And also, someone mentioned, I think it was Marcio, who talked about young scientists as well. That's very important. Who has time to, work hands-on? Those are students, young scientists, masters, doctoral students. So how can we support them more? How are we able to integrate these young scientists in an international environment? Of course that we have federal mechanisms by means of CAPES, types of doctoral programs, but these young scientists, they have prerequisites. They master, for example, English, so that they're not afraid of going to a different country where Portuguese is not spoken. And so as a professor since 2011, we see a lot of students who went to other countries. UFRN has a lot of interest in becoming international. We're part of CAPES for the internationalization, federal internationalization. But out of all of our students, and I speak about our postgraduate programs, but I believe that this is similar in other postgraduate programs, very few enjoy this opportunity of going to other countries. And I've spoken to students to understand the reason, and I see that there's still a lot of fear on the part of some, not everyone. We have other examples as well. But I believe that more people should go. It's like a challenge for big countries, right? Brazil has challenged, the US, United States, they have this challenge as well. It's this aware of like, oh, it's enough for me to speak Portuguese, and I can do a researcher career. I don't need to speak English, because I can kind of read the articles in English and it's all good. But actually, it's important for us to have contact with the international community. And in a big country, it's easy to forget that, because we have a lot of conferences here in Brazil. In small countries, because Europe has a lot of small countries, it's easy to move around and go to other countries. It's another culture and it's another language, and so you have to speak at least English, preferably other languages too. So I think we have a lot of fronts that we can work on here to support the preparation for young scientists. I think we can optimize internationalization at the Federal University and other institutions as well. And one other thing that we need to focus on, and I think this is one of the foundations of Klimapolis, is partnership with managers. So what is usually the problem that we find? Well, managers need a solution for today, right? And researchers answer after, like, oh, look, in 3 years' time, we can write a project and submit a text and all of that. And then if we're able to have funds, then we can start the work in 3 years' time, so that we can have the results, right? And then other people say, oh, never mind then. But in the context of this Klimapolis, we have the chance of, right at the start, beginning of the symposium, to identify, what do you need, managers? What do you need? We want to know. What is it? What type of product would the scientific response be necessary for to help in the development of resilient cities, and for cities to come up with erosion solutions? It's a problem for the Northeast, especially the capitals. How can we solve these matters? Quality of air. It's not so much a theme in Natal, because we say that Natal has the purest, the air that's most pure. It comes from like the 1960s. Nobody knows where it comes from, but people say that it has one of the best air. And I went to look for it and to see that, you know, the measures on which this thing was based was from ships. So these people said the air was pure because of that, because, you know, if you go to the other side of the Natal, it's not actually like that. You know, if you go to Alecrim, for example, you know, or even in rural areas where you have the Natal going, the smoke going there, and let's see if the air is as pure as they say. So we're just giving an example of my area. I'm, you know, in it, but we need monitoring, so that we have a foundation, a basis to say if the indicators are good or not. So we need to invest on this, because the Federal University can loan equipment for campaigns and tests, but not for operational monitoring. That's not the job of the academic sector. So the university can help. It can help train people. It can help choose places where to put the stations and all of that. We can analyze the data. We can have partnerships. So all of this needs to be talked about. It needs to be planned ahead, because there's cost involved. And that's why we're here, to give a starting point in this dialogue. And may it be a continuous partnership for a lot of years. And may we improve the dialogue between research, academia, and the managers, right? And that's why we're here today. And so thank you so much for being here. And thank you for those of you who are watching us online, for being interested on this. I'm very excited to move this along over the next few years in the region. Thank you so much. We will now open for Q&A from the audience. Our mic is here. If you wish, please raise your hands, and we will get you a microphone to ask questions. And please identify yourself, and also identify the person to whom you wish to ask a question.
Aqui, por favor. Lembrando a todos que desejam fazer as perguntas.
I also remind you to please be very objective. We only have 5 minutes for a Q&A, so please be objective in your questions so that we can have more questions. I am Maria de Fatima. Actually, it's just a comment. Could you please speak closer to the mic? It's just a comment. I was thinking about the fact that Judith mentioned funding. Something more practical, right? There is a mode of funding from FAPESP, which is a foundation from the state of São Paulo, that would be applicable to this practical matter. having to do with public policies. This is a call that's going to be reactivated now because it was kind of interrupted. But it's for funding for projects that have direct applications. So you don't necessarily need to have 3 or 5 years. It can be 1 year. The time is not limited so much as it was. You can do that with short time, but if you have immediate, fast application, if you meet a need for a specific public policy. So that would be nice, using what we already have for the local FAPs. Any other comments? On your left? We can have a block with 3 questions, and then we can go to the answers. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations for the event, Judith and colleagues. I am Professor Jean from IFRN. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to Dr. Leon from IDEMA, because of this funding matter, our focus is very much on monitoring, right, Judith? We have our work group with a lot of institutions from the municipality and the state, and I see an opportunity because the companies that today implement wind farms and other spaces for renewable energy in their environmental offset projects, they could also help with funds for monitoring, for AVER, for example. So IDEMA, as a state organ, is the one to do this monitoring, and I bring the example of what we were able to do here in the municipality of Natal. I used to work for the government, but now I am a professor. But we were successful together with the Public Health Security's Office and with other companies that also needed this environmental offset. So we acquired equipment. So that would also be an opportunity. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say this, just to bring this and to make this comment. Thank you. A last question from this round of questions. Do we have someone here who would like to say something? Oh, Leo would like to comment. Go ahead. Hi, good morning. Again. Yes, we are interested in participating in research projects. Actually, IDEMA has a mandate to do environmental monitoring, not only for air quality, but also for the environmental resources of the state. I mentioned in my talk deforestation, for example. We created in 2021 a monitoring plan for environmental resources of the state of Rio Grande do Norte. We are currently trying to enforce this monitoring plan. We also have a monitoring of air and noise. We included noise as well. We also have deforesting and monitoring for vegetation, fauna, which was something that was pretty much forgotten. We also put coastal erosion, which is extremely relevant. We also put a monitoring for water quality. I think it was the only one that IDEMA was actually working on, monitoring the quality of the beach and other artisanal wells, reservoirs, and other monitoring. I think there are 7 projects. I've been talking to Professor Judith. She mentioned this quality of air monitoring, and also thinking about Imparni that has part of equipment. They're going to be very well used. We came up with a big project to start to implement these actions. The state has a lot of difficulty with human resources, differently from the university that has a lot of human resources. Of course, many are being trained, but I think we can unite our efforts in this sense to have monitoring so that we can coordinate by saying what are our needs, how we can meet the rules, And the academia will have a strategic role on that, because it's not just the monitoring and to have data for the sake of having the data. The thing is to transform data into information that allows me to make a decision. So how fast is this deforestation? What is the area that has more deforestation? Why are we having deforestation? What actions can I do together with economic activities? How can I better compensate for this deforestation, and in what area am I going to do that? So I'm just citing examples of something that is going to have to happen in the future. And based on this monitoring, we have an instrument in our environment state policy that's called Environmental Quality Report, and that has never been done in our state. So our intention is, because we created a plan in the first management, we want to execute the monitoring plan, and in 4 or 5 years from now, we can have the first report on environmental quality for our state. And this report is going to bring me indicators, for example, like a sub-hydrographic basin, and the entity has to have measures so that these companies are adjusted to realities that are no longer acceptable. For example, the reduction of emissions, a better destination of a certain type of gas, the replacement of energy matrix, or even not accepting new industries. Like in São Paulo, they already do that. So that's it. Thank you. There we go. First of all, thank you. Congratulations for the talks. Extremely interesting, extremely important. I'm very happy to know that the government of the Rio Grande do Norte state is very much active on this sustainability area, and an idea of the importance of preserving the environment in the sense of climate change, the fact that climate change is going to change all that. So 2 things, Judith. One of them, I don't really know if we need a network in the Northeast. Actually, I'd say that it would be interesting. First of all, you said that there's going to be a panel with FAPs. So to make the FAPs talk among themselves in the Northeast, and then you start to have actions to support the research inside the Northeast. FAPs has always had this connection with the Northeast or with FACEP or others, but I think it would be interesting for the FAPs in the Northeast to get together to have a budget for this research. And the network, the new INCT Klimapolis, I think already represents network in Brazil, since we have institutions from the Northeast and the Southeast. So I think it's more like that. We could work like this to have this. And the last thing is that CAPES has just launched a call for a collaboration between Brazil and Germany with more than 50 million reais to be invested in projects. And you have scholarships for post-doctorate and others, and missions between Germany and Brazil. So I think Klimapolis, once again, can have a project in this, so that our students can have this visibility to other countries. Thank you. Now we pass to the panel. So thank you for your participation. Oh yeah, one more question, yes? And then we can close. Yes, we need to close. Right, my name is Renata Anelio. I am professor of Mackenzie in the urbanism area, urban planning. And we have participated in Klimapolis since 2018. And in 2021, we applied for 2 calls for notice. One for cities and adaptation of cities for resilience, thinking about extreme events. So in practice, in this last year and a half of joint work, and Judith is participating on that as well, Rita and all of you, We had the participation of engineers, architects, and urban planners, because this project is part of this big network, which is Klimapolis, and now also working with the elaboration of INCT Klimapolis. So I think this specificity of the city and how other disciplines that do not necessarily have a scientific characteristic, but they're much more to do with applied sciences like ours, and also engineering, geography. I don't know if we could put it, because where would they be? But they're also very important for this process. And I think it's something that we still need to advance a lot in our debate, so that these diagnoses and guidelines identified in science can get to an effective, concrete transformation of the cities, not only in terms of public policies, but also projects and technical interventions that can promote these practices for our cities. So would you like to answer the comments? No, I think they're satisfied with the observations that were made. And so now we will have a networking moment, a coffee break. You are all invited for our coffee break. You can go outside our auditorium, and we will come back at 11 a.m. with our roundtable, our next roundtable, which is collaboration between science and government in the decision-making process of environmental issues. So to those of you at home, we will resume at 11 a.m. And now we will have a coffee break. Thank you.
Fica com o nosso registro e agradecimento aos componentes da nossa mesa que abrilhantaram.
Thank you to our panel who made our moment brilliant here.
The scientist who's not used to give lectures also yet, so he probably will be very scientific.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, I mean, I think that also the translators will have a bit of trouble with this accent. So I don't know. I don't know if the translation.
I don't understand it, but the quality is not. And where is the translator there?
Is it the quality of the sound, or is it the quality?
Well, I don't know.
The words?
No, see what happens when you listen, you also hear the other one.
Yeah,
so it's like two people talking.
Yeah.
Number one, and then
not concentrate.
Yeah, I can concentrate. And then number two, it's difficult to. And then the sound is not perfect, and the accent is a bit difficult.
Yes.
So then.
Yeah, we asked them if they want some texts, but they don't have text on.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry. I mean, no. Usually in this meeting there is no translation. That's already good that you had it.
When we talk at some moment, I can. What I will be saying.
Yeah. So you're the first talk,
Look,
right?
I really, with all the preparations we had here, I didn't prepare much. I think I will just give some introductory words.
Yeah. But that's better than you know, I need to tell him again he should skip a piece. I told him get rid of the piece.
I mean, also his figures are very loaded. I mean, there's a lot of. Yes, organized French guy.
Yeah. No, it's very nice, but you need to it.
Yeah.
But it's a bit strange the way.
Yes.
Tem que fazer uma água para o. Como é que seria? Uma plata. Reserva uma galera. Então, só mais uma casa. Mas, não, não, É verdade, ele não sai, né? É.
E. Convidamos a todos para o retorno às atividades.
Let's resume our activities. It's now 11:02.
Convidamos todos a retornarmos às atividades.
Let's now continue with our activities for our Klimapolis Symposium in Natal, RN 2023, where we'll have another special moment in our technical program, and those who are following us on the internet, welcome back.
Reiteramos nosso convite e as
We now
pessoas
reiterate our invitation for those who are still in their coffee break to return to our activities, where we'll now have a round table on collaboration between science and government in the decision-making processes on environmental issues. We would like to inform you that those who wish to get the certificate for participation in this event, we do have an attendance list that is going to be circulating. So in case you didn't sign it yet, please identify yourself and we'll get there for you to sign. And later we'll have the issuing of participation certificate for Klimapolis RN 2023. With no further ado, we are going to have our round table, which is going to be a debate about collaboration between science and government in the decision-making processes of environmental issues, which will be mediated by Professor Renato Amer, who's an architect and urban planner, master in history, doctor in history of architecture and urbanism, and the free professor in projects of architecture and urban planning. He's a professor, doctor of urban planning at the post-graduation program at FAO, the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism of Mackenzie, a CNPq researcher who coordinates the project City Infrastructure and Adaptation to Climate Change. With the support of CNPq, he is a researcher at Mack Research. So we invite you, Professor Renato Amer, to lead the roundtable about collaboration between science and government in the decision-making process of environmental issues. So I thank you all for your collaboration. In the coordination of this work, we'll have Professor Sua. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the introduction. And we're going to start with our roundtable. I believe many of the themes that have been discussed in the first part will be finding more concrete experiences and possibilities for development. So I'm going to invite for the table the prosecutor of justice in the field of environment in the state, Mrs. Gilka da Mata. I would also like to invite Anita Engels from the University of Hamburg, Germany. Dr. Leon Aguiar, Doctor of Sustainable Development and Environment of the State of Rio Grande do Norte. Mr. Fábio Castanha da Silva, Manager of the Environment Institute from Santa Catarina State, IMA. And I don't know if the city councilor is here. Yes, she's here. Brisa Braki, she's the councilor of the City Hall of Natal. So welcome, councilor. So I'm going to follow the order here. First of all, talking about the importance of this table, in a sense that a very strong characteristic of the collaboration in this German-Brazilian project is the need to establish bridges for dialogue and interaction between governmental discussions, politicians, managers, public institutions, and the institutions that produce science and scientific research. Without this bridge, our research, scientific or in the applied or basic sciences, they do not develop into public policies. So I was invited to lead this table because I've been in the two sides. I've been a public manager, secretary of works at the city of São Carlos when I was a professor of urban planning at the University of São Paulo in São Carlos. And I was able to apply, develop, and simulate as a public manager, thanks to the support of my mayor. This embraced this whole theme of insertion of the thought of sustainability in 2001, of thoughts about sustainability in city projects, and I wanted to coordinate these projects. So at the university, we started to develop research in this field by bringing this practical experience to the university. So what I'm trying to say with this short introduction is where we are in the public management at the university, in a democratic process such as ours, many times these are not fixed. We can be in these various points and positions and be able to learn and take our experience to these conditions. So we have the prosecutor here, and these experiences I've had were motivated in the field of green infrastructure in the city of São Carlos due to a civil public lawsuit. When we were outside of the government in opposition, we have moved against the city hall, the lawsuit, and the city lost the lawsuit. So we responded technically to an action that we had taken. So it's another challenge because you have to employ the service. And we delivered. It was really positive. Going back to this routine and just a second. Just a second, I have lost audio here. Just one moment, we are having technical issues. We're going to solve them in a moment. Just a second. Just one moment, please. We're sitting in a bureau where there is an ombudsman, when there is a direct link with the society. So it's a rainy day. On the other day, the prosecutor's office is full because there are problems that are affecting the dignity, the human dignity of all these people. So if we are in the end, we are often looking at this idea of the executive power. We're not the judiciary, so it's really important to explain we are not the legislative power. There are actions against the state, the government. And then on a beautiful day, in June 2012, there was an immense rainfall in the city, but 2 or 3 days later, there was a very serious problem where the waves of the ocean, they ran into the sidewalk at the beach of Ponta Negra, and then it was gone, literally. The sidewalk was gone with everything inside there in the pavement. So this means the sewage system, the water supply system, the kiosks. So it was quite dramatic to us. And the prosecutor's office had the prosecutors that were ready for action. And the professor said he was doing this work, this dynamics. And then the city hall was like, well, we need R$1 million to reconstruct the pavement and the sidewalk, and let's have an inspection made and everything. Like the trees were down, it was so dramatic. There's even a book that was my master's thesis that is over there, because we do have a collaboration with the association and we have interest to have the presentation. And we were with Professor Venerando there in a group of people talking about urban infrastructure and etc. So, Professor, what do I have to ask justice to do to have a judicial election undergoing? And he said, have everything stop. So I need to study. What do you mean, Professor? Everybody is asking for the sidewalk to be remade. And he's like, you have to stop everything because I need to study. We need this. It's really important. It's precious for me. There's nothing I can do for now. So how can I go with a lawsuit, Professor, to have everything stop? And then we were in with a lawsuit because a professor said this beach does not need 1 million, but many millions. There is no point in redoing this, prosecutor, because it's going to be falling down. And the professor, what are we going to do? I mean, they want an immediate response, and the professor wants everything to be halted because there are so many people involved. So I wrote a legal lawsuit, and I was able to do a very precious investigation in the environment. And this was not only 1 million. It was a work of 59 million. That was actually lent to the municipality of Natal. And this was a work of the professor who said everything should stop immediately, and it changed our minds because it's really hard to work with all these issues demanding a quick answer, and then the university as well. So thank God we've had some experiences that were very interesting, which were the experiences with the decontamination of the aquifer of Natal, when we were able to do this apparatus of 110 fuel stations where there are still some that are in the decontamination stage right now. And this was all through the very investigative work of the university academia and doing some other very interesting works with the science on our side and also understanding our side of having a very objective response outside. So we're talking different languages here. Professor, is this a dune or not? Yes, that's a decent dune, a paleo dune. It's recent, Professor, because ever since I came to Natal, I don't know how many years ago, no, recent, like millions of years, Doctor. So we have these expressions that are completely different. So I think that maybe the most interesting thing is that when we get to have this objectivity of a professor and all of the experience, our work becomes so rich, so wonderful, so expressive and solid, because it impresses me so, because we don't have any more of it. So what I'm going to say has to do with kind of colloquial aspects that we try to understand the city because it is our activity, but also as a premise, the need for us to bring colloquial themes to the people for more practical issues, and also the themes that are so well debated intra-university walls. So that's really interesting. I've had this experience at the university as a substitute professor when I was doing the prosecutor's office process. It was before 2007. And when I was moving towards the steps and teaching the students, I said, when I become a prosecutor, will come with me, and they did. We wrote extension projects, and we took 21 students to Ceará Mirim, and each one was working in a very different area, and many of them are now my friends, judges, prosecutors, and now we've brought academia to the outside. So that's the main message we need to bring, because it's so rich. So I want to tell you that I'm with my prosecutor team, Ana Claudia, who's an architect and an urban planner. We have Lyra, who also came to give us prestige. My husband's German, so everybody's here listening because I thought this event is just so interesting. My daughter, she's also studying public policies at UFRN. So I'm going to briefly introduce very quickly for people to have an idea of our work and what is the objective, what are the contributions we can give. First of all, it's important to have this theme that's extremely rich, and we are on the legal side. So whoever works with the environment and they have the legal knowledge, they suffer a lot because we can't find the answers in the books. So that's the main concern we have, because we are really, really dependent of this. So there's no situation that we don't need a team of technicians, of environmental bodies, of the university to solve these issues. So I believe this is so important, and I think bringing this debate about cities in the heart of climate change, that's really essential and important for us to start locally, so we can then grow and bring the learnings from the world more locally. So I would like to clarify the role of the prosecutor's office in Brazil, because the world is a little different in this field. We hear about the prosecutor's office as the main holder of a penal action of the judges in movies and everything. Well, this still happens. In Brazil, we have environmental crimes, for instance, and we are the dominant leaders, I mean, the main holder of the penal action, but we do have a setup that when we talk about this in general, it is relatively new. It is from the year 1988, and it is precisely the mission of the prosecutor's office, which is promoting the civil inquiry and a public civil lawsuit in order to protect the public and social patrimony, as well as the environment and other interests, both diffuse and collective. In the diffuse interests, the environment is one of the most clear diffuse interests. It's the one that does not belong to a specific category, like not only the workers or the specifiers, or a single category that is united by a fact, but actually the collectivity in a very disseminated fashion. So our task constitutionally is the protection of diffuse and collective interests, urbanistic and environmental law, and environmental and urbanistic protection have gained a constitutional status. As the federal constitution is the overarching law of Brazil, and together with the constitutional factors that involve some federal and state laws, we have urbanistic and environmental laws as well. So with all of this, we have prerogatives which involve working within an urban policy to preserve the basic conditions needed in a city. So in the federal constitution, it says that the public policy has an objective, which is to organize the full development of social functions in the city and guarantee the well-being of their inhabitants. So what are these constructions? You're talking about housing, labor, leisure, and also transportation. So this is a problem that is related to a climate incident that can be severe, that should affect all of these social functions of the city. It's impossible for you to say that you have equal conditions in a poor population where the house floods at night and they live in the suburbs. And we deal with this every single day. They spend all night long getting buckets of water out of their houses, lifting their furniture. Because how can I say that the working conditions they will be developing on the next few days will be similar to those who are drinking wine at home and they had a nice blanket to cover themselves and feel warm? So, in reality, when we are able to adequate these social functions, we can have social justice and equality of conditions. And we are working very hard precisely to ensure these social functions in the city. So these conditions, it's important to call the attention for basic instruments of the development policy and urban expansion, which is mandatory for cities with more than 2,000 people. What is this instrument? The master plan. When it comes to the master plan for the city, I have a little bit of what the city of Natal is. For those who don't know, this will be new. And understanding a little more about the city of Natal, it has an area of approximately 168 square kilometers, an estimated population of 896,000 people. So there are very important environmental resources that we should take into account nowadays to look at the situation of the metropolitan region, because many people are sleeping in Natal and they're working elsewhere. So and it's the same vice versa. People sometimes come to work in Natal and they go to sleep in Extremoz, Parnamirim, São Gonçalo do Amarante. And the lady who works at the prosecutor's office, she takes 2.5 hours to get home at São Gonçalo do Amarante. She comes to work at 8, but she arrives at 6:30 because she cannot arrive on time due to the difficulties with transportation she faces when coming to the large Natal. So it is a coastal city, as you know, but full of fragile ecosystems such as the river Potengi, the estuary. People who live and many times compete with these fragile ecosystems. And that's the main challenge that we are facing in the city. So we have in the master plan a city divided into zones, and this zoning now calls zones that are passable to construction, and some other zones are of environmental protection. These are areas in the city where there is restriction of use and occupation due to the physical medium characteristics. It's not that they cannot use, but there are restrictions in use and occupation. So these are important areas under the environmental, ecological, landscape, historical, archaeological, touristic, cultural, architecture, or scientific aspects as well. So I'm going to give a quick overview on the environmental protection zones, which are 10. That's CPA 1, which is a monument built by Oscar Niemeyer. But the most important thing, besides his creation, which is beautiful, is that we have to look at all the wells that is underneath in the aquifer, which is a water reservoir, potable water for the population of Natal. So CPA 1, Dunas of Sun Valley, where there is this aquifer. CPA 2, where we have the Environmental Protection Zone 2, the State Park of the Dunes of Natal. We have the Environmental Protection Zone 3, the area between the River Pitimbu and the Avenue of Caiapós, reminding you that the River Pitimbu is supplying for the city of Natal. CPA 4, the dunar field of the neighborhoods Guarapes and Planalto, extremely important as well. CPA 5, dunes and lagoons in the region of Lagoinha in Ponta Negra. Those who get that Rota do Sol avenues, like you're going to the Pirangi beaches. Zone number 6 is the Morro do Careca and the associated dunes. The zone 7 is a fort of the King Margin and surroundings. Zone 8 is the estuary of the rivers Potengi, Jundiaí, and the mangroves. And the Environmental Protection Zone 9, lagoons and dunes along the Rio Doce River. And you see from the names how frail these environments that we are considering here. Natal has zoned them as environmental protection zones. And Protection Zone 10, dunes of the Luisa Lighthouse. So we do have environmental problems that are so severe in Natal as a city who has this peculiarity, which is very significant with regards to the Brazilian cities as a whole, as we raise information, and it's very highlighted in the situation about water supply, especially because in the north, Natal has 30% of water capture that is from the underground, and 70% of the superficial stream is from the Lagoa de Extremóis, and in the south, east, west, 70% is underground capture, and 30% it is from the superficial spring of Laguna of Jiqui. So this is an enormous importance of the dunar field, Campo Dunar, because it's actually accumulating, making a reservoir of rainwater naturally. It actually develops a filter, which is called the recharge of the aquifer. So we have plenty of water stored, including in areas in the city where there's more water coming out for public supply than the lagoon can provide. So this is the Sun Valley. At the same time, it is a benefit in the dunar. It is also an evil thing because the urban occupations, they were arriving first in the sanitary sewage system. So this contamination plume of the faucet, especially urine, causes contamination of the aquifer, which is a contamination by nitrates, which are chemical substances which come from this contamination.
We have this here, just for you to have an idea of importance. We have ZPA 1, zone number 1, that supplies several neighborhoods. And here you can see the supply posts that we have there. We have a lot of neighborhoods supplied by this dune manantial. Here you have the content of nitrate that we have here, and there's another study that shows in 2008, when we began an activity, until 2012, wells that sometimes had 1 milligram per liter, now they have 12, 11, because that's the maximum contamination of nitrates, it's 10. So here we have the undue use and degradation of the urban river margins. This is one that applies our city because it is supplied with the sand. So we have degradation and unduly use of the margins of urban rivers. Again, this was last year, the Doce River. Look at where people are living. Inside the river, it's not even inside another part. So other environmental problems that we have in the municipality of Natal is the lack of insufficient infrastructure for urban drainage. Here are the rains that we had. We were able to come up with a diagnosis for more than 70 lagoons that capture rainwater. More than 70, almost 80. Almost all of them, I mean, I can say that almost 100% have severe problems of maintenance, equipment, lack of pumps, lack of a lot of equipment. It's a mapping that we have done now, this year. We're still going to have more details. So severe environmental problems. Here we have rain problems. This is sewage treatment station of the Rota do Sol. I only have 3 minutes to finish. Anyway, these severe problems with sewage, also severe problems that we have with natural recovery, so deforestation. So many problems. The absence of taking care of risk areas, erosion. So we understand the importance, and we've seen the review of this master plan. Every city has a master plan. So it's important that the Public Prosecutor's Office and the society really look into this. We have a website here with all of our monitoring, and that was recent. It was in 2022, the review of this master plan. Just for you to have an idea, the new master plan has an article saying the following. The municipal plan for climate change is a tool that deals with a group of definitions, principles, objectives, guidelines, and goals for climate change. So it has a place called Municipal Plan for Climate Change. I'm getting close to the end here. But look at the irony. Soon afterwards, soon after this master plan, talking about the importance of climate change, we recently had to file a civil public lawsuit in March 2023 because there was a municipal law from 2022 that, under the pretext of regulating an environmental area, it decreased this environmental protection zone, removing all of this area from the Mata Atlântica biome. And who helped us diagnose this? The Federal University of Grande do Norte, Professor Leonardo, from the Department of the Botany Department. He did all of this. We used drones to monitor all of this, and he showed, no, this is called the Mata Atlântica. It's an important part. So how can we work with improvement of climate change? How can we replace this area by buildings? This is the Atlantic rainforest. So this is in the courts now. Do people know? Maybe not. So based on that, to conclude, we're going to talk about the challenges and local strategies. I believe that this is very important, to come up with tools to facilitate and promote scientific knowledge in order to popularize academic knowledge and create a public database. This is my contribution in the sense that we need to popularize, we need to disseminate and talk about database. I'm almost up, people. Because when we were working with the database, we had a program in the pandemic, and people looked for the public ministry because the City Hall wanted to continue online, and people looked for that and said, no, we don't have a system, we don't have access, we don't have internet, we don't even have this possibility. We live in very remote areas. So these issues, and then I say, they're not just due to internet. I had an experience that I really like to talk about here. It was the review of a master plan of Cascais in Portugal. I think it was in 2014 or something. And what was interesting was that they created this plan here of the entire city, as you can see, you know? And it's a scale model. And this scale model was exhibited by a year, and parents took their children there. And when the child says, look, where is that? Because the room was like this, you know, it was like square, and each little TV had important information with monitors. So, for example, where do bikes go? So you just you clicked on a button, and then it showed, and then children used to say, we don't have that here, let's ask for one here. So, let's say, water supply system, children would see where they were and where they were not. I was so fascinated that I came home and I talked to my institution. I said, let's do a mock-up, let's do a scale model. And it was a lot of money. And my institution said, look, we're not going to do that the way you want. But then I kept thinking, if we had this mock-up, you know, let's say when we review the master plan and I say, look, I want the water and I want all that, and we'll say that there isn't, you know, we can see that. People can go to public hearings because they don't understand what they're doing. They don't know the city. The university has a lot of knowledge, but many times this knowledge is not given to the people. So we need to talk. We need to come up with a scale model. You know, I'm speaking figurative terms, of course, but that would be my plan. I really talked to my institution. I talked to them a lot about this. So local strategies and challenges, those are the creation of information tools, creation of a permanent database about the environmental situation and about the urban infrastructure of the cities, publication of scientific knowledge and pertinent updates in an informal manner, interaction with environmental education policies. So, you know, the children going to that place, that's what I'm talking about. And the creation of an interactive space about the city. So that's my contribution. It's a lot of things to say. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a privilege. As I said, I think sometimes we are in different stratospheres of knowledge, different wavelengths, but you know, that's the time to come up together, because that's the intent of this event, right? So thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to pass the floor to Professor Anita Engels. She does not need to be introduced, right? Because she was here before. We're going to have to make a few adjustments in time so that we can end close to what we intended. But let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this very vivid and complex presentation. I learned a lot. I am able to follow, but so I don't speak Portuguese, but I understand most of it. So I will talk very briefly about my own experiences with science advice to policymakers and administrators in Hamburg at the city municipal level. And I think it's important to understand that there are very different modes. It depends on the situation you're in and on the problem we are talking about. It's probably very different whether you look at climate mitigation, the task to reduce emissions, or at climate adaptation, the task to really prepare a city to be secure in extreme events, water, sea level rise, or mudslides, and so on. So I work mostly in the field of climate mitigation, where it is about reducing emissions at the municipal level. So it's a specific challenge because the cities are not really conferences of the parties. They have no legal obligation to reduce emissions, but often they do. They just take that responsibility, and they are important actors in the climate policy field. And a lot of these ideas about how to reduce emissions go into a climate plan, a municipal climate plan, just like here. So there you have this plan for the city. That's our current emissions, that's where we come from, that's where we want to go to, zero emissions at some point. And these are the ways how to get there, the implementation. And at all these different phases, the scientific policy advice comes in. And I'm a member of one scientific advisory board that has been officially nominated. So the city, the ministry at the city level appointed the scientists, and it's our official task to really observe what the city is doing, to look at the climate plan and to see if the activities are enough to reduce the emissions sufficiently to achieve the climate goals. And then in most German cities at the moment, this is quite easy because all cities have, very ambitious goals, but they lack a lot of opportunities, measures to really implement these goals. So what the scientific advisory board does is to look at this and say, sorry, it's not enough. Bad news. We have to tell the city government that it's not sufficient, their climate activities. This is awkward, nobody likes to hear that, but that's a very simple goal. It's important to state that scientifically, to really show that with data, so that other actors can make use of that and can increase pressure or the activity level. So that's really, in the very simple sense, speaking truth to power. Very simple, but most important are other types of scientific policy advice, where it's much more complicated. Because if we look at how exactly the city is able to implement these goals, we need to go at a deeper level of policy making, of some ways to have legal changes at the municipal level, some ways to change the tax system, to change urban planning, and it's in different spaces in the city administration hidden, and it's you see very complex interactions. So if you want to go to that level, you need to have a lot of meetings with policymakers and with the administration, and sit together and listen. So not talk to policymakers, but listen to understand where their challenges actually are, and then find together a way of, okay, now we understand how you do the political changes that might help you to implement the climate goals. Now we can work together. Now we understand better what your need is, your demand for a specific climate information that can help you to create a new law that gives you more chances to really implement climate goals. So it's much more complicated, and we need to listen to the policymakers and administrators, because normally scientists have no clue about policymaking, how that works in the real world. And so it's a long process of learning from the policymakers what the problem is. And then the third example that I have is the real world lab. You will hear more about that in the next days. So that's one way of really going to the very local level where transformation is started, and it's really implemented because all the actors have to work together. And there you come together with not only the scientists and the policymakers and people from administration, but also the local initiatives, just people who live there, all kinds of other actors, NGOs, companies, small enterprises, the transportation sector, and so on, working together on a specific local site and try to understand, okay, now that we have these goals in our head and somehow that needs to be, the city needs to be transformed so that we in total emit much less emissions. How are we going to do that on the ground? And so by working together, it's a process of framing the problem together and opening space for new experiences and for new solutions. So I just wanted to make these 3 points, the 3 different examples, and there are, of course, more different modes of scientific policy advice, but I think these are very important ones, and the real-world labs are specifically interesting because it's an open process, and people get together and create a network, and they learn about how the different actors perceive the problem and how they follow specific professional logics. They learn why there is a reason, what reason there is why people behave in very specific ways. And it's a very good way of creating trust across political and socioeconomic and personal divides. And that's also a very good foundation for really working towards a transformation together. So it's very, very different things, and I hope that with that I can contribute to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado, Judith. Foi super dentro de tempo.
Thank you. That was very much within our time, and so I'd like to call the attention for the mitigation area, because we've always talked about resilience and adaptation and almost, the emergencies, as if we were only acting based on emergencies. But mitigation has to do with, we have been part of this plan for having neutral carbon until 2030, and I keep thinking, when are we going to do that? When are we going to do the mitigation efforts to reduce these carbon emissions so that we can get to this goal in 2030, looking at what other countries are doing at this time? Anyway, so it's just something that I'd like to say. So, Dr. Leon, thank you very much for being here. I'd like to pass the microphone to you now. Thank you, Renato. I'd like to greet everyone here, all the participants here from different entities. We have a lot of challenges in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, but I believe that this cooperation with university that we have, several institutions, it's essential. I'm going to speak briefly about what IDEMA does, so that you have an idea, because I spoke very quickly before, but when people remember us, IDEMA is remembered as a licensing body of economic activities. I always like to remember everyone that licensing, environmental licensing, is one of the tools. Maybe today it's one of the most important and most used in the country, but it's one of the instruments of environmental policy of the state and of Brazil. All of the other states have this important tool. Today, what is the situation of the Rio Grande do Norte state in terms of licensing, because not only IDEMA can do this. Today, IDEMA responds for more than 90% of the demand of what comes in our state. So you can have an idea of the fragility that we still have, because the municipalities can also take up this environmental license, so long as the licensed activities are of a small impact, local impact, as we say, in terms of the legislation. But unfortunately, out of the 167 municipalities, today we only have 11 municipalities that can supervise and give licenses. Because as you give a license or a permit, you also need to monitor that and supervise that, like the problems that we have in our society. We have states that have more than 90% of taking up competencies. So we're still far from all of this. And this is a great challenge for our state. And why am I talking about licensing? Because as you start to have activities that are regulated, you reduce problems. You reduce bad use of resources, occupying areas that should not be occupied. So the licensing creates this regulation for the activities. So we have a map of the Rio Grande do Norte state with the registry of the licensed activities, and you can observe a few gaps in the territory because there's no information being recorded there, as if these activities were not there, but they are there, but they're not registered. The state alone cannot regulate this. So then we also have two actions that are also an instrument of the policy. One is the environmental monitoring. We need to work very strongly on that. And the other one is environmental education. So environmental education is also extremely important. It's a tool that we have for this. Just to mention an example, until 2022, we didn't have municipalities with municipal committees for environmental education. And we were able to create 71 of these committees. So you have no idea how interested the population is in participating in the community and how important it is to the society to make these committees work, because you plant a seed there with information for a society that's going to be empowered, and it's going to execute actions and ask for demand from the government, things that are even beyond the government. So this is very important. We created a program called RN Mais Limpo. It's a cleaner state. So the main focus is environmental education, so that you can reduce or you can guide the population how to do a final disposal of waste. In this case, we focused on electronics because it's one of the hardest to eliminate. And it ends up going to landfills that should not be allowed to exist anymore, or other places like that. So it can go back to the society with other uses. You know, everybody raised their hands here because everybody has a cell phone, right? Everybody had video cassette, MP3, CD players, and all of this is going to be eliminated, right? It's going to be thrown away. But in the research that we had back then, when we launched this project, we saw that more than 87% of the population does not know where to dispose of their electronics. So they go to common trash, sea or rivers. And unfortunately, our state still has 70%, maybe a little bit more, of municipalities that could not eliminate those types of open space garbage disposal sites. And now we are fighting for a proper destination. But that is not enough. We have to reduce those things in the source. We have to reuse things. We have to recycle things. We can make this waste become the economy. And we work with circular economy as well. We have been talking about that as well. So I mentioned 3 instruments that are important here: environmental licensing, monitoring, and environmental education. I had already talked about environmental monitoring, so I'm not going to talk too much about this too, but today in advance that we have, in terms of this monitoring, the Ministry of the Environment, here with professors that we talked about, it has an equipment that's going to be donated to the states, and we want the state to get to our Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, which is going to be an ally for us to work together so that we can start doing the monitoring so that we can have a condition to meet the regulations of the Ministry of the Environment so that we can generate data for this CONAMA resolution. We need to make an effort in terms of what we talked about earlier to execute that for the entire state. We have the monitorings, then we have management of protected areas, remembering that we have areas from our territory, and Dr. Gilka showed a few areas that are protected. And along the state of Rio Grande do Norte, we still have a lot of necessity to create protected areas. The state created 11 areas for nature preservation. The most recent one was created in 2022 in the Alto Oeste, where we had none before, not even from the country or the state or municipality. So we created the first one, and now we're creating another one at Seridó, which also has a lack of protected areas. And you have the desertification areas as well. And now we have a focus on our Caatinga biome, because 94% of our biome is that, and it's the least protected. We have a lot of conservation areas at the coast of our state, but today we've tried to focus more on the countryside because there is a gap. There's an abandonment issue there. Although we also need to have this on the shoreline and urbanization of our coastline. With other states, we have participated in agendas focusing on the climate. So the states have an open letter of the climate in which there are 17 or 20 goals approximately. So we're going to share this with you in the academia, because I think it's not just the government. We created something called a roadmap. It's a material that maps the situation of the states with regard to climate. So we're very far away from something being concrete, but we have the roadmap there, what to seek as fast as we can so that the states and the cities, as a consequence, have improvements in the environmental quality of our territories. We participated in the Northeast Consortium, and within this consortium, there is a technical chamber for the environment. And when we talked to all the environment secretariats of the Northeast, I even remember that in 2021, we had to come up with an action plan for 1 or 2 years of execution. And then we chose what unites us, because in the environment, when you look at the policies and the legislation, we have a lot of those. But what unites us? What's transversal for everyone? Climate. Then we came up with an action plan for climate. And within this plan, we listed several actions and projects that should be created. Waste was one of them. But today, there's a difficulty in our state. I think it's going to be a next thing to look at, which is energy. And when I talk about energy, it's not just activities that generate energy. No, I'm talking about a macro situation. Oil and gas, we still have a protection of that. Transportation was one category that was mentioned, a methodology that the country did, an inventory of greenhouse gases. And today, the Rio Grande do Norte has 47% of its emissions of this type of gas based on energy. And when we open the indicators for energy, you have transportation as well. Transportation is responsible for 57% of emissions. So it's very high. There were countries that already did the transition of these vehicles for more sustainable projects. We have another challenge, which is agriculture. Which is 27% of our emissions coming from that. That's why we focus on this ABC program, which is low carbon agriculture. So how can we reduce these emissions from the countryside? I'm going to give you a very clear example of what happened here 2 years ago.
Tínhamos uma política de preço de combustível, ainda temos, muito elevada. O gás de cozinha, gás que você coloca
such as cooking gas, it has reached levels of amounts that our society cannot stand. We do have a needy, poor society in its majority. So can you imagine having to pay out of minimum wage, which is around 1,000 reals, let's say 135 reals, which was the price of gas, and sometimes you need to buy 2 per month. So how does the environmental body fight deforestation by consuming illegal wood because they don't have the money to pay for the gas? So this is why it's multi-level, cross-sectional. When we're talking about climate, it's important because we're talking about every policy and action. So I've had the possibility to do biofuel in the countryside with the small technologies, the most economic and the cheapest ones. So we are discussing it all, participating not ourselves, but with the states, advancing with academia. But I think the engagement of municipalities is fundamental right now, and you see limitations. For instance, 11 municipalities out of 167, it's still very low. So we can work with more sensitive regions, such as the metropolitan region of Natal, for instance. And we have some lines and some outlets with short-term goals that can be implemented. And finally, when it comes to energy, when it comes to livestock, and the changes of use and occupation of the land, and like raising cattle is one of the highest emissions of greenhouse gases, which involves many cities. And we should reopen the debate, bring the academia to the field, because in Santa Catarina, in the Federal Environment Council, we have 3 representatives of academia, the federal, the state university, and also a private university in the extreme south of the state. They all participate actively in the state council, participating in technical chambers, and we have several resolutions which have the power of the law. And these were proposed by academia, not only partnership, environmental, and other public authorities. It's important to not to leave this year to be on the back of the environmental organ or the prosecutor's office to propose these policies. The university should play this part. You are the intellectual minds of our environmental policies. Talking about the importance of these forums that are multidisciplinary. I'm talking about the solid waste policy. It was regulated by decree in the past few years. But then for packages, the past 2 years, we had 4 decrees. And we see all these problems It's a complete change in the composition, especially of a theme. This is when regulation comes through decrees. So it's important for these public policies to be formulated in forums, and the importance of councils. So now to connect with Dr. Juca's ideas, it is also foreseen the public environmental policies in 1981, the federal activities that are potentially pollutant or users of natural resources. When this is subject to environmental licensing, or practically all of them, either in Rio Grande do Norte or in Santa Catarina, it also has its federal obligations to present reports for environmental monitoring, RAPPs, the reports of potentially pollutant activities. So what is this report good for? Why am I saying this? In this report, there is information that is completely important for academia. And what kind of information is this? How much that company, which is subject to environmental licensing, how many effluents were generated, atmospheric or liquid effluents, how much waste was generated. So all of this information is mandatory to be submitted once a year to IBAMA on the national level in the technical federal registry, and we eventually do not use those. So as a manager of public policies, I cannot understand why we're not using this information properly, because it is in the portal of open data at IBAMA, JSON XML that you can download via Excel, and simply there is an inventory of all the industries. How much atmospheric and liquid effluents were generated, where is this located, where is the geographical sources of this source of emissions. So what is the quality of this information? If you don't have good quality, what has to be done on the legislative level, which could be legislation from CONAMA and on the state level, is to have information that's useful for academia and society, so we can return this to society, which is an interesting point that goes according to what Dr. Juca said, to create integrated databases that everyone can access, including academia, because our routine, as Dr. Leon mentioned, is focused on environmental licensing, environmental inspection, looking at each case individually in certain enterprises, how they're doing in their inspections. So we don't have the systemic view of the environmental quality that we as an institution for the environment should have. Bringing other instruments here foreseen in the national environmental policy, we have the forecast of certain technical cooperation instruments that are also scientific, and I'm going to give you examples that can work as backgrounds for funding for research and academic projects as well. So in Santa Catarina, we have here in Rio Grande do Norte, the State Fund for Water Resources, the Special Fund for Environmental Protection, FEPEMA, a fund whose source comes from authorizations and royalties involved in power generation. FEPEMA is converted through the environmental inspection reports. We have a fund for tackling climate change, control, and environmental inspection, and the fund of reconstitution of the damaged goods by the prosecutor's office. So all of these resources have been used. They're not giant, but they're useful for us when it comes to proposing public policy. So I'm going to give you an example here. As Dr. Leon said, since 2017, we're working with inventories of atmospheric emissions, not only greenhouse gas, but also all the pollutant gases that are in the resolution 491. And you do whatever you can. So we only have 3 monitoring stations in our state, which is a state with growing economic activity that's industry-based, but we count on only 3 monitoring stations. This is just very little for our state. So we are now working with simulations. We have predictive models for atmospheric emissions. We have raised all of them, burnt emissions, and how much it's allowed in the fields for cultures. And also for vehicles, we have consolidated models, but especially for industries, where we have used these licensing data in a database that is now digital, but it's recent, only 2 years, of atmospheric emissions, besides using those data of the registry of the federal technical side. So all of these resources are used to elaborate inventories. For atmospheric emissions, they have served us as a source of where to install those monitoring stations for atmosphere emissions or air quality. So based on it, we are funding another research project, which is almost parallel to what the environmental legislation recommends, which is installing low-cost sensors. Really low, not according to the legislation. We have 3 stations that do, but our intention in a few years is to work with a mixed network that is homologated by APA or other institutions, and this network should be calibrated in our official monitoring stations, so we can bring to the countryside of the state where there is no monitoring, but where the burning takes place and the agro-industry is strong, doing this monitoring there, although unofficially. But we do hope soon these technologies are improved, we're betting on it, and we're also working with predictive models with environmental quality. Once again, what is the source of these resources? These are parts of the environmental organ. There is no source of research funds, but the collection that is of the government, and then there are research editals that were released inviting for research, and the Federal University won the bid. But anyway, these are other examples of funding that was based on these state funds that come from water resources or environmental protection, such as characterization of the types of land of the state of Santa Catarina. In the CONAMA 420 resolution of 2019, the state has the duty to characterize its soil quality. We don't have an environmental laboratory in Santa Catarina. We have it outsourced for laboratory studies. We are only doing the availability studies, but we have also made a call where the Federal University of Santa Catarina won and worked with 20 or 30 parts of the state, verifying certain items such as manganese, and what guides its quality is that it's above the investigation value. So this is why it's important for the state to know its properties, because they will affect the environmental quality indicators. So finally, I would like to thank you all so much. We thank you, Dr. Claudio. It's really important for us to see the difference between calibrating actions between institutes of different states and the possibility for us to integrate through universities in these institutes. I think it's really important now that we have the presence of City Councilor Brisa Bracht, and on the level of application of public policies on the municipality, the City Council is essential, not only for voting purposes, but to make public calls for public hearings and leading to the public the inspection mission based on what the Legislative Assembly has established. So welcome. Good morning, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brisa. I would like to greet the professors on the table, Professor Venerando, who I'm really thankful for the invitation. I'm really thankful to be here, and also to have the presence of Prosecutor Gil Cadamata, whose work has highlighted the environment as fundamental for the city of Natal, as Dr. Leon as well, and our friend as well. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm a city councilor right now in Natal by the Labour Party. I'm 25 years old. I'm a young student. I'm a technician in environmental control with a degree of the Federal Institution of Rio Grande do Norte. I'm a militant in the blackening movement of the Black Youth of the Nation, and I'm a feminist of the World March of Women, which is an international movement organized in more than 60 countries to debate the worldview through the vision of women in a more systemic way. And I'm saying this because the debate I'm bringing about sustainability and climate change, in our understanding, by building a systemic view, this is never separated from the feminism we built, the racial struggles we have built. It's quite the opposite. It has to do with breaking the duality that social struggles would be far from the struggle for the environment. We are all nature. There is no dichotomy between what our social struggle is by the life fair and dignified for people and separated from the fight for the environment and guaranteeing its preservation. So I will start looking at this vision, given a broader understanding of the political construction in our everyday work, and bring the perspective that when we build knowledge to discuss these themes, it is essential to adhere to the traditional knowledge. Here in Rio Grande do Norte, as much as we are in Natal, as you have presented very well, prosecutor, of how rich we are in terms of the Atlantic forest, even though its main biome is Caatinga, a biome of the semi-arid, which is dry, and we are building here this vision a long time ago about the need to strengthen how to live in the semi-arid, and debating that for a long time this idea was created and built that we were tackling drought. But we don't want to tackle drought. Women don't want to tackle drought. We want to live in the semi-arid. So looking at this other perspective, we should build social technologies with projects such as Água Viva of women in the field, rural women that are using and reusing rainwater to have the productive backyards, to have food sovereignty for their families, having social technologies that allow you to live with the semi-arid. And Água Viva is an awarded project by the Banco do Brasil Institute. It was awarded as a social technology that is being performed in the States. So we should learn with rural families that are separating the seeds that are an inheritance of their families, preserving them for generations. So there is the seeds, bank seeds, that are traditional of the state. So the families would never have to buy again seeds coming from other countries that were no good for the soil in the States. They would come with molds, they would never sprout. So our populations, our traditional communities, they maintain these heirloom seeds with the highest quality to produce clean food. So when we're talking about the clean food production, we are debating with those women where there is no production of clean food while there's blood from domestic violence within the houses. Because talking about clean production has to do with this whole understanding. When I say that our vision of racism is related to the vision of sustainability, it's because we're debating environmental racism, for instance, which cannot be naturalized because we're only finding climate comfort, shade and trees in the middle class neighborhoods or the higher upper classes, while in all urban centers in Brazil, these are separated, and you have peripheries, you have favelas and poor communities that are mostly affected. Those who are knocking on the doors of the prosecutor's office when the floods are caused by rainfall, they do have a racial aspect. These people are Black. We should talk about it and understand how this attack and destruction of the environment is also including social aspects. So based on it, we should understand why it's so important to build either in the university campus or in the field of the legislative. We should build opportunities for participation, listening and valuing popular and traditional knowledge, understanding at the university that is not only in extension programs we're reaching out, but from education and research, this should also be valued. And thus in the parliament with this process of listening and raising constant awareness to bring necessary alternatives right now. So these alternatives need to be alternatives that understand the boundaries of the possibilities presented by the green market, by the green capital, and while the system is as such creating a problem to sell a solution, the solutions will always be limited. The solutions should move through a debate that require reorganizing the economic system so we can actually advance in protecting the environment. So bringing this to the municipal legislative role, Dr. Gilca Damata presented how the process of the master plan went for Natal and highlighted certain points about the master plan that should be revised every 10 years according to the law. When the master plan was 10 years old in 2017, but only in 2021 the change was approved in the chamber. I followed the entire process as a member of civil society when I was the general coordinator of the Central Directory of UFRN students. And this is when I started following. And in 2020 there was a plea. I became a congresswoman, and now I'm following from a different perspective within the municipal chamber, which was a process of really hardship in the internal composition of political forces in the chamber, because it was so clear how unprepared we were for this technical, profound, and complex topic by some of the people present, and also those who are not interested in understanding what that vote they were giving to an amendment to an article, what impact that would cause to the city. And in this process, we built a strategy for communication that we called Overcoming Myths, which was precisely meant to fight and tackle the myths that were established in the city, such as that the only solution for Natal would be verticalization so it could be modernized. When they were saying that the problem of the north of Natal is that the master plan over there did not allow to build such tall buildings, but that's not true. We can allow the buildings to be built, but you cannot build a 30-story apartment building because there is a problem with the flow of the traffic and the traffic jams. So the mayor said that the shore was ugly in the city, that it needed changes. So how can we fight modernization in a way that is more inclusive? If you're building new things with this new contribution, how can we ensure sanitation and water supply for all? We're talking about a city which in certain neighborhoods people have very restricted access to water every day. They often spend 2 or 3 days without any water in their homes. That's the reality we are dealing with here. So how can we modernize in this perspective that modernization is only for those who will be making profit, or those who will be living in the apartments that will be by the ocean? And this is a minimum. When we are seeing people who don't even live here, but they come to enjoy their vacation in the city. So at the time, I was a leader of the opposition in the chamber. So I was in this task of organizing the process of the opposition. In this process, where we had a mandate to build 104 alternative amendments to the master plan. So in over 100 articles, we tried to change them. From the 104 amendments, only 39 were approved. Among them, I highlight this amendment that created an article on the areas of potential risk, so we could systematize and have a differential perspective on these areas of potential of risk. Some other amendments we presented and we were able to get approval for involved popular participation. The one we presented also that is quite hurtful because we lost the voting by one, which was about verticalization in the surroundings of the Park of the Dunes, one of the ZPAs presented by the prosecutor. It's a ZPA that in its surroundings we have the university facilities, and there is no verticalization process because of the old master plan, and we lost by one vote this amendment. But it's actually generated a good debate, a very heated debate within that space. Going beyond our struggle to change the master plan of Natal, we have built, first of all, in a way that was participatory with meetings and plenaries, virtual meetings with experts and social actors to have a climate change public policy created for Natal. Of course, with limitations, as the project is still going to the plenary, it will be voted soon, but when it comes to those issues, we're looking at spaces of popular awareness, on the mandatory to invest in technologies for social development, of building, diagnosis, of building here in Natal climate change. And this has to be the center of municipal management. It cannot be aside, especially right now, in this moment we are in. And I need to close soon, but I would like to finish by talking about two processes that we're living that I believe are fundamental in terms of participation and valuing popular and traditional knowledge. First is a thing that Professor Venerando is following, which has to do with putting more sand in the beach of Ponta Negra. It's a huge construction, even when we're talking about it in simpler terms, when we're talking to people, in reality, we were the ones, humans, we advanced towards the coast. Now we have to push the ocean away so we can keep in the space we have occupied. And I'm a daughter of a beach worker, and whenever there is a debate, in this debate, there is no duality about being for or against. It has to do with the responsibility that is necessary when we're looking at the process.
The need of responsibility with environmental impact and with the social impact that's going to be caused in construction that can last 6 months or 2 years, and the responsibility for the parliament in terms of the finance as well, because it's necessary to have that for the city of Natal, because now we will have compensation from the government, federal government, but it needs maintenance. We will always have these conditions. This is the budget that's forecast, so that's what I had to say. And another thing that I think is important for us to say very briefly is the advance of renewable energy. Here in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, we've been one of the states, together with other states from the Northeast, that's a highlight in renewable energy and wind energy. And I have a political stance of not calling it clean energy, because it's not clean, it causes impact on the lives of people. Many European countries have advanced in terms of regulating these companies that come to install these wind farms, but in Brazil, we are very much delayed on this matter. And this is a regulation that cannot happen in only one state, because if we, in the Rio Grande do Norte, decide to regulate wind energy, it's going to be very simple. Great companies are going to Pernambuco, Ceará, or other states in the Northeast. This is a movement that needs to be constructed in a regional manner and also in a national manner for a regulation that understands the impact for the landscape, but especially for the people who live there. We have research already talking about a new concept. Those are the children of the wind. The children of the wind are part of the impact. These men who come to the territories and they leave children of the wind. I think everybody can understand that. So may we have a systematic outlook when we discuss these things, when we debate sustainability, environment, climate change, because we need to talk about the world, but we also need to talk about our relationship between a person and the environment. May we find alternatives by understanding the limits that we have. As I said, those who create problems to solve solutions. So thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. I was surprised by the scope of what you said, not only in a municipal manner, but you were able to relate to themes like environmental racism as well.
Numa escala não ser contra
problems with tourism, not going against tourism, but thinking about the impact of tourism. This is a theme that's present in European cities as well, with a big focus on phenomena for tourism. So I think that was very important. I'd just like to talk about something which is the importance of thinking about infrastructure in a way that it connects to the master plan and the plans of the city. And you see that a master plan is a regulation of private property. So it does not cover infrastructure, but every time we need to think about infrastructure, to think about urban development. And so what? What does regulate it if the networks are private? So your example was very important for us to think about. I'd like to ask the organization if we are able to have 5 minutes of Q&A. So if you have any questions, the microphone is here. We are going to do that in rounds. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to talk to Ms. Damata. How does the justice work? Because the science says what's correct to be done, and the economic power has an interest in executing what they promote in order to make money. So. Anybody else would like to ask a question? Good afternoon, everyone. I have a more technical question. Sorry. My name is Lino Sande. I'm a professor of the Department of Meteorology of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And it drew my attention what Fabio said in terms of considering low-cost sensors. It's a very specific question, but since there's a boom in the search for low-cost sensors in the world, Brazil too, but with less expression, and definitely the sampling for those working with environmental sciences is crucial. And at the same time, there's a huge resistance many times within public administration offices in adopting this low-cost sensor. I'd like to know what's this experience like in Santa Catarina, and up to what point we can fight so that these sensors are more used. There's another person working with that, and let's see. Thank you for the explanation. I'm Agnes Dantas. I'm from the Climate Reality Project, and also here in Rio Grande do Norte. And these two themes are of interest to me. So I'd like to talk about these general explanations because it's a challenge, and that's why I'd like to know for science, for the board advisors on climate, how to marry these things, because those are these concerns, because those are practices that can come from a foundation, but the foundation base is rarely heard. And sometimes it's not educated to be there, to be present in the scales of the debate. So what's the challenge in science, for science, between bringing data so that the population can come close to the debate of public decision-making, and how can science allow or expand this knowledge so that more people are able to have a say, because they are very much impacted. Right, so because of the order of the talks, first Dr. Yuka can answer. This question is extremely interesting. I could even write a thesis about it, because the justice, the legal system, one of the principles is the principle of going in an opposition. So when there's a file, something being filed, I am an author of a public civil lawsuit, sometimes against IDEMA, right? Sorry. Sometimes an industry, sometimes the municipality of Natal. So there is an issue. For example, I went, because of the legislation, I went against the city. So I have the same rights than the other party has, the party that's going to defend itself, because we have this principle of the contradictory in the legal system. So I have my arguments, but the other party also has arguments. And the judge, because the justice is like a triangle. It's what we call impartial party. But the judge is impartial, but it has its own values. It has its own convictions and thoughts. So there's no way not to put that in a judgment, because we have this adversarial principle. What the public prosecutor's office does, and many times it has a certain advantage when we think about an NGO or something like that, it's because they get ready, they are prepared for a legal piece. So for example, it has a power called requisition. So it requires certain information, and the lack of meeting that is a crime. So for example, if I'm filing an injunction or a lawsuit and I need something from the environmental entity, you see how many times you receive that, right? Yeah, so yeah, I require something from the public prosecutor's office. For example, there's an industry that's making pollution, so we require that. Because an NGO, many times it has very good administrators, people from the legal department, but it does not have this power to require things from anyone. So sometimes that entity does not deliver on that term. So we have this possibility. Before we join things, we can instrumentalize, we can put a lot of robust evidence. And sometimes, and the public prosecutor's office has invested a lot on this, in having technical legal opinions. So we count a lot on the university. For example, I filed this lawsuit talking about the Atlantic rainforest. So I sent a lot of documents, and then the document was following a course in the university itself. So then we have a legal opinion on the matter. So for me, that's already very strong. But you see, I have all of my evidence there, but then someone comes from the other party and says, look, if the industry closes, that's going to happen, this and this and that, and then the judge is going to mediate on that. There are two situations that we're working a lot, which are the spaces of mediation, consensus. So many times the Federal Prosecutor's Office has supported and worked a lot on conciliation and other extrajudicial means of solving conflict. For you to have an idea, here in Natal, we work with 10 fuel stations, which was a partnership between the Mechanic Engineering Department of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte and the NUPRA, right, which is the Nucleus of Processing and Reuse. And we've worked with 110 gas stations. And do you know how many posts we went to the courts? 4. We called them, it was hard, we all had to do a round of talks and tests, stank procedures, and all of the proceedings. And we were able, because, you know, there's a gas station that has a huge contamination, and we can get, okay, 2 more years, then 2 more years. That's off the courts. So these consensus, these conciliations or mediations, the possibility of solving that outside of the courts is a possibility, and it's also happening in the judicial system. So normally in the lawsuits, we ask for a conciliation hearing. In the past few years, we've done that so that we don't only have this contradictory principle or adversarial principle. And our professor here suffered from this because when we had this part of anticipated production of evidence, we went through a few steps. It started in the States, and then the public prosecutor's office started that, and then we went to the federal justice. And the professor here, who's very well informed about everything, he got to a hearing, right, professor? And then the judge, I was here, and the judge was over there, and the other party was there, and it's like, look, doctor, please be objective. What do you want to say? And the professor said, no, look, this, and that, and all that, and, yeah, but what does that mean? I mean, please, could you please be more objective? So you can imagine evidence from expert opinion, and the professor was there like almost like a defendant, and he said, no, please don't call me for these things again, because it's very complicated to say things there. But it's complicated because it's formal. It's extremely constricted, and the conciliation hearings on their hand are different. You have an opinion of having this expert going there and doing all of that. So what saves us from a good judgment is a good instruction. And what does that mean? It's a good production of evidence. And then I can start here in our state, and then I go to other instances. I go to other places. I am in other courts, in higher courts, and I'm just going to give you an example. The last one, it's a very classic one, which was the famous Espigões de Ponta Negra case. A few years back, the city authorized 5 buildings to be built. And that was a very important area for landscape reasons. People wanted to look at the dunes and the Morro do Caracas hills. So those who walked on the shoreline and at Ponta Negra Beach, they would not be able to look at those landmarks because there were these high, tall buildings. So we were able to make a projection together with the Department of Architecture and Urbanism of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and they did that. And when it showed that, yes, they really found this difficulty of sight, of the landscape. So it began here, the proceeding. The municipality saw that and made the authorizations null and void. But all of the 5 companies filed lawsuits against the city hall, and the public prosecutor's office participated on that, and these lawsuits took a while there. And really, in a few situations, some of them decided that they could build, and in some cases, they decided that they could not build. So you see the understanding of the judiciary, right? Some said, no, you can build things because it generates income and jobs and all that. But when they went to a higher court, because of the evidence, all of them were forbidden from building the tall buildings. But you see how things are not like, math. So, very interesting, your question. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. But please, Fabio, answer the question, because we're losing lunchtime here, people. And afterwards, we can clarify things directly, right? Yeah. So I pass the floor to Judith later on. All right. Okay, so regarding the low-cost monitors, as I said in my presentation, we are fully aware that the resolution from 2018 had a monitoring guide for air quality that was published soon afterwards, a year later, and it's very explicit there that the state monitoring network needs to be approved by EPA or another European body. So we are aware of that. We have 3 stations, and we intend to reach 10 in 3 years' time. But for those of you who do not know, this monitoring station with all the parameters of the resolution that I mentioned, we're talking about investments between $1 million, 200,000 or $1.5 million. So if we look at CETESB, our colleagues from São Paulo who are here, and I congratulate them, the state has more than 100 stations there. So it's a very high investment with a lot of time, and so there's a lot to think about in terms of monitoring. But unfortunately, it's not our it's not our reality in our state of Santa Catarina in the south of Brazil. We're going to get to investment for 10 stations, and that's already huge for us. But we need to think that Santa Catarina has 95,000 square kilometers. It's like double Rio Grande do Norte. It's 7.5 million inhabitants. I don't have a metropolitan area like I have here that concentrates 50% of the population. So our capital, Florianopolis, with the conurbated areas, we're talking about 900,000 inhabitants or 1 million inhabitants for a state that had 7.5 million. So it's very well distributed spatially. So like in the city of São Paulo, I'm not able to put several stations. I can have a proper spatial distribution. So since the industry is diversified in the West, I have agriculture, and in other places I have paper and cellulose, and then another one I have real estate, and the other parts I have metal and mechanica, and then I have another one, and then I have ceramics. So there are big poles of industry in our state in many different places geographically. So I need to think about a way so that the state is not remiss. So in this sense, we're trying to have a regulation in our state of Santa Catarina. SITNAI has a meteorology institute so that we can see that we have equipment for that. And we've seen correlations that are higher than 98% for BBS. So for these three parameters, that's very high. This is certified by a federal institute, by RSNI. So we're looking to unite these two networks, one that's authorized and one that's not, so that we can work with predictive models as well for the forecast of air quality. Thank you, Fabio. So first of all, thank you to close and to finish our panel. Thank you all for your collaboration. We could spend the entire afternoon talking about all of this. Thank you also to the audience that's watching us on the internet. The repercussion is huge. Judith asked to say a few words at the end of our session today. Thank you, Renato. Actually, I just like, because that's basically what you said, Renato. We could spend the whole day and keep talking to them, right? But I'd just like to say that that's precisely what we wanted with this event. We want to unite the science from many different areas, exact sciences, hard sciences, social sciences, and the legislative power and the executive power, and the public prosecutor's office, so that we can look at the problems that the cities have in terms of their resilience for the climate changes and sustainable development from all angles. And the impact would be to find sustainable solutions. So I'd just like to emphasize this once again, the importance of it and how you see how this information is rich and the discussions are fruitful. So this symposium, I say it again, it's just a starting point. We're showing you the potential, but we would actually like, would like to also invite everyone who's sitting on the panel and those who have been here before and those who will be here, and also the audience. We'd like to invite everyone to contribute and to participate in the Klimapolis with their experience, with their interests, in their area, so that we can work on a daily basis together. Thank you. Thank you, Renata. Just very briefly, Leo. I was even joking with her here, Dr. Juca, saying that the public prosecutor's office, that the environmental body, sometimes we are in opposite sides of the spectrum, but in many cases we work together because it's the interest of everyone, the society. But what I'd like to say here to you that I forgot to mention in the morning is that this event, was a starting point, but DEMA and several partners were organizing, members of the Ethos Institute as well. We're going to have in October, and you can mark your calendars, probably the 6th or 7th of October, we're having the Brazilian Conference for Climate Change here in Natal. So we're organizing that, we're looking at logistics and organization and sponsorship and all of that. Lectures, panels and spaces, and that's going to be a result of all that, and it's going to be there. And showing results and new discussions. 5 and 6 of October, right? So it's Brazilian Conference for Climate Change. And over the last years, they happened in Recife, and it's going to be the first time here in the city of Natal, and it's a big event, it's national. So we count on your collaboration. Thank you. Good afternoon. Just a final warning here. I'm from BMBF. Jean, I'm going to have the hard task to replace the one who was speaking here before with a beautiful voice. Just to say that we're going to interrupt now, and those watching online, we're going to stop for a bit. And for those of you who are here, we're going to have lunch.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. I hope you had a nice lunch. We're back now to organize the symposium Klimapolis, and we'll be starting with the presentation session about urban climate and air pollution. It is a pleasure to invite our host, Professor Judith Hoffman, who is going to be delivering a lecture on air pollution challenges in urban areas in Brazil. Just 1 point for each. Thank you. In reality, I'm going to be doing an introduction, and we can close with Adrian, who is here. He's going to be the speaker, and he has results in 2 studies that we've done in the Klimapolis, so I'm going to have more time for his to show the most relevant studies. This theme of this afternoon will be about air quality, because we have a Klimapolis in a very strong air quality group that encompasses all kinds of groups in Brazil, in São Paulo, Minas, Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Norte here, our group in the atmospheric and climatic sciences, as well as in Germany. We have 2 groups in the Max Planck Institute and also in Cologne, the Hendrik Elben group. So we've been doing studies that are joint and transdisciplinary to improve the cities, and the environmental aspect is certainly involving air quality. So what was the first thing to do when you have an international project is to think about the air quality in a country and in the studies there are, and what are the main problems, and what are the themes that are more concerning for us in Brazil when it comes to air quality. And the project is about cities, the urban air quality matters. So how does the presentation by Adrian involves 2 papers? One we already did, and another one we are doing. It's about the theme that he might be talking more about the scientific part, and as we have a very diversified audience, not everyone works with sciences. If they do, it's not necessarily air sciences. So I'm going to be speaking in general, giving an overview or introduction to facilitate understanding what he's about to tell us. So first of all, in the cities, we have sources of emissions of pollutants, and the pollutants that are more interesting for us in terms of air quality, they're not first the greenhouse gases. So if you're working with climate, you probably will be talking about greenhouse gas and so on. But these gases, they have this long life in the atmosphere, and they're not necessarily as reactive. So they participate in some chemical reactions which generate pollutants, but the pollutants that are more interesting for the short term impact our well-being and our health and the visibility in the city. It's important for measurements. So these pollutants, they are not necessarily first place in the emission of greenhouse gases. Ozone is a greenhouse gas, all right, but not too relevant here. In the surface, the concentrations are low, but there are several reactive pollutants. They have a short life, like seconds, days, or up to a few months. We have hydroxyl radicals, which participate in several chemical reactions. It does have a few seconds of life of reaction. We have nitrogen oxides, and O that lives for a couple of seconds, and O2 a little more. CO, carbon monoxide, lives a few weeks to a few months. So this type of pollutant which affects health when they are above certain levels of concentration in the mixture in parts per million or billion. So we need to monitor these pollutants in the places where there are people. As I said before, we have 87% of the people living in urban centers. And inside these urban centers, besides the natural sources, which would be, for instance, plants, the vegetation, emitting certain chemical compounds, the oceans, we have soil, dust, aerosols that are particles that could be pollutants. But in the cities, we have several sources that are anthropogenic, which involves human activities. So, as it was mentioned in the table, we're talking about the transportation service as one of the main emittents on the urban level, and depending on the industrial matrix of a city, if there is too much industry, this could become an important factor that will contribute to pollution. So, usually in the cities, in the first two bridges, we have what are the problems we find on the global level, especially in the cities. But then we have several activities which are more dependent of where the country is. It could be a cultural aspect, like in certain cities in Brazil you have these sources and in others you don't. Like some examples I'll give you. Trash in the open sky, it could be a problem in one neighborhood, but maybe not on another. So it's relative. We might have, as we've seen, an important aspect that Dr. Leon Aguiar from IDEMA who mentioned, which is inspection. When the legislation is not put into practice for inspection and control purposes, we might have other options, such as pizza places burning wood, bakeries without filters that the legislation requires, so they emit plenty of particulate materials above, and those who live around, they breathe this. And in the city, we usually have these small sources that are more difficult to quantify. So here in Brazil, the main studies about air quality are mainly being done in the mega cities, starting with São Paulo. It's where now we have our colleagues here, Maria de Fátima Andrada, Rita Inoue, and we have so many years of our colleagues studying air quality in São Paulo. So this could be for gas and also particulates, particles that are agglomerates of different molecules, and the finer and smaller they are, the more they can enter the body, thus causing more damage. But this depends on their physical composition, especially in the city, the combustion processes of vehicles due to industrial processes also, these would generate soot, carbonaceous aerosols, and other compounds as such. So there are these sources of emission, and then it is a complex scenario. Besides the emissions we have solar radiation interacting with these molecules, and this could generate reactions we call photochemical. These are chemical reactions that require solar irradiation as energy for them to occur. And we could have the formation of species that we call secondary. We have a chemical transformation. The chemical reactions occur which generate a secondary species. A good example would be ozone itself. There are no sources that emit ozone. It is generated in photochemical atmospheric processes. So as ozone needs the sunlight, the production only takes place during the day underneath in the surface. And then later we have the particulated material that can generate secondary aerosols, which are particles which form based on others. The reactions of gases in the surface of these particles, and they are transformed into other types of aerosols. So that's the scenario, and these are all, I mean, if we use models for simulation of air quality, we need to include dozens of chemical species. And think specifically about their chemical reactions, so we can have a good representation which is realistic for our atmosphere. So these are very nonlinear processes, and all of these reactions, they happen with different reaction rates. Some are slower, some are faster to happen. So these are all numerical models based on the atmospheric or meteorological models and the physical variables in the atmosphere that generate vertical, horizontal transportation, and also the emission of deposition of chemical species. So these are all complex models that we can't really explain fast as they are so complex, but they do represent reality. And why am I talking about these models? Soon, Adriana is going to talk about models for air quality. And just for you to have an idea about what this means, I can do monitoring, and FAPESP in São Paulo is the best model of what we have in Brazil in terms of having a very extensive network with quality to monitor the air quality. In other cities such as Rio de Janeiro, in the south, in Curitiba, there is another one, as well as in other cities. But here in the Northeast, we have some in Recife, but they are not too available as far as I know, these measurements. And here in Natal, for instance, we don't have so far any monitoring. The hope that we heard this morning is for us to soon have good monitoring in our state, but I don't know in how many sites we can get here in Natal. In Mossoró, the second largest city of Rio Grande do Norte, we have more people suffering with poor air quality in certain neighborhoods. So monitoring is one thing which measures the concentration of certain pollutants in a point. If we are 100 meters away from the point, we don't know if the value is still the same. Let's suppose you're measuring near some car escapes. So if you measure 200 meters away, the same pollutants of the engine combustion won't be there. So the question to ask is, okay, we cannot measure in every place all the time. It's not viable. As we're talking about 10 sites that have monitoring here in Rio Grande do Norte, we'll probably have these in places where we do know we have air quality issues, such as in the Vale do Açu, where we have the ceramic production. And the population complains about poor air quality there. So this would be interesting to have a site. But is this representative for other regions where maybe there is no ceramics industry? Probably not, definitely not. So we don't have enough training to be everywhere at the same time. So this is why we need the models. We train the models for air quality with the observations we have and see if the models are able to represent what we observe or what we measure. And we gain a model that gains certain credibility, whether it works in those points where we have observations to compare, if we're also going to gain credibility that in other places where there are no observations, the model works well. That's the principle. So which model will bring us information everywhere in every time? That's fantastic. But without a monitoring network, we cannot know whether the model is good or not. So why don't we have air quality modeling for Natal? Because we can do it, but we don't know if it's good, if it's completely wrong. And this is one point for you to understand. Why are observations for? What is the model for? Adriana is going to talk about these models. Another point is that we have several types of observations. We don't only do surface observations. We have satellite data now with a vast amount of observational data. But even satellites, they can interpolate and go only 24 hours over the same spot. So we'll be having one measurement a day. So we don't know the daily variation cycle. We don't know if it's equal or if it changes. Depends on the pollutant. So that's the scenario. Why are we doing this modeling? In São Paulo, we have these observational states to find if the models are working well or not. But for us to find about air quality here in Natal or in other northeastern cities, first of all, we need a network for monitoring. So we're working with this. We can develop a model here, but we cannot affirm that it works well, okay? So this is just an overview about this theme, and by doing that, I would like to pass the floor to Adrian, because he's going to be showing us results of the first test that we did with modeling, a comparison of different air quality models to find out how they work for São Paulo, and if you can compare through observations, and later a study he did for his PhD, where he shows how it's possible to do prediction for quality, just like we can do a weather forecast in large cities. It's also interesting to be able to do a forecast for the air quality. So we call this chemical weather forecast because there are chemical substances to avoid especially groups of risk to young, like children or the elderly, to be exposed to open air if there is a very high load of air pollutants. So for certain cities, that's really relevant. So he's going to show us also some results that he did for studies for this for future chemical weather forecast. So thank you. I don't know, do we have time for questions now, or in the end, how is it going to be? Okay, could be. Unless someone has a very urgent question or comment, let's proceed. Okay, wait until the end then, that's right. So I'll pass the floor. Do you want to say something? Thank you, Professor Giuditti. Thank you so much. So I think Professor Giuditti already mentioned that we're going to continue now with the presentations, and we're going to have now Dr. Adrian from the University of Bremen, please, who's going to deliver a lecture called Air Quality Forecast Systems for the Metropolitan Region of São Paulo. I'll pass the floor to you, Adrian.
this animation of NASA showing a 10-kilometer resolution for a global model and looking at the major aerosols, dust, biogenic, sulfate, and sea salt. And we can see, for example, the place of emissions, and then the large concentration of aerosol are transported for depending on the wind field. But if you are in an operational mode, it's different. Operational mean forecast, mean prevision. And if you want to make a prevision of some days, you have to be able to do it in less than a day, less than 24 hours. Otherwise, it's useless. So you have to choose also a special configuration. And now I want to explain why we want to use a model ensemble and not a single model. And it's because if you use the same methodology for different models, you will have difference in the chemistry and transport of pollutant. It means that you will have a difference in the concentration that you model, that you predict. And it's because the configuration of the model are all different. I will come back on that. And this example over Europe, about 10 years ago, show it was a forecast of ozone for many stations of 90 hours. And you have to look at the light blue, the ensemble. The ensemble is just the median of all the models, of all these 7 models. Just the median, nothing else. Just very simple. And what you can see is that the multi-model median, the ensemble, perform better for the mean bias than all individual models. And for the correlation coefficient, it has the highest correlation coefficient. So just by taking the median of all models, it's better than each individual model. And why we need regional modeling for a megacity? So Judith already introduced that. It's because of the complex chemistry, and it's due to the various sources, traffic, fires, biogenic, agriculture, industry. All these sources release a primary component, gases, but also aerosols. And in the atmosphere, it's recombined and can create ozone, and also can create secondary aerosols. And if it's complex, during this presentation, I will just focus on the major pollutant, particulate matter, so the aerosol, PM, finest part, or the fine and coarse part, PM10, and ozone. These 2 pollutants are followed by the World Health Organization because they are maybe the most harmful. CO, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen dioxide, NO2, are also pollutants, but I will use them as tracer for other pollution because, as Judith said also, but I will repeat, CO stays long in the atmosphere. The lifetime of CO is some months. And it's massively produced for forest fire. And so you can see the pollution moving with the high value of CO. And for NO2, it's a bit the contrary. NO2 is quickly removed from the atmosphere, and it's massively produced, for example, by traffic. So where there is high concentration of NO2, it's urban pollution. We also need regional modeling for megacity because of the complex urban chemistry. And I want to show especially the mixing of the pollutant. During the day, the pollutants are released near the ground, and they are mixed in a very, very high layer. So it's a planetary boundary layer height that we call it. And so they are mixed here. And during the night, it's the contrary. The pollutants released close to the surface are concentrated in a small layer. And for a megacity, it's complicated, especially because you will have the heat released by all the buildings, all the road, from the transition from the day to the night, and actually it continues the vertical mixing after the sunset. And it's especially difficult to represent in a model. We also need regional modeling because then we can use good resolution of emission. This is a coarse emission map of NO2, and this is high resolution map where you can see the road. And also the modeling setup is difficult. Here you can see we have to define this box horizontally, vertically, and the size of the box will make a difference of the result of your concentration. So it's difficult to set up a regional model. For example, here I show the 3 domains that I use. It's 3 nested domains. So the first at 50 kilometers communicate with these 10 kilometers, and then it's communicate also with there are information exchanges between domains, and then it goes to 2 kilometers. But where you put your domain would make also a difference. You have to find the right emission, and there are different ways to configure the meteorology, the radiation, the cloud microphysics, the convection, the boundary layer. And we can expect what is working for Paris, for Berlin, for London, for Europe, will not work as well for Sao Paulo, a tropical city with different emissions. So we need to make the test. And also, because we want to simulate the concentration of pollutants, we need chemistry and aerosol schemes. There are some schemes very complex. We take a lot of computer resources, and others very simple. So in the end, there is an infinity of configuration for the regional model. It's very specific, and we need experts of the local air quality. Otherwise, it's not possible to configure this model. And what is available today? Today, if you want to know the pollution in Natal, you can use the global forecast made by NCAR, which is called WACEM. It's about 100 kilometers resolution, so Sao Paulo will be in 1 pixel, in 1 grid cell. And actually, it's 2 forecasts. These 2 forecasts are made with 2 different fire emissions, and you can see some little difference North, South America, and also Central Africa. And there are also the forecasts made by ECMWF, which are called CAMS. It's considered as the best forecast for air quality. We will see here. And it's about 40 kilometers. So for this forecast, Sao Paulo will be in about 4 pixels. So it's still not very good. So I think now, I hope at least, that we understand better the title, what is the operational system and regional model ensemble. And also we understand why Klimapolis is a great opportunity to build a system like this, to bring the experience of mostly Guy from United States, from Europe, from China, and with the expert of the local air quality, to be able to prepare this system. But as a first step, we wanted to understand what do we gain compared to these 2 global forecasts that I just showed. What are the problems and how to progress? So let's start with the super measurement network of Sao Paulo, and it's a very good network. It's, for example, the region of, it's comparable to the region of Île-de-France. It's the same number of stations, about 60 for the region. And there are 26 stations, here the orange dot, in the main urbanized area. So from this station, we selected the station to define a megacity average in order to evaluate the air quality models. I will not explain that how we did. And we decided to look at the year 2019, which was a good choice because after it was COVID. And here I present the ozone for the year 2019. Here it's PM10. And we defined it 3 contrasted periods. The first period in the summer with high ozone events. The second period with a biomass burning event. I think it was called in the newspaper black rains. And a last period with both aerosol and ozone. And what do we want? So we want to compare our regional model ensemble that we have constituted with 4 simulations. 2 simulations are done in Germany, 2 simulations are done in Brazil. All models have different resolution and different configuration. We just ask them to use a configuration fast enough for forecast. So we expect some variability between these models. Then we calculate, as I show for Europe, the multi-model median that we want to compare to the global forecast. So our question is how the regional model ensemble forecast perform over these 3 constructed periods and compared to the global forecast. So I will start by focusing on the second period, the period of black rains, and looking at CO. As I told you, it's a good tracer of pollution from forests and for fires, and PM10, the aerosols. This time series presents the concentration in y-axis, and the x-axis is the time. The observation are the black dots. All models are the color lines, and the multi-model median that we want to see especially is the red line. First observation, we can see that there is a good agreement of the model for CO and PM10 in general. But if you look at the red curve for both, you can see that it does, or it seems to get to have the best performance. And if you look at the statistical scores, it's true. It has the best performance. We can also see some increase which are shared by the aerosol and the CO, a first, a second, a third. And we can see that it's, so this is the biomass burning event coming during this period. And we can see that they are associated with different amount of CO and PM10. So that shows that it's difficult to reproduce the transport of pollution from fires which come from far away. Now I want to focus on the first period, the period of high ozone. And so it's still the same legend. Ozone concentration are top and O2 are the bottom. And first, if we look at ozone, we can see a very strong diurnal cycle with high value during the day and almost 0 during the night. And that's almost every day, not this part. The model are able to reproduce this diurnal cycle, the regional model. In a lesser extent, the global model do it less well. And if we look at the red curve, the ensemble, the multi-model median, it has, again, the best performance for ozone. Well, at least if you look at the statistical scores, it's true. For NO2, the story is a bit different because you can see that all the models are above the observation, above the black dot, not mostly. So there is a clear overrepresentation of the regional model, and quite large intermodal variability. So it's yes, it's not clear. And again, the multimodal median has the best performance, but because they are all overestimated, the model is overestimate also NO2. So this shows probably that a problem of anthropogenic emissions from traffic. Now, I want to, we finished our study by looking at what is important for an operational system. You want your operational system to be able to predict the alert, to be able to tell to the population, be careful, tomorrow it will be a very strong concentration of ozone and it's better not to run, for example. And if we look at the first period, so how we estimate if it's good or not. You have the model in blue, the observation in black, and if an event of ozone is predicted and observed, it's good. If an event is not predicted, not observed, it's good. And when it's predicted but not observed, and it's inverse, that's what we don't want. From that, we calculate the probability of detection and the false alarm rate. Probability detection must be 100%, and false alarm rate 0% will be the best. For ozone, if we look at the first period, there were 9 alerts observed, and the model predicts 10. So it's quite good. All alerts are predicted, so it's a probability of detection of 100%. And a false alarm rate of 10%. The second period, not really ozone event, and the last period, mostly the same result, a bit higher false alarm rate. So for ozone, there are good results for the ensemble, for the multimodal median. And now, if we look at the alert of aerosol, of PM 2.5, so the threshold of the World Health Organization, the dashed red line. And if you look at the model in violet, you can see that it's always above or mostly above the observation. So if it's always above, we predict all alert. That's good, but we predict too much alert with a high false alarm rate. So it shows also that there is a problem for PM 2.5 and something to improve. So to conclude on our study, we have shown that an ensemble forecast of regional air quality model is promising for Sao Paulo, because we have seen that there is not clearly one model performing better. Rather, the better performance is for the multimodal, for the ensemble, and the regional ensemble adds value over the global forecast. It was clear that it's better to use our ensemble than the global forecast from our study. We have also seen some improvement possible, the representation of fires from long-range transport, but probably also from the surrounding of, in the region of Sao Paulo, from agricultural fires, is difficult to distinguish. And we have seen also the overestimation of NO2 and probably of PM, so that points to the anthropogenic emissions. And so now I will very quickly present our last development for this problem of anthropogenic emission. So we decided that it's we made different tests also for the forecast, and what I'm presenting now, it's a very little forecast of a little grid with 10 kilometers. So it can produce 3 days of forecast in 4 hours. So it's pretty fast. And what we are doing, we are changing the emission from a week to another. Because the assumption is that in a highly urbanized environment, so a megacity, the biases between the observed and the model concentration are mainly due to the biases of anthropogenic emission. So it's possible to improve it, and to change it, if you don't have enough NO2, you increase NO2 emission. And so that's easy for the primary pollutant. For ozone, it's a bit more complex. I make an assumption that chemists will understand. We are in a not saturated environment, so VOC limited. The error of ozone will be linked to the organic compounds. And I finish with the forecast that we produce for the 5 April. So it's the reference run that the model without changing the emission. This line is the concentration threshold of the WHO. The 2 global forecasts are still here. And so, yes, what you can see that it's for this forecast, it was quite different. And I'm using 2 different things. And if we evaluate our forecast, so using the last week, so the past, where the observations were available, we can see that this correction improves the concentration, and especially for this day, where the reference makes something a bit crazy, and with the scaling of the anthropogenic emission, we succeed to get the right concentration. We can also see that something happened during the 2-3 April. Some people were in Sao Paulo, I think, last week. And it was because a low pressure system was close to the ocean. So I think here it was probably cloudy and probably also rainy. You will tell me if it's true or not. So I'm done. I will repeat first that the result of the article, that it's a regional air quality model ensemble is promising for Sao Paulo. And we have also seen some improvement and challenges. There are anthropogenic emission inventories, the representation of fires, and there are also other problems that I think we will speak during the roundtable later. How to represent volatile organic compounds, especially in Sao Paulo, because we cannot represent all. We have to make some class, and probably what is working over Europe is not also good for tropical megacities. And we have to work on the aerosol composition, and especially the formation of organic, secondary organic aerosols. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Muito obrigado. Acho que a ideia a gente consegue agrupar, né, venerando?
So the idea is to group the questions and later ask them all together for everyone. Okay, so let's continue with the presentations now. I will have the pleasure to invite our other host, Professor Venerando Eustáquio, who is going to present about the impacts of climate change in the urban environments in the Brazilian Northeast. Professor, you have the floor.
Boa tarde, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. It's such a great pleasure to be here. Such a pleasure to be welcoming you in our city, which is our laboratory for studies for many of us. You are looking at very relevant tables in order to bring a general scenario of our problems that are cross-sectional, but all of them besides this cross-sectionality in the very fact itself that we're now dealing with. And I say we, I'm talking about every citizen, everyone who lives in urban conglomerates who are dealing with disasters. And the purpose of trying to present to us. And then I call your attention for this purpose we have here today. We have a broader vision, and I'm going to be doing a general scenario for the state, and then focus on two specific points. One of them is the city of Natal, which is a very important city right now due to INCT, Klimapolis, so we can definitely establish real-world experiments. So we would really like you to observe problems in a way that is more focused. And obviously, I'm going to lead you to an understanding of this cross-sectional order of ideas occurring in other places that we usually forget about or we focus on the attention. This was quite scary. The report about what the Federal Confederation of Municipalities published last week, but this interesting publication in terms of the damages Brazil has faced in the past 10 years, which will be 40 billion reals a year, thrown to disasters. And the most scary thing, that is now why I was talking about more specifically the specific disasters, like the drought, which is well known, the water emergency, which is a point no one talks about, especially in the Northeast, that we're dealing with this so frequently, but also rainfall, excessive rainfall. It's a point that does call attention, and obviously these relationships are all related to climate change. So these are normal interventions, and it's an important thing that Renata said. Our responsibility in the protocols of management when it comes to why does this lead to death? People dying. And this should bother every scientist. In the state of Rio Grande do Norte, we have this large voting. The state vocation and energy more recently. So we have a whole set of information that the Mineral Resource Company has done through the Brazilian Society of the Brazilian Geology Service that is focused here and brings us some of the idea of what the state of Rio Grande do Norte is. If you can watch, this region is quite central in the state. This is a very sympathetic elephant, which is a pride of our state, this friendly elephant. And we have the central region, which is semi-arid in the Caatinga, and we have this landscape of very intense change of this coastal region when it comes to the central region. This is quite a humid area. This is less humid, more semi-arid. This has to do with the distribution of mines and, well, big mines and small mines, 2,000 areas that are being analyzed in this. Very precise, very important when we're talking about desertification, when we're talking about contamination problems in those spaces. The major advantage is that this is a less inhabited region because the majority of society and the community inhabits 56%, they are inhabiting coastal areas. Another important element is the importance of the hydrocarbon. So these are areas that add to these that I've shown you before. From the onshore aspect, more specifically, we have the exploratory blocks in the region of Rio Grande do Norte, more specifically in the Potiguar Basin. And I would like to highlight this aspect. And we have just a few examples that will be done in the seashore. And it's an important element for us to justify the risks associated to climate change, which affects its interface. Intense waves, sea currents. So this is an old work we've been developing to follow and monitor these regions quite closely to the coast and in the coastal line. This platform that's very shallow, the continental platform for this exploitation, and this is one of the biggest problems we will face in the future, because this industry remains operational. This is offshore, and this adds to this. The onshore wind parks in the regions that I should highlight, they are high regions. In the dry lands, in the Caatinga regions, and more specifically in the coastal zone, very near the coastal zone. So I was quite scared when I saw this message. More than 1,171 aerogenerators onshore for this coastal side of by the sea. So everything, if everything runs well. So you can imagine we're here with approximately 242 operations in 138 parks that are operational in the process of production and also evolution, but we have this prediction offshore for more than 1,000 immediately, more than 1,000 aerogenerators spread throughout the region, the shallow coastal area.
And then we can start to think about all of these elements. And here we have the 10 farms. I got this recently from the website, Natal website, in which the number of these generators is here. A little bit of our overview of units for the landscape. We heard a little bit about that. I am looking at the central region over here, where the semi-arid region. It's a very specific type of rock, crystalline rock, type of vegetation that's also very specific, our Caatinga. I love calling it a Caatinga forest. I think we need to have this view so that we don't think it's just, sticks that we can just turn into charcoal. I like to have this Caatinga view. Because then in the north, you can see this overview of these islands that we call barrier islands. And that's where you have the oil industry. That's where you have the wind farms. In regions with approximately 100 meters wide, very close to the shoreline, approximately 150, facing the dynamic of the waves in a few situations. And then we migrated to this other coast here with different characteristics. Mangroves, fields of dunes that are very well known in tourism. And then we come here to another overview. So that's why the state of Rio Grande do Norte is a lab. It's important for us to look at it with this perspective. It has different landscape units. So you can see the type of environment that I have here. I have fallesias with other types of beaches and cliffs. And you have erosions because the waves already reach the base of these cliffs. And so what we see is occupation very close to these cliffs, suffering from collapse, and people already losing their lives. Like we had this recently, a whole family fell because there was a collapse. It's sad to talk about this, but it's important. The city of Natal is an estuary region, and the entire network of hotels here looks at the sea and also very close to the beach line. And then I'd like to draw your attention for recent data. We've had some important outcomes, and from the point of view of the analysis of the time series of waves, we see that there's growing intensity. The energy of these waves have shown a raise, at least over the last 40 years, which was the series that we used. In addition to that, in addition to having waves like 2.5 meters to 3 meters, we must add to the fact that people in São Paulo must understand that here we have tide that's 2.5 meters in amplitude. So we add that, and we reach this region very easily when you have a high tide. So for us, this is an element that should be thought about. And then I'm going to talk about solutions as well. We saw Dr. Gilka talking about Ponta Negra, but we have engineering solutions that we're looking for, because they're still not engineering solutions, the one that we have. We need to understand what's the application of that, and because of the size of these areas that suffer from disasters. And then I'm also going to show you that here we are starting to see that there's a shift. The waves, when we plan an engineering construction work, we need to know the direction of this energy flow. If that starts to change in a few years, the engineering has to adapt. So if we still have doubts about the construction and the value, can you imagine if we consider all of these aspects, taking into consideration all of these other changes as well? So then something that was mentioned today, the state has very few preservation units. We only have 27 of these areas, very few. 2% of the state today are in 41% of the state there. It's protected within this perspective. And so I'd like to focus on these two environments. Here, the city of Natal. I'm going to talk about the metropolitan area, actually, of Natal. And then we're going to go to the trunk of the elephant so that we can work on the semi-arid region. We associate that a lot with lack of water. So here we have recent data, just for us to have an idea about the use of the land. In 30 years, we had this urban part here that's occupied that reached more than 230% of growth on vegetation, natural vegetation, and with agricultural areas. So we can have an idea of this. I'd like you to look at these green and yellow and red colors here. Today was mentioned because you have the city of Natal here, and these 3 other municipalities are from the metropolitan areas. So we call them dormitory cities, and you can see the urban spot. And it's something that's amazing when we start to assess the type of urban planning and occupation of these spaces that we look here. Here, it's the coastal erosion, so I'm going to give you more details about Ponta Negra because it was also mentioned in the morning. We are close to the problem here, and so there was an analysis done here by using remote sensing images in a multi-time analysis. You can see that we are in this position, and what is in blue, we can say that it is in a balanced environment. What's in red, we start to be worried because there's erosion that's higher than 1 meter per year, a meter and a half per year. And then you can see what happened over the last 30 years. What can we see? Well, each decade, something is happening that's making the level of the sea rise, but not only that, the energies associated to the erosion process, which is the wave and the sediment transportation, it also changes with this increment that we can see here. So you can see that what was in the past, what was stable with not a lot of erosion, well, it started to suffer from an increase. And this happened in the entire coastline of our state. So we need to see that in the beginning of the years 2000, we can already see that. And the result is what you can see, what was discussed this morning. 2012, there was total destruction, and there was this engineering solution, which is absolutely opposite to our idea, but unfortunately, it was the one that was adopted. And the arrival of the waves. If you can see here, that's not the process that's going to control erosion, because it is protecting this. But the entire rest of it is suffering from the problems caused by this structure. So I always like to show this, the great concern of us in the future having to look at this. This is Ponta Negra, so you can imagine to bring sediments, at a price of 100 million reais, and then to put this place in which the draining system is behind the containment system, and at each high rain that's carried into the sea again. We have more than 23 points of this drainage system that are known. And here a bit of an overview of other sites close to Natal, in which you find destruction, exposed cliffs to the erosion and the engineering solutions. And one is copied from another. That's why the view that we would need to have within the management process is that everybody gets to talk. Everybody needs to talk so that we get to a solution, because one action and a solution found to one point is going to be different to what's coming next for those who are at the other part of the process, because it can intensify the erosion at some place else. So Morro do Careca, what we used to know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to rename it. It's now Careca Cliff. Not me, I'm not the one who's saying it. So this in 2018, that's amazing, unbelievable. So when we visit that, we have this part here. This is approximately 1.80 meters. So you can see how much of a landscape we're losing, because it's a state that has a mining vocation, an energy vocation, but it also has tourism that's so important. I'm almost done. Here it's a few problems faced by Natal, like rains, and also with an erosion process that's associated. So we've done a recent survey here. We have a 98 percentile. That's more than 70 for rains, which is extremely dangerous rains for a few places, and this remains. In 2012, this was also mentioned, that destruction of Ponta Negra. Soon afterwards, you had a collapse in a region known as Mãe Luísa, which is a historical landmark for us. So it caused a lot of suffering. I don't know if you can see this, but here I have a type of occupation, and here I have another one. But both needed to leave their homes, not to run any risks. So climate change, disasters, they don't respect those who have more money or less money. It's all the same. So this work led us to understand a bit of the need to get to know a physical model of this place and to establish what are the areas, what's the vulnerability, so that these types of movements can happen. We call it a mass gravitational movement. And here taking into consideration the rain, because we did not include them in the models before, but now we do. So you can see this entire region in red or orange. It's high risk and very vulnerable. And what are you going to do with this population as the rain intensifies? So that is a question that I'd like to ask, then just for you to have an idea what the whole was that I mentioned, the amount that's going to the sea. And here, both situations that were extreme events of rain. This is Ponta Negra, and at the same time, you had that happening at Mãe Luísa neighborhood with extreme rain at that time. It was a day of World Cup, actually, in Natal, so you can see everybody was watching it. So, rain, with this characteristic of 100 millimeters per year, we know now that they're very common in June, July. Here we have data from the rain, and during all that time, for more than 40 years, and then we realized the importance of including an important concern here, not only in terms of the physical environment that we also need to know, but we need to know the elevation and the topography, but also these dynamic movements, which normally we're not concerned with. And also we have floods. This is just one neighborhood of the city of Natal. We noted these number of spots for floods. We have a region of dunes here and low regions, and the flow is concentrated here, and so we can see the problem, starting with 20 millimeters of precipitation. Obviously, start thinking about coming up with susceptibility maps in which we can try to recover and save the population from this horrible situation of having homes destroyed. And this happens in Natal. Of course, we're expecting a region with humidity. So let us go to the arid region, that trunk of the elephant that I mentioned on the map. This is the city of Paulo dos Ferros, where the same element happens. The precipitation that's accumulated a little bit more here, more than 70 events, approximately in 30 years, with 51 occurrences of rain in 2 days of 80 millimeters. So this type of precipitation, it's an important region. It has a very big fair that's important for the entire central region of the state, but also getting neighboring states. And you see the situation of the fairs. You can note the rain. And then what happens? Well, we looked at the drainage system. Look how interesting this is. The previous picture, you can see this guy over here trying to do the things, and here the place where it installed. We did a very detailed map of this event. So the expansion of the water depth in terms of the rain, we note that a few of the drainage systems were 70 centimeters from the level that we would need to have reached, so that this did not happen. So it's clearly a problem of management and administration. The other discussions, I believe, for later. Thank you. Thank you so much for being so much on time. Thank you for being very strict about it, so that we have time for questions afterwards. So now, without any further ado, I'd like to continue with our series of presentations by inviting another professor from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte State, Professor Zoraide Souza Pessoa. She's an associate professor of the Department of Politics and Postgraduate Program in Urban Studies and Regional Studies from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. I pass the floor to her, who's going to talk about cities and adaptive capacities to climate change, experiences and challenges. Professor, you have the floor. Good morning, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a joy to be here today in Natal, in a Klimapolis event, to talk a little bit about the cities and the climate, and to think about alternatives.
Bom, pessoal, eu vou trazer uma perspectiva.
I'm going to bring a perspective of thinking about the cities, looking at urban planning, thinking about the cities in terms of how they're organized. For us to think about this, observing what Venerando said, he said what I was going to say in my conclusion, that the cities are not prepared for climate change. This is a fact. We do not have management of cities thinking about these challenges, because we think about the cities in a logic of reproduction in a much in a way in which it is shown instead of what it actually is. So this makes us think about the challenges that we have, thinking about the cities in a global scale, but also local scale. I think this is not working. Well, I currently coordinate a research lab in our university, and we've been dedicating our time to study this. It's important to think that our group has observed that this theme is not always present in the agenda of decision makers and policy makers. So thinking about the cities, you know, climate change is still not part of the studies, and that makes us have a lack of analysis because we have very few stock. Now it's too fast. Now the mic is not working. Can you hear me? Yes, now it's back. All right. So we have a stock of experience that's very little, so that we can think about a scale of adaptation. Our research, well, we think about public policies and sustainability in these territories and how they present themselves, what are the synergies and the relationships between the political actors and the decision makers to the society which is most affected. It's important to say that we've been structuring what we're going to present in terms of results based on a group of projects that we currently coordinate and other partnerships that we have, like Klimapolis. And then we have a perspective of thinking about a few things in terms of the context of the cities. We have a lot of challenges. And one of the challenges is to think about how to answer, how to respond to this crisis in an era that's dominated by human beings. This morning, we were thinking, well, we are arriving at a discussion that comes from a while back that has to do with the capacity that the planet can handle. We see a human dynamic that's so intense, and we can think that these dynamics are creating an urbanization project that many think in terms of a planet urbanization. But this planetary urbanization does not mean that everything has the same conditions. They're very much diverse. They have very different structures. On the other hand, we're also looking at global cities now. We are in a city that is within the global map of tourism, but at the same time, there are local challenges that are very strong. So we have the cities also in a time of a pandemic. We're still going through a situation that's maybe the most challenging in our history, and we're still not able to have all of the answers. So these crises can generate other crises. And we have a great challenge that has to do with the human and technological development that should be fair and to everyone. And within the context of the cities, we don't have this outlook very well distributed. We have this setup that's current for our population that's more and more urban. We see that over the last few years, the world has organized an urban configuration that's more significant, and this coincides with the explosion and also the outlooks, so that we can think about the confluences in which this environmental and climate crisis is going through. And the projections are that we continue with this. And in what way? What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about a capacity of how these challenges are going to answer these challenges. And at the same time, they're very challenging. We have cities in many forms. We left the coast side of Natal and we went to the semi-arid region. The dynamics are very different, very unequal. We have perspectives in terms of thinking about how these groups are taking place and how they are grouped. Because this grouping factor is going to be very important for us to think about these cities in what I call 3D cities. The cities that are unequal in their social structures. They're extremely segmented and distributed spatially according to their social conditions, differentiated in their environmental structures, and different in terms of the level of development. This 3D is extremely important for us to think about how the cities can structure responses to climate change. We have a forecast of an increase in these urban populations, but where these populations, where are they going to grow? Especially in the global south. In structures that the 3D of these cities that I presented, they're much more challenging in terms of responses and intensities. And it's important for us to think about where they're going to be in the world, the cities that are going to be in Asian and African countries, and where we're going to have the main human agglomerations. And how can we think about these territories and these answers and these responses? Well, we're going to have configurations of cities nowadays that are within this spatial configuration. And when we think about these cities, how are they going to be in 100 years' time? How are they going to be organized in such a dense logic and with arid climate? Another important aspect for us to think about is, the scientific literature is clear. We need to respond to climate change and to the impact of the population. And how are we going to do that? Well, we need management for that, because we already have a series of evidence from the problems that these climate change processes can cause in the local dynamic of the cities. We have already seen heat waves, increase of the sea level, inundations, droughts, scarcity, intensive rain, desertification, and others. Are we prepared for all of that? And then we have the possibility of having answers. We can mitigate these challenges, or we can propose adaptations to them. And this is an aspect for us to think about. Because in this logic, we need the government, we need management. And this is the great bottleneck today when we think about the cities. The management, the government, political will to answer to this challenge. When we think about mitigation, we know that everything has to do with reducing the amount of greenhouse gas effect. So the cities need to reduce that. Of course, you have the dwellings and the mobility and the modes and how they work and the structure. And what are we doing then? And the mitigation has a scale that's much more global in scope. We're going to issue less so that you can have the entire climatic government. But when I think about the adaptation, I think about reducing the multiple vulnerabilities that this urban territory can present, and the scale is more local then. It's in the day-to-day, it's in the way of life, there are cultural implications, there are many other things in terms of structure and social organization. There's an urban structure, the political structure, the structure of the state itself. And then we need to work on this, because it's in this scale that we can answer in a more effective way by anticipating these possible impacts. And this is a challenge. None of these scales of responses is in the urban agenda today. The cities do not work on any of these scales, and This makes us still observe, especially when we are in this Brazilian context, a series of cities in a very complex network. You have metropolis, megalopolis that are extremely unequal in terms of volume, size, population, social dynamics, ecology, development. So they're extremely vulnerable. And this makes us think, aren't the cities prepared for climate change in general ways? No, in general terms, they're not. Natal said it. All of the environmental risks, they're not going to leave the rich out of this. But they're going to have more options to choose different dwellings, to flee from problems, and the poor people will not have that. So thinking about the theory of risk, we even understand that environmental risks and the climatic risks, they reach everyone, but the scale and the intensity is very much different. And in this perspective, that's how we need to think about aligning the social, environmental, and climatic outlook. Who is going to fall first in terms of these threats? We have a series of indications that the cities that are and islands, they're going to suffer more from this process. We already have a series of indications from other big cities in terms of the events. But what's going to happen? In Brazil, that happens too. Our coastline cities and also the other cities, I used to say that when we are in the semi-arid region, it has a vulnerability, but the exposure to climate problems is slower. The consequences of a drought, in terms of damages and victims, well, you don't see that very fast. It's slow. It's killing little by little. It's different in the city when you have a big flood, for example, because houses fall and people die. So you're able to see the number of deaths very quickly. The damage is visible. But in the semi-arid region, that's not the case. It's a slow death. So the ability to visualize and to answer is different. Because if people are slow to die, why are we going to act so quickly? So this is a logic that we have there. And the forecast is that our big cities in the main agglomeration centers, they already have forecasts. Those who know Recife a little bit, this is one of the most populated neighbors in Recife, Casa Amarela it's called. This situation of what today is the Casa Amarela and what is Recife, that we have a system of rivers that's very important in the dynamic. If we think about that, you can see the change in this dynamic in Casa Amarela. And with 3 degrees, you can see that here. And we are at an uncertainty moment, right? We need to think about these scenarios as well, because this scenario is also possible to think about other realities. And we're not doing that, which is the mitigation. So it's very much possible that the reality is even worse than what we would like. And this reality can be that. When we think about this, so those of you who know Fortaleza, the Floral do Mucuripe, absolutely invaded. It looks like it's far away, but when you look at this, you can see the transformations and all of that we have. When you look at this, they all went through an urbanization process that's similar in Brazil. So talking a little bit more about the outcomes, how can we think about our adaptive capacity? Well, we don't have that. And the challenge is much worse when we are in this. We don't even have those perspectives. Because to talk about social environmental problems for managers, you know, things don't get there. We're still far from it. So despite the fact that we have processes that are different in Brazil, our policy, everything depends on political will. We have just been through a process in the government in which there was an absolute denial about these things, but it's not isolated. The governments from the states and the cities, they also end up doing the same thing, because this is a conflict in management. It's no, people don't think about these problems and don't have a response for them. So thinking about the fact that we have a lot of normative frameworks to think about the adaptation and mitigation, even though we have national frameworks for that as well, we can think about the cities in terms of the more vulnerable, the less it has in terms of capacity to adapt. And it's not just vulnerability in terms of the size, it's vulnerability that's social, it's urban, for lack of infrastructure, it's also economic, political, civil in terms of rights, natural, environmental, and climatic. All of this group of vulnerabilities, and I'm almost up, they are there, and as they go one on top of another, they become a perspective of adaptation that's far away. So the more vulnerable, the more exposure to risks, and then you have more disasters and more victims and more damage. And the less the mitigation, the less you have actions for climatic adaptation, and then you have less capacity for resilience. Out of these structures, it's hard for them to realign and reorganize and go back to working. And for that, we're going to have a low capacity because we're not going to have a management of the urban and rural territories. We're not going to have social management. We're not going to have an environmental management, a climatic management, institutional, and in terms of the government. And especially, we're not going to have a legislative. Over the last 10 years, the city of Natal has not worked in terms of the institutional apparatus. We don't have a state policy for effective climate change policy. We have no environmental policy. We don't have an environmental fund. We don't have legislature that's working with environmental issues. We don't have governments. And I'm not talking about politics here. I'm talking about political will. I'm not talking about ideology. So we need this, to work for the adaptation, and that means working on urban infrastructure so that there's drainage, as was mentioned by Venerando, so that there's sanitation, and there's an entire matter of the dwellings, of adaptation of them, fair, decent places to live, a good territorial order. And the main pillars that we have are this law that we have for the cities. But it is negligent because when it was created, it did not envision this environmental and climate perspective. And so that's why our master plans do not include preservation of the environment. And then we can think that we have a great challenge because we are still thinking about vulnerability in multiple parts, and the cities in general are not prepared. And I hope we can think about how we can change that. And since the theme of, and how can this climate adaptation can become a public agenda, because when we talk about this, we're talking about collective problems, and we need to make climate change a collective public problem. It's about the society and the country and the life. Thank you.
Professora, eu vou agora convidar todos os palestrantes.
Please remain here, Professor. I'm going to invite everyone who presented before to come here. Professor Venerando, Judite, Adrian. We're going to have a Q&A session. So I think now we should open for questions here and also online. So let us begin here. Would anybody like to make a question or make a comment? Thank you for this session. First of all, I keep thinking about what you said, Zoraide, you know, the limits in the cities. I think they're clear now, but there are many things in our legislation for the cities that are not there. And it's not just in the cities, it's separated. You know, they separate the urban matter from the regional matter. And looking back, we can see how we still need that. I think this is something to think about, because the master plans, indeed, they have limitations about their scope. And the master plan sometimes remains as an only way to think about the cities, and it's separated from other plans, and so we need to think about that. But regarding a more territorial outlook, I'm going to think a little bit about what you said in terms of not only the protocols for infrastructure, but also the difficulty of their renewal and their connection to productive chains, either in these specific areas of civil construction and infrastructure that are very powerful for the country, but also types of cities that are reproduced, because that's what we see now. It's being destroyed, because whenever you reproduce that, you have this territorial occupation, and you have that in areas that are flooded and areas that should be preserved. So you always promise this infrastructure, and you can make money in these areas, and then things are not delivered. But you know, if they sold it already, they go to another place, and they end up being predatory in other areas. So I think this is all connected to something that's important that you mentioned, that have to do with the generation of energy and these new power matrices. I think of a discussion that I've seen in a few places about this relationship between a very clear separation between areas in which you create a certain type of sustainability based on the exploration and destruction of great territorial sectors. So let's think about shale in the United States, and that allows New York to be sustainable. Let's think what the wind energy and the solar energy, where are they being installed? And even these crazy ideas of creating solar energy panels on the desert at the other side of the Mediterranean. I mean, is that it? So you occupy, and up until how far are we willing to go, you know, with these energies? So it's not, people are not talking about this consumption of the energy. People try to look for other matrices of production, of consumption, so long as you create a few quote-unquote green islands. So it's a political perspective, and then I think that it's necessary that this is in the parties, and not every party are going to be there. You need to think about this so that we can implement planning logic that's national and international as well. I think that's what can be affected in terms of the landscape and lives. And maybe if the new generation survive, they will be able to work on this. So from the start of the Industrial Revolution, when you created cities and the parameter of the industrial city, it took 100 years, just to give you an idea of the time. And we have 50 for our modern environmental thinking. Will still require 50 years to get to a sustainable city. I think there was a question over there. Right.
Olá, boa tarde.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcionila. I am a geologist, and I am currently working in EDEMA with coast management. I have two questions for Judith and Adrian about the models for the quality of air. I'd like to ask, first of all, Judith mentioned that the models are not separated from the monitoring because you have that to the model so that it's effective for a place. I'd like to know what is the average of time that you need to have for this monitoring to go together with the models so that they're calibrated for a certain place. Since we're going to bring that here to our state, that would be interesting to know. And the second question is, if these models, you talked about a model, I think the carbon monoxide can serve as warnings for fire. I would like to know if they have been used in this sense, not necessarily for air quality, but as devices to warn against fires, because that's also one of the problems that we have in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question, but the first question depends a lot on the variable. It depends on what you are studying with your model to know how much data you need and what are the processes. Do you want to know specifically of air quality models? Oh, okay, right. So air quality, when we talk about a chemical time, we have approximately the same time for a weather forecast. So we can have an episode of a situation that we call thermal inversion that can generate a lot of pollution and high concentrations of pollutants here close to the surface that can affect our health. It's a matter of days. So we can already have an idea of how the model works by simulating an episode, an occurrence, and to see if the model can reproduce the information in the places where we have this monitoring. And we can do that for different situations, for the weather, and we can see if probably the model is going to have more facility to represent certain meteorological situations and to get the concentration of pollutants right. And maybe others are not that well depicted in the model. So it's a number of magnitude from days to weeks. It's already possible to have this data to do an assessment of the model and to see if the physical processes are well represented, which would be meteorology, and also this chemical part, if it's well represented, in which we can have, as a great uncertainty that was shown by Adrian, the emissions. Many times they generate uncertainty, but it can also be the meteorological data. But so it depends. And in terms of your second question, let me remember, what was it? Oh, the fires, yeah. Well, with the models for air quality, we measure the concentrations that are in the air. So what led to these concentrations, we do not know. So we actually use the models to try to understand where they come from. We have simpler models of trajectories that you're able to calculate where that came from if you're measuring at a certain place for a few hours or days later. And then if it's a region that's prone to fires, you have satellite data that shows when you have these places that are at risk for fires, and you have a guarantee that this CO2 must be, the CO must be from fire. But the concentration that we measure can be a mixture of combustion processes, both anthropogenic or also natural. And all this combustion process, it generates carbon monoxide because there's not a perfect combustion process. So you're going to have that from cars. If you burn wood, any process, even in cigarettes, it's going to have carbon monoxide. And then in fires, you also have that. The combustion is also going to generate carbon monoxide. So to do all of that and to know what's the origin, you need to work on where it's coming from. And so we have simulations for a few days to see if the direction of the wind and the air masses came from central Brazil, because we know that in the dry season, it has a lot of fires. And if it's coming from there, we can know. But in the urban centers, I'm sure that Maria de Fátima, Vitor are going to agree with me. Oh, right? Are you there? Okay. In the cities, it's harder to have that because we have a lot of sources. In particular, São Paulo, it's interesting. During the drought or during the dry season, we can have air masses from central Brazil, fire from deforestation, or people who are burning that because of the pasture, and from the Amazon region that can reach São Paulo. We also have fire. In the countryside of the São Paulo state, you also have that. It's a little earlier, I think. It's more than in the other fires in central Brazil. And there are all of the processes coming from different places. In addition to the transportation sector, you have industry in São Paulo and a lot of processes that are local for combustion that can generate these levels of carbon monoxide. So it's a very complex chemical scenario to be able to identify the source exactly. So you need this type of study for that. Another possibility is because we have models that have markers, so you can say all carbon monoxide that is a result of fire, I want to give you a name for that, a specific name. So then you're able to look at that variable alone, and you're going to have only the concentration of carbon monoxide generated by that specific source. And you need studies to do to know what's happening in the region, and you also can use that methodology for that. Professor Jean? Professor Zoraide, congratulations for the presentation. In your presentation, I mean, how complex it was. Congratulations for that. So you're able to present this diversity to us. Is there a type of mapping that you have used for the city of Natal and other states? And to Venerando, it's always a pleasure to hear him. Venerando, in your studies, can you also associate these erosion matters to the use of the land? Well, you do that, right? And then in your research, were you able to predict an aspect of the dynamic, of the changing dynamic of the coast, with these possible offshore projects, and also the use of land in our coastline? And another aspect that may be there as well is the safety of dams. You said it very well. I think in the morning, our professor also showed, right, Judith, the erosion in the Pichimbu River, right? The water depth. So these sediments go into our dams. Is there a study in your area or a colleague that has been working on the safety of these dams? Because that's also a tendency, right, to be worse. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. Well, to answer, first of all, Renato's question, we can observe, in fact, indeed, that there was a change in the regional perspective. Within our city's legislation, this was incorporated into the metropolis legislation. And this legislation was not up to date. And we understand that any answer in terms of the management, the regional dimension needs to be there. We cannot think about it in another way. So when I think about Natal, I need to consider thinking about the metropolitan area, at least about this functional metropolitan area, a few places that were mentioned here by Venerando, because they have similar problems, and this dynamic is related. So we have this dissociation, and I understand that this dissociation cannot happen because even the idea of a metropolitan area in Brazil, it's changed. We have a few things that are really weird. Maybe they only happen in Brazil, I don't know. But we have states that are metropolitan regions, entirely composed of that. So here, in our neighboring state of Paraíba, you have several regions, and this causes problems for the regional dynamic and the relations between these cities and the metropolitan purpose. Like you also have that in Santa Catarina, because almost the entire state is a metropolitan region. So since you don't have in Brazil a metropolitan region like a federation entity, you also have a political issue there in terms of the management. So as a federation, a union, and the state and municipalities, you see that there's no metropolitan region in Brazil, and the social environmental problems are metropolitan. So in terms of the intensity of the response. So I'm not talking about mobility, for example, and we need to think about this metropolitan region, and this is separated. And when we are here, when we think about this influence of the cities, that's different, and that's a component. And then answering what Jean said, we have a few studies to see the capacity of a few cities, and we see in the case of what we have Natal, we have cities from the semi-arid region, metropolitan region, and what do we see? Well, if we think about the dimensions of that part of my slide, we're not working on these vulnerabilities because it's not in the agenda. So last year, we had a new master plan in Natal, and it's a plan that does not include an environmental outlook. So when we think about this in the last few years and how this environmental component showed up, I mean, it's not there. The way it is, even in previous administrations, was by means of these environmental protection areas, which were like a formula, because we had very little in our territory in terms of these preservation areas. It was a way to put the brakes on a dynamic of the city that's absolutely urban. We don't have a space for other dynamics in addition to the urban one in Natal. So how could this be mitigated? Well, the master plan is an instrument to think about the organization in 20, 30 years' time. So in this plan that was just approved last year, you don't think about that. Even what we had before changed, so that this process ended up getting worse in terms of the cities becoming even more arid. The cities are there not only in terms of the weather, but also the relationships and the dynamics. It's a city that's not projected. It's not made for people, really. It's arid. So you can imagine that Natal is a city that's relatively small, but because of this non-integration, any person who's here in Ponta Negra, which is the south part, in which apparently the urban infrastructure is slightly better, if it were to go to a north part of the city, this person would take 4 hours to get there. And we're not in São Paulo, which is so big. So how can we think about these dynamics and these regional issues? So yes, Jean, we have monitored and we've seen that our cities in Rio Grande do Norte, we don't have environmental policies, we don't have climate policies, we don't have monitoring systems to do a more community-based system for warnings. We even have national mechanisms but we don't have this relationship available. We don't have a culture of risk. Something that I did not mention in my talk is that we need to think about a culture of risk in the cities. So this is something that should be said. I can also provide data for you later on. Thank you. Jean, I'm going to try to answer what you said. We have a problem in the dams. In the university, we have groups studying dams and doing monitoring of the dams. You mentioned a theme, which is the accumulation of sediment. We've seen that not so long ago in Brazil, in a specific situation, in Minas Gerais state. But all of these dams, in which many times we base the economy of the states, they are dams that have very little maintenance, and we're facing situations of extreme events that accumulate very fast. And then there's a serious concern about the stability of all of that. So yes, we have a few things that we're doing. It's not exactly my specific job, but I do know people who work with that, and I can provide that for you. And in terms of the forecast of environments, I think that's kind of what you said, right, in your question, in terms of the erosion and the process of occupation of a few spaces in the shoreline and the prediction of all of that. We have just published an article at the end of last year, and I can give you that as well, that sort of provides a trend in a region that we mentioned, or the elephant trunks that I mentioned. It's a region that's very much exploited by oil. It's not where the platforms are or the wind farms that have affected that, but the process of occupation and the nature that changes so much there. We realize a very radical advance of the coastline in a sector that's extremely fragile. And we've always used the resource of heavy mangroves as protectors of the shoreline when we think about energy, but they're being overrun by the sand, and it end up destroying that region. And this article, we talked about 2030 and 2050, which is a region for sustainable development, and it's really scary. The communities that are living there, they are already going through a very bad situation. We did not mention that because of time, but they are going through a very big problem because there's an advance of the level of the sea, and all of that happening within the forecast from 2030 to 2050. So it's a mathematical model that we were able to create, but it's important for us to think about the process of occupation that happened in that place over there, in the coastline for the wind farms. So it's very conflicting when you see that, because even in terms of the nature itself, you already see degradation of a few biomes, mangroves, that are important for the state. And the third question, I think it was the first one that you asked. What was that? Oh, yeah. There's no such work. The team worked, and I've seen that we're just measuring the areas with the highest level of energy for these waves, and obviously it's associated with wind, but the impact of these wind farms, I mean, people are discussing that. We have a continental shelf that's very shallow and rich and diverse. So we're talking about environments that have not even been studied yet. And there are gaps in complex. They have a lot of reefs and agglomeration of reefs, coral reefs, and they are spread out. They're not concentrated as we would expect. They're spread out. And this causes concern because of the occupation that we foresee. And also we have cables, right? Not only the generators, you have an entire structure. I'm going to show you the data if you want later on. Good afternoon. I'm Professor André Venturi, and I work at the city of Natal, by also Ponta Negra, and I need to talk about this thing that's been so present in our city, which is the hydraulic problem. And we have nature changing things, and many times we see problems only in the future because nature moves little by little, and then we have more resources with time, and then we can see that that was not the most adequate thing for the city. But we have a different reality now. We're going to have big intervention and direct intervention under in a place that, in a certain way, it's relevant. It occupies the entire Ponta Negra beach, and we're talking about land reclamation here. So that's also very important economically. And I would say that that's a project that we cannot make mistakes, this hydraulic embankment project, because we're going to be putting, a problem there, because we can't miss it. So there is a certain control, a certain concern, and this needs to happen in the best way. We trust the studies, and I'd like to ask specifically to Professor Venerano, as an expert on our coast, someone who knows this better than anyone, how does he see the EAHIMA project? What is your view about the project? And I'd also like to know if you're being called by the City Hall to contribute in the studies, because somebody can correct me, but I don't think there's anyone more qualified than him. So it's a key person that has to be heard. And I also say there are so many problems. If we talk about the climate, how many people here stopped to think about the increase of temperature at the shoreline, the little strip of land? Has anyone thought about the degrees that are going to increase? Although it's not a regional level, it's local, because there's going to there's going to be an increase in temperature at the beach. So many things are involved. I think it's a very pertinent thing, especially because of our city. So thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you, Professor André. It's a pleasure to see you. It's a situation that really causes a lot of debate, especially now that we've been listening to the administration talk about the start of the work. So we've seen there are 3 stages, at least that's what I've identified so far. And the EAHIMA, the environmental report, at least it tried that. It tried to meet 3 different projects. One thing is contention that's necessary in the entire extension of that coastline to avoid a serious problem, which is continental erosion. We talk a lot about coastal erosion, but it's a combined erosion between the marine action and the continental action, and also anthropogenic action, because people are just putting drainage system flows in the coastline, and then it can be a cliff or a beach. But those are 3. And we tried to meet these 3. And the third is the fill itself. And the other one is the drainage system, that we realize how important it is. The answer, of course, is fragile, it's weak. But the focus was, what are the conditions of the environment and the hydraulic conditions and everything that has to do with the occupation of that coastline to welcome these 3 projects. And then what do we see? Well, the hydraulic fill was there, but there's no executive project for that. What we realize is a design, an initial design, and based on that, the report is prepared that establishes a profile of balance for that region. And then you fill this region, you put this hydraulic embankment or fill, and then you do that for a balance in that space. And so you have that. But there's no engineering work established as a project there, so that we can know the real extension of it. We realize that we have 4.5 kilometers, but to close the space, how are we going to bridge that? We have a dynamic that takes the sediment to north part, and we support that so that it does not escape and goes to another beach. So there are several questions to be answered by the report, and there's a detail that I need to tell you as well. The modeling, all of this discussion to have a model for the beach, the hydrodynamic issues, they have all been done in what is established all over the world for any type of construction work like that in any part of the planet. So you need to use the tools that are correct within the standard that you need to, but without any criticism to that, thinking about this, but just to tell you, it's a complexity that's much greater than what we're analyzing, because we have 3 different situations, and they have to be all connected. Just to give you a detail, that situation that we have, there was a point that was also said, don't do that in the beach because you are going to accelerate the erosion. But you have this situation in the beach. But until we have the embankment process, we're going to have this problem in the beach with accelerated erosion, so the structure itself can collapse if this does not happen in a proper time. And the drainage system, at least from as far as I know, in my research, we've observed that the drainage system has not been adapted to welcome a hydraulic landfill region. At least that's what I see in the last data. And the other data, the most recent ones that are since the process that we have with these parts of the concrete modules that were established, they intensified what we see today in the coastal area. That's another article that's just about to be published that shows precisely this perspective that we have to work with these elements in an integrated manner. But the discussion, if it is proper or if it's not, if we should do that or not, then that's something that we're going to do later on, okay? The city hall, I mean, people ask me to give advice, and I do that and I'm very happy to do that. And usually the city hall is present, but in a specific call, the city hall does not have to do that. But they're very sensitive when we talk to them. They're sensitive to realizing that a few complexities need to be met. Like, for example, this difficulty of understanding what's going to be the executive project. How can we put an infrastructure there, and how is this infrastructure going to be installed in concrete terms? That's something that we don't see yet, because if you just put modules, that's not an infrastructure project where they have evidence of that. So I wasn't called officially, but the public prosecutor's office called me a lot to say a few words, and I always do. I'm going to apologize, but I think we're going to have to close this panel now. We're going to have to end it because our coffee break is getting cold outside. Please, if you have further questions, you can talk to these people directly outside because we'll all be here. Okay, so thank you so much, and we will see you at 4:30. So see you in 15 minutes.
Não, a pessoa não vem. É. Bom, vamos lá. Boa tarde a todos.
Good
Bem-vindos.
afternoon, welcome back. Let's continue now with our next session of the Klimapolis Symposium, which is a roundtable on challenges to monitor and model air pollution in Brazil and Germany. And I would like to invite the mediator of this table, Professor Regina Miranda, who is a professor at the Arts and Humanities at the University of São Paulo.
Professora Regina, eu também gostaria de chamar os participantes dessa mesa redonda. Eu começo com a professora.
Also the participants, Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade, a professor of the University of São Paulo, a leader of the Metro Clima Project, she teaches at the Atmospheric and Science of the Skies Institute, and the coordinator of HafenCity Klimapolis. Also, I'd like to invite Professor Hendrik Elba. He's a researcher at the REN History Institute for Environmental Research at the University of Cologne in Germany, and the last member, but not least important, the researcher Dr. Adrian de Robert from the University of Bremen. Please. Now I'll pass you the floor.
Boa tarde a todos. Obrigada, Diego, pela apresentação.
Thank you, Diego, for your introduction. Good afternoon. Thank you to all the participants of this table. As Diego has already mentioned, we're going to talk about the challenges to monitor and model air pollution in Brazil and in Germany. And we'll have 3 presentations. Starting with mine, a presentation that's more introductory.
Em seguida do professor Elber, tá?
Then Professor Maria de Fátima and Professor Elber, and then we're going to move to the questions from the audience in general and the discussions. Based on the presentations of these people that we already heard in this morning, I believe this will be quite an interesting table, because most of them have left. Professor Dr. Leon, I believe that's his name, he mentioned how people here in the state are doing inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. And as he also mentioned, you have the incidents that did not happen 15 years ago, I quote. And this is also related to our table on atmospheric pollution. We'll be talking about this important point, which involves monitoring several environmental patterns, so we can monitor these incidents and be able to predict what can happen. So there is a meteorological network, as someone else mentioned, an extensive network, really. So we are going to try in this new INCT also to introduce a network to monitor air quality here. Maybe not the ideal setting we wanted, but there are alternative technologies for that. So I am a professor at the University of São Paulo. I teach environmental management in the East Campus in São Paulo. Well, we do have different sources of air pollution from natural sources, from anthropogenic sources, volcanoes, fires, vegetation, urban occupation, vehicles, the industry, sewage treatment. And from these different sources, we know air pollution can be extremely harmful for health and also cause interferences in the climate. And why is it so important to monitor air pollutants? There is an important thing I mentioned, which is continually monitoring for predictions and forecasts that have to do with improving air quality for human health, studying climate change, verifying whether values are according to the regulations, providing support for research and development, and also allocation of resources for the implementation of public policies, as mentioned this morning. It's about having resources for public policies. When it comes to the environment, if we know what should be done, we can allocate. If we have monitoring both in the field of coastal construction, as Professor Venerando taught us, and also air pollution, when you monitor, you know what you need and how much you should allocate as resources for it. When it comes to human health, this is a good example. How urban pollutants such as particles can damage health. The smaller the particle size, the more deeply it penetrates our respiratory system, thus damaging health. As in many studies, where we'll see in the next few days, Professor Paulo Saldiva, an expert in the field of atmospheric pollution and health. When it comes to climate, this IPCC chart shows the radiation forces. So we have the well-known greenhouse gases that contribute to warming, as the bar in the right says, in the whole planet. But you have urban pollutants which contribute for warming, for instance, such as black carbon, and other pollutants, sulfates, nitrates, that contribute for cooling. So it's really important for us to do this monitoring also for this climate part, considering after greenhouse gases that we do have very harmful pollutants for the climate in urban centers. When it comes to São Paulo, a metropolitan area with 39 cities and more than 21 million inhabitants and 7 million vehicles, and the major industrial park also has plenty of air pollution there. It is like a living laboratory for us to work with countless sources of pollution, and the levels in certain points are not really good. In the past, everyone remembers Cubatão in the 80s. It was a horrible example. It was well known all over the world for the very high levels of pollution, and the episodes that took place at the time worked as examples for the people. Pollution here in Brazil has shown to have high levels too. So it's important for us to monitor and to look at the industries. In the case of Cubatão, these were industries that were causing the main problem. So at the time, more severe laws came for air pollution, and incentives for the industries to leave the metropolitan area of São Paulo. In the end of the 80s and the 90s, these industries moved from the region, and now the vehicles are the main villains, causing air pollution in the metropolitan area of São Paulo. This chart shows from 1982 to 2015 the levels of certain pollutants relating it to stages of a program of public policies that were successful. A success case for public policies called PROCONVE, established in the year 1986, related to technology improvements in vehicles and fuels. So it exists both for lightweight vehicles as well as heavyweight. It's still valid now. There are many phases, and these lines in color show the different stages of PROCONVE relating to the concentration of certain pollutants. So we see on top the number of vehicles. The amount of cars in São Paulo has increased. After 2003, the number of flex cars also increased, but we can see that some pollutants, they have a trend to drop, like CO2 and O2 were reduced, particles and ozone, though, are still problems in São Paulo. Ozone, because it is a secondary pollutant, so it depends on other precursors that have very high emission. So these pollutants here, CO, CO2, and O2, they have a trend to drop during the pandemic. We should come with a reduction. In 2021, many studies were released. And after this time, the values increased again. So there is this trend to drop, and this graph goes to 2015. So it was reduced in 2021, 22, and now in the normal levels. So the action of this program for PROCONVE control makes these pollutants, CO and SO2 and others, having a reduction due to the improvements in the technologies of engines and also better quality fuels. So it is an example of success of a public policy. And how to know if the levels of pollutants are acceptable? I mean, we have standards for air quality as recommended by the World Health Organization. And these are the current standards for Brazil, the CONAMA resolution from 2018. Now we have enforced the first column here, DWIH, and throughout the years this becomes more restrictive until it reaches this BF here, which is a final standard, right? This final standard involves values recommended by the World Health Organization and the amounts recommended in reports from 2005, really. On the side, we have the table talking about the state of São Paulo, which is in the second column here. Ever since January 2022, we've had more restrictive values than the national standards. Also, we have the final standards as those recommended by the World Health Organization in 2005, just highlighting that these numbers are recommended and then each country will adapt to their own reality, because the amounts are really much more restrictive. Then last year, in 2021, really, these amounts became even more restricted when compared to the ones from 2005 that are now using the tables as a final standard. So in 2021, P2.5, the values from 10 to 5, the yearly average that's recommended between other ones. So the final standards in that table are the ones from 2005, and there are more restrictive standards, even more, as recommended by WHO. So this was updated in 2021. Talking a little bit about monitoring in the state of São Paulo as an environmental company of the state is an example here for Brazil. Really, We have plenty of contacts with them. These are really serious people. The equipment has high quality for providing data. So we have a very extensive network in the state of São Paulo with 62 stations, most of them in the metropolitan region, and they measure the pollutants according to the criteria here in the table. Not all stations are measuring the same pollutants, as the colleague said. In Santa Catarina, these stations are really expensive. They are complete. They cost more than 1 million reais. So unfortunately, it's not possible to measure all the pollutants at the same station. They select the location of the station according to potential sources, and the pollutants and equipment at the station are according to the potential sources for the region. And each of these stations also has an area of coverage. So there are stations that are, well, if you know São Paulo, there is the Avenue Dr. Arnaldo. It's really busy. So it's right by the avenue. So with this station, we represent the sources. They are a few meters away from the station, but there are other stations that are in more distant neighborhoods, such as the one in the east zone here in the city of São Paulo, near the campus where I work. And this has a different scale to it. It does not have very close sources, so it has a representation of a few kilometers around it that represents the whole region. So there are differences between stations. And in the state of São Paulo, they have other stations installed according to the sources, where there are refineries, such as Paulínia. There are air quality measurements in Campinas, where they burn sugarcane. There are stations in regions with a ceramic area. They have in Cubatão. It's mandatory to have all these stations.
We have this extensive monitoring network. You can look at the pictures. And the data, they provide this in real time. The website of CETESB is there. So here you can see a print screen from last week. We had a few areas in the metropolitan region here with yellow or red balloons. That is poor or very poor quality. So you can click on the balloons and it's going to show you the number, information in real time. However, these stations, they cost millions of reais. One alternative that's coming for these stations for quality of air, they are the low cost sensors. The technology for these sensors has improved along the years, and they can be applied in regions without resources to implement the quality of the air, or more remote regions in which you can install that. So the idea is that you have technologies that are improving, and they're going to be improved with use. And here we have an example with the network in the US with this equipment that's called Purple Air. This is a low-cost sensor. It's very small. It monitors a few meteorological parameters, temperature, I think relative humidity, and particulate material. So there are several sensors of these installed in the US, and then there's a GPS, and you connect to your phone, and it puts the data, if you have at your home, you can put that on the network, and the little ball, your home, is going to show up here. So those cost $300, so it's a low cost, much lower than these millions for the air quality station. Here there's another example of a network in Europe. Each little balloon is an equipment. So in the university where I work, I have that there. It's been working at least 3 years, for at least 3 years. there's the calibration as well. That is a problem because these sensors need to be put side by side in terms of a reference equipment and calibrated every X amount of time, like 3 months, so to see if they're measuring correctly. But by doing a correct calibration and assembling things in the correct manner, those are good alternatives. And we're going to have a test with these purpleware sensors. They're going to be installed in this project in cities funded by CETESB with the coordination of Professor Maria de Fatima in Brazil, and in England, another professor called Prashant Kumar. And in this project, we're going to put low-cost sensors, that purpleware, one, and in a few points in São Paulo in which there's no monitoring from CETESB, and also in parks, green areas, to assess how much this green infrastructure is helping to improve air quality. In addition, the idea of the project, one of the objectives, is to also work with citizenship awareness, so that there are workshops and campaigns in schools, communities, teaching them the importance of good air quality and how important it is. In São Paulo, there are several areas in which people burn trash, so there are several local problems there. And so we believe that these projects, not only the ones for air quality, but also other types, other environmental parameters, we believe that we can contribute, with this relationship between the university and the communities. In addition, this part that has to do with verifying the potential of the green areas, that's also going to have for a measurement of CO2, which Professor Maria de Fatima will comment on. Here we have the parks. They're going to be monitored. So we have in the East region, São Paulo, the center, the Ibirapuera Park, which is Ipiranga, and also downtown, the public health faculty. There's a lot of vegetation there, so we're also going to have a sensor there. The sensors are being imported. It's a very recent project. And the idea is that I hope it can bring you some outcomes in the next opportunity. So for the conclusion, thinking about what we heard this morning, it's important to have a monitoring of air quality in space and time. Spatial and temporal characterization is going to be extremely important, even to feed models and compare with what Judith mentioned this morning, because how do you calibrate a model? How do you see if it's working? By means of surface data. The more data you have, with more time that you're collecting, because you have CETESB stations since the 1970s, you have data from 1970, and so these data are used to help in the calibration of these air quality models. So it's extremely important, both in terms of human health and also research and the environment and all of that. I also showed this and how much this contributed to decrease the levels of a few pollutants in São Paulo. So it's an example of public policies that work if they're well implemented and obeyed. And it was also mentioned here, the authorities need to monitor pollutants, even using lower cost technologies, other alternatives. For example, these low-cost sensors, so long as these sensors are well installed and calibrated. All right, thank you very much. So to continue here, I'd like to ask Professor Fátima to do the presentation. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizing committee. I'm not going to name names because there are a lot of people. It's great to be here, to be able to organize all of this, and people from Klimapolis and everyone here in Natal. And I'm also going to show you results and outcomes. We have projects that even work as an example, even within the INCT and Klimapolis. We have conducted a few projects. Of course, our examples are going to be very much focused in São Paulo. We are from there. And there is all of that related to the city. And this project that I'm going to show you, it's a project that expands upon this monitoring of gases and pollutants, also talking about greenhouse gases. The motivation was the fact that it is acknowledged that the cities have an impact on these greenhouse gas emissions. In general, when we look at inventories, we're very much focused on Brazil in terms of looking at fires, of course, the wildfires, of course, that it's something more significant to us, but the cities also have an important role. So what I'm going to present to you is a few results that we've had with regard to this monitoring of greenhouse gases. There's also an important point. In general, the surveys that are done by the cities and the countries, they're based on something that we call top-down or bottom-up, which is, well, you are based on energy consumption, in gross terms, to have an estimate of emissions, but you don't check this inventory with measures. It's always sort of a theoretical calculation. So you have a certain liters of gasoline, and then you have the emission of CO2, and then you do an inventory on that, but you don't verify that experimentally. So the tendency of monitoring is also for that in the cities. So that's a bit of what I'm going to show you. Let me move here. All right, so the World Meteorological Association has bulletins that show this increase in CO2. I think everybody's used to seeing these figures, and these figures are always based on remote places, because I'm going to show you data from the city. And when I do that, it's very different because the local sources interfere a lot. So to observe an increase, we are always based on these remote area stations. And in the total inventory, most of the greenhouse gas emissions come from CO2. And here you also have methane and others. And so this bulletin from 2022 shows an average abundance in the previous year, in 2021, and the difference in the increase, for example, from 21 in relation to the pre-industrial part. The increase in greenhouse gases are significant, including methane, because we know that they are associated with agriculture. But from one year to another, we also have an increase of 20 to 21. You still have this increase here in percentage terms and here in ppm per year. It's curious because we can also note these increases even in urban areas. So this is the backdrop. When we go to the cities, then we see, of course, very significant differences in the hemispheres. The emissions from the cities are concentrated in Asia and in the northern hemisphere, North America, in comparison to the cities of the southern hemisphere. So why are the cities important for emissions? First, because even if the production is not in the city itself, the power demand is one of the main sources of greenhouse gas effects, and the cities require energy. We also have here that urbanization has focused, it gives origin to 70% of fossil fuels for the emission of carbon dioxide. And in Brazil, we already have most of the population living in urban areas. So this creates a situation in which we have population living in urban areas, and in these areas we have the most emission of CO2 because of the fossil fuels, and then we have a situation in which we need to start to have a better assessment of it. So here I got this figure because of the cities, because we cannot read it, but I'm showing here cities from the South America and what are the sources that contribute to the greenhouse gases. So this blue here is related to transportation sector and also garbage in a few places. So we have the transportation sector here that accounts for most of the emissions here in South America. So here we have cities as significant sources, and at the same time, we have a lot of uncertainty in these inventories of urban emissions because of that. We're going to have these emissions based on local consumption estimates. We also have these estimates from government agencies only. And at the same time, we know that the inventories are crucial if you want to have a control. We need to know where it comes from so that we can have control. So based on that, we also have knowledge, because this is an example from emissions in Brazil. The data are from the SAG platform. And in this platform, we have emissions including for the main cities. But here it's interesting to see in green, it's because of the change of the use of land. We have connected agriculture and animals, and here in yellow, this figure is impressive. We can hardly see the garbage in the industry, but we can see that the energy is concentrated here at the coastline, which is where we have the cities. So when we look here, we note all the contribution coming from the change of use of soil for the CO2 equivalent emission, because then you also have CO2, and the methane because of livestock and agriculture. But the significance of urban areas in the emission of GHG, greenhouse gases. If we get here, the same platform, you have the top 10 municipalities for CO2 emissions. We can see here that especially due to fires and in other places like São Paulo, Rio, they're more related to the consumption of energy. In São Paulo, in particular, we have this GHG inventory, which is sort of official, in which we have the greatest part of emissions coming from the transportation sector, followed by energy because of the industry, and then garbage. And this is associated with methane. So this is our official inventory. So based on this information, we submitted a proposal. Several colleagues here participate on that. We have an international collaboration, a national collaboration. We tried to get a lot of researchers together, and we began a project, which is a monitoring project. So there are 5 points. The ideal thing would be to have a greater network, but it's very hard to keep this type of measure. So we have 5 measurement points within the cities, São Paulo, and then in the project we also have this measurement and also the modeling. So we're trying to put everything together. We also have satellite data treatment, but I'm going to show you a little bit more of these websites. So just to illustrate, Dr. Carlos Oliveira created this image to show that the projects have history, and they sometimes take a long time to be launched. So we started to talk about the monitoring of the cities with a group of Los Angeles that had already begun monitoring of GHG there. And then we advanced, we had a proposal that was submitted, we started to prepare that in 2016, it was approved in 2019. So you can see that it takes a while between having an idea and then coming up with it and then submitting it and then eventually having it approved. So just to show you that things take time. And in this project, we had as an objective to try to see what's the role of the São Paulo megacity emissions as drivers for regional air quality degradation and climate changes, to have that as a platform using satellite data as well. This is, the main tasks, which were to implement the network, then come up with an inventory, to study the transportation, and to try to have an inventory for air quality, because we haven't even mentioned that yet. So there's a modeling part that is very much aligned with what Adri showed. Regional models for forecast, and the experimental part with data from particles and also the gaseous compounds. So that's why a lot of people make up the project, because there are many models and a lot of masters and PhD students. So the points that we chose were based on the following. We got a point in a higher area, like a peak, so that we could have a sort of a remote area, but it's not so remote because there's traffic coming in and out. Another point is the site on the campus in the Butantan at the University of São Paulo. And we have one site which is on top of a building from the Cancer Institute. It's higher than 100 meters. We have a site in the middle of the city, at a central region in the university, and another one in a park. And this is a different site because it's in a tower, measurement tower. If we look at the topography, we're not that far away from the ocean. Actually, São Paulo has that, right? It's not exactly on the coastline like the city of Curitiba, but it has this topography. We have the sea, and then we have a sierra with 116 meters. And so there is a sort of a different circulation in the urban spot that's very significant. So just to illustrate, this site here at the Pico do Jaraguá, you can see that we put the equipment together with a CETESB station. We put our meters and a gas cylinder for calibration, to ensure the calibration of the CO2 measurement. I'm only going to show you two of them. This other station is entirely different. It's where it used to work, where we used to have our institute, and now it's a science park. And it's close to the São Paulo Zoo. So there's a great vegetation area. And in this tower, this radar, we put the CO2 meter gauge and with a campus system. And now we have other places that are museums. We put this part here that gives this profile of limit layer. So we're putting everything together in terms of experimental data. I'm going to show you a little bit of the outcomes. Here, thinking about two stations, the most central one from Unicid, and the other one it's the IAG. I'm not going to go into details, but just to show you this profile, it's a profile that's very much marked by the times that we have for the vehicle emissions in the morning and in the afternoon. And we can see that this variation from 2020, 21, and 22 are here. So 2022, there's an increase, and there's a recovery here in 2021. Well, each year we have different characteristics depending on the geometry. But you can see that 2022, it's very visible, the increase. When we analyze these data and we compare them to other gases from cars, like, for example, CO, we can see that at these times they are correlated, but not in the middle of the day, because in the middle of the day, this reduction here illustrates the role of vegetation. So in places in which we have more vegetation, we're going to have, let me just show you, a seasonal variation. But this station, for example, at the Jaraguá Peak, in the middle of the day, there's a reduction in the concentration, which is higher because of vegetation. The idea that we have is to assess how much the local vegetation impacts in the reduction of CO2. Just for the fact that you have that local vegetation there, decreasing this profile. When we compare here all of the stations, we can see this behavior. The Jaraguá Peak is where we have more vegetation, so the minimum is also less. And we have the IAG here in the campus, we also have the park there, and we note this reduction. And in the other stations that are more central, we don't have that much reduction in the middle of the day because we don't have the vegetation causing an impact in the absorption of CO2. So with this, you can note a gain in the presence of, with the presence of vegetation. Another work that was done, this was master's thesis. This student did a temporal analysis if the Jaraguá station could be used as a background for CO2. And why? Well, because then we would be able to filter the more local events and notice an increase or decrease over time. And he used a methodology that only depended on the data that were measured, and he evaluated that in time. And the curious thing is that, for example, when we look at the time of the pandemic into 2020, the curve that was measured and the background curve that he calculated were close. So this shows the impact of the reduction of emissions, and as a consequence, the concentrations during the pandemic. April 2020. The end of March, start of April, that's when we had this big reduction, and then it decreased, and we then started to have this difference between the measured and the background. We have also done a few experiments, simpler ones, with portable sensors. Here is close to the Pinheiros River. We tried to estimate if there was a lot of methane, so it was a simpler experiment. Another experiment, also inside the campus and university, is to look at the profile of CO2, looking at the different routes. So there are several more local experiments to see the contribution of more local sources. I'll just show you another example here. In addition to the lockdown that we had in 2020 because of the pandemic, we also had an increase that was very heightened of fires in September 2020 in the same year. So there are two events here, and we can try to see if our data show signals or signs. I'm not going to show you with all the details, but here we have, again, a comparison between these N, normal days, and L, lockdown days. So we see here that there was a decrease. This is an average during the day. So we had a decrease during this time. It's a time that's separated in relation to the normal time. And you had sort of the peaks, like in the central region, that was 60%, and in the IAG region, 43% in this peak area. But this is, you know, it was not a data that compared with previous years. It's just a relation with the previous year. And this part here, although it's very much loaded, it illustrates another event, which was the presence of wildfires in September. So in this case here, below, I don't know if you can read it, but there are peaks of CO2 measurements in the three stations: on campus, downtown, and at the Jaraguá Peak. And in blue, there was an event of precipitation. So we have a few peaks here, and these peaks were compared to data from particulate material, and those are different stations from CETESB that Regina already showed you. So you can see here in 20th of September, there's a high concentration of particulate material, 2.5. And at the same time, we see that there was this peak of CO2 at the same time. This other area here, between the 12th and 13th of September, there was also an increase in the particulate material and also a few peaks of CO2. So this could be because of local sources, but in addition to the measurements of CO2, there's also the measure of the carbon isotope. And this delta 13 of carbon here, it serves as a tracer for the burning of biomass and fossil fuels. The equipment that is in IG is an equipment that measures CO2, but it also measures CO2 isotopes. And then with these data, with this ratio, it's possible to infer behavior if it's because of burning of biomass or fossil fuels. And we can see that during these times, the sign is more of biomass. And this is a sign, not only in terms of the local pollutants, but also the contribution for CO2. In addition, we can also see, for example, the plumes and the trajectories. As Judith was saying, we have these trajectory models, and we can see if these trajectories cooperate the transportation. So we have these plumes from fire, and here the trajectory to São Paulo. We also have an image from LiDAR here that is in Ipain, coordinated by Professor Landulfo, and it also shows these smoke plumes. This would be the aerosol, and these are clouds, so forget this part. But here in this interval, here, between 3,000 meters, we can see these aerosol plumes that are being transported and also in the surface. When we looked at CO2 alone, we saw these excess CO2 by comparing regular days with the event in September, so we can see this increase. It's interesting because we get an increase at a few times, but in the middle of the day, the effect of vegetation is very sensitive in the absorption of CO2. So one, a very important role, many times we neglect that when we look at the parks and the green areas, is that we're also going to work on the mitigation of CO2 in some way because of the increased absorption. So with that, sorry. I think I just removed it. Oh, yeah, I clicked on this. Now, just to sum up, it's important to have monitoring and a long-term monitoring. Otherwise, we're not able to get different behaviors, different weather situations. So sometimes it seems it's strange because we're measuring for a long time, but this is important to try to understand meteorology. We need to improve our emission inventories, otherwise it's hard to come up with policies if we don't know the sources. And here we have a few other things that I put here. Think a little bit about this joint work with measurements and modeling, and the coordination of projects that are international because we learn from them, and in the end, collaborative projects. We can work together, and this is what we hope to continue with INCT Klimapolis, that we begin to do that in a more organized manner, because these contributions can start local, but they can give great outcomes and a more global example too. So with that, I'd like to end my talk. Thank you.
Obrigada, Fátima.
Thank you, Fátima. Talking about the CO2 measurements, because they are for a long time, right? This is new for São Paulo. It's the first time that this gas is measured in a continuous manner for such a long time in São Paulo. Those are new data, very important. I'd like to now call Professor Elburn to continue with our event.
So before I start, I would like to express gratitude for this invitation. And I feel really privileged that this is maintained over, meanwhile, a number of years, not the least thanks to Judith, or Judith, as you tell. well, in our local dialect, this means little Judith. And so, this collaboration resulted in, meanwhile, 3 PhD students who could be hosted by my group for a stay over a year or so. And I'm happy to continue this work in some limited sense. So the challenges to monitor and model air pollution in Brazil was given to me, and I am a little bit a dedicated person. So that's the way. Is there a point now? This one, okay. So it is given in a certain information source terms. So let's start with, please not. So this is given in 3 information sources. So first with in situ measurement and satellite data. This means exploiting sparse or indirect measurements. The next one, which is very important, are the emission inventories, which were already addressed in previous talks. So this forces us to make a link to the economy and the vegetation, so quite a diverse issues. And then the third source of information is given by the air quality models, which means numerically exploiting physical and chemical laws and parameters. And this finally is put together to something which is called an analysis, which is given in terms of data assimilation and inverse modeling. So the goal is all these formally independent information sources putting together to get an optimal estimate of the state of the chemical state of the atmosphere, and finally being in a position to make a better forecast for different purposes. So let's start with the air quality information. This is just quite a trivial view on the classical in situ measurement sites, which is in this case provided by the environmental agencies. You can easily see that they have financial problems with this hut. Then different aircraft are furnished with this, both on a campaign basis and on a routine cruise basis. For example, Lufthansa is engaged in this. Then we have indirect measurements, in this case by LiDAR. The other in situ measurements by rolling zones, which are very sparse. And then we have, meanwhile, a bunch of satellite data, which needs devotion for one scientist to get the data into the model. So the first view is that, as requested, how it is done in Germany. So these are the sites for the most prominent pollutants: ozone, particulate matter up to 10 microns, and then nitrogen oxide. This is the situation of last Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And what you see here, the allocation is quite sparse because it is made from the Federal Agency of Germany. In fact, the main task of monitoring this is given to the individual states. And here you see that one, which is the home state of Cologne. This is North Rhine-Westphalia, and all this is embedded in the context of the European network, which is then further exploited for modeling. So let's go to a more challenging issue. This is the first satellite I will shortly dwell on, which is launched some time ago. This is called Tropomi and has a very good resolution. So you see here, in contrast to prior satellites, it has nearly a daily coverage because of its large swath rate here. So you can see here that this is even the equatorial part, which is critical in most cases, well covering. And what you get here is atmospheric columns. This is not very satisfying because we want for the model's distribution across the vertical levels. So this is an accumulation, as Europe is not as sunny as Brazil, accumulation of the information about 14 days. And our task is later to put it into the model. This is the workhouse of air quality modeling. There are other satellite data in the Sentinel project, which can easily be used as auxiliary data. And the US have similar one, which are also of very much value. So what we get here, that's quite an impressive bunch of different quantities to be observed. But for CO, for methane, and formaldehyde, we only have total columns, which is the problem. Sometimes the satellite is exact enough to make a distinction between tropospheric columns and stratospheric columns, and there are some other additional parts, and all these must be processed in some way that we can make a better use of this. All this can provide nice maps and pictures, but the real use is later on only in the model, I'm inclined to state. So other ones, for example, we have Sentinel-3, which provides aerosol optical thickness, although it's more oceanographic one. You see that the overpass is not as good here, so you have white stripes, and the other one is the land use data. This is not of direct benefit, but as the surface gives you a clear indication what emissions are possible and not, you can finally make with 10 meters resolution a very high distinction what is to be expected where and when. And by the way, this is so exact that these data is also used in a more belligerent way. So the Ukraine war is profiting. So I'm regret that I must say this. There are other ones which are probably not as important to report here, but I would like to dwell a little bit on the work which was done by one of PhD students of Judith, who visited us here. This is the Sao Paulo area, and it is from Edicle Duarte, who was looking in this case for the distinction between vectored aerosols for the metropolitan area of Sao Paulo and that one which is homebred from the megacity. In this case, he was specific look at the wildfire emissions, and he took US data from MODIS, from US satellite data, and then it was with some error margins as distinction with respect to height levels. This is easy in the case of aerosols. For gas phase constituents, this is more challenging. So, to sum up what I consider the challenges for observation network, this is more in terms of data assimilation viewpoint. We have the problem of the spatial representativity of in situ measurements and the ensuing sparseness. We would like there are techniques for in the assimilation community to extend data to the horizontal. But this must be well sustained in case you know the information where it can be extended or not. This was the use of the Sentinel-2 picture I provided before. And if you look at the details of the land surface, very cautious in extending it to the horizontal, and have to spend a lot of efforts in being quite precise, as we claim that we want to add error margins to our results. Further than the vertical sounding is even more difficult, and for the satellites, assignment of the vertical column to model levels is still a real challenge. So the next part, which was not formally in the title, but I consider indispensable, is the air quality information. And the emission inventories are available from the legal commitments of authorities, that's in European level, the national level, and the regional ones, and also selected companies have to report. On top of this, soil and vegetation modeling is also providing a major source. In one term, it's for ozone production. The other one is for aerosols and cloud condensation nuclei. And then you have special events, which are wildfires or other fires, traffic situation, and accidental releases. These all must be managed in a peripheral system, which is quite complex to supply that information, which is given to the model. On top of this is another problem I will show later. As I said, this is very important for the performance of the air quality model. This is also privileged to get a special treatment, as I will tell you later. So in some cases, you also have to put some core models for air quality. You have emission model. Sometimes you have the holidays of other states, and all this information must be gathered. It's sometimes quite annoying. So this is an example here, as we do it in the project CAMS of the European Union. And for here you see, for example, the SNAP code road traffic. SNAP stands for Selected Nomenclature of Sources of Air Pollution. Finally, if you go into further detail here, you see the main highways and other details here, even the passes across the Alps and so on. And the other one, just to show, this is other mobile sources. In practice, this is navigation. And you see here the main navigation roads here. And in future, this will be dedicated to probably to individual ships. A big container ship, which is engaged in the trade with Far East, has an exhaust which is comparable to those of a smaller city. The other part is, this is now from the procedures of the reporting of Germany, from the Environmental Protection Agency on the full federal level. Here in this case have a special SNAP of aerosols from domestic heating. In this case, you have some secondary information about the traffic frequency, which is given here. Sometimes this is assessed by very indirectly by the density of petrol stations. And to make another example here, this is the main in and takeoff and landing routes of the Frankfurt airport. So this is only a very small selection of that what has been provided, and also to be used in the model to make a reasonable result later. Again, this is a lot of work which finally surpasses the capacities of a university group. But otherwise, you would have difficulties to make a comparison of what you observe on the measurement sides. This is given as an example of the biogenic emissions. This is indirectly inferred. In this case, this is an old burial satellite. So you have the greening phase. So it might suffice that you have a look at this on a weekly basis. And what you're looking here is, for example, one of the parameters is the leaf area index. So by solid vegetation, the surface of the Earth might be more than quadrupled by the leaf areas, and they are active with deposition and the emissions. For the emissions, you have a lot of biogenic emissions, co-producing aerosols. These are terpenes, pianines, isoprenes, limonanes. And if you look in the related submodel on this is more than 160 different of these issues, which is beyond the capacities of today's model to also exploit. On the other hand, we do not have the very exact data. We need the vegetation in a very precise way, where the hope is that more can be taken of the Sentinel-2 I provided for prior to this. The other one is, here's an example. This is from ECMWF from Mack. This is by Angela Benedetti. This is, as an episodic part, a wildfire smoke plume from Canada, which was observed here and finally was shown up here in the LIDAR picture and could be observed a little bit lower than the troposphere, the tropopause, and was then to be included for the regional models as a boundary value enhancement. So, summing up, for the inventories, I would say the manifold number of all these emissions should be considered, and the practical problem is that people quickly get lost in all the detail. There are uncertainties due to temporal variations and weather dependency, because the inventories only give you, as Fatima already said, annual values, and you have to come along with some diurnal, weekly, and seasonal cycles, and there you meet recommendations, but to what extent it's reliable or not, that's another issue. And also the weather dependency is increasing. With introducing renewable power, also to modulate the electricity plants in a certain way, because the more renewable power you have from one day to the other, the less fossil power plants you need. And so in a certain sense, you must predict these things in a better way in the future than it was in the past. Yeah, I hurry up. That's about the model. Finally, this is the model design. We have the air quality model, and it's driven by the meteorology and the emissions. I hurry up now. Then we can make the forecast, and there are all the processes which should be included. There's a picture, and here's an example that finally you cannot make a proper simulation without local refinements. This is 15 kilometers, 9, 3, and 1 kilometer for North Rhine-Westphalia. And this is an example of eddy clay for Sao Paulo region. In this case, he was looking at which height level, which concentrations were affected. And the CAMS procedure here in this case is that we have also this, multi-model ensemble, which is quite great and provides us genetic diversity of the models. The problem is only that you have difficulties to make a distinction between to identify the reason of the differences. If you have a homogeneous model and know what the differences are, this might be in the future be a more promising approach. Quickly come to an end. Let me skip like this one. We want to include all this for the data assimilation. This is an example for a satellite called OMI. There you have the model performance of the optical the NO2 columns. What is the satellite telling you? And this is then the example finally, which is given by the model. And then you have in addition the chemical analysis, which is improved chemical state and the emissions, and then you can start the forecast. The big problem here is, this must be addressed, that you might have some bias in your model. You don't know. You might have good observations. And then if you make simply initial value optimization, you end up in the same problem you have before. And if you decide to make an optimization with the emission rates, you might end up in this one. So in a certain sense, you have to to combine all the uncertainties which are inside the model. And this is an example how it works. So on the left side is without data assimilation, on the right side is with data assimilation, and you can be sure that it is a significantly better simulation because it's much more in compliance with the observations. So this is another example of using the satellite data, and what we finally get, we get some correction factors for different resolutions here to the emission inventories, which is given to us, and this was the incentive of the German Environmental Agency to come to an end, to ask our group for a major project, because they found discrepancies between the observations and their emission sources, emission estimates, and we should, with our inverse modeling procedure, find some difficulties. For example, this is given by the emission inventory of Germany. This is turned out to be a correction, and this is provided in terms of multiplicators to this one, so that we can trace back in some sense the reasons why they have gaps in their understanding of the emissions they are reporting. Another example is 2.5, a non-methane volatile organic compounds, and so on and so on. Wouldn't like to bore you with this, but at least this is possible if you include all the information sources with some sophisticated inversion model. Okay, final slide. Air quality forecast skills are not good as in meteorology, I must say. They're comparable to, for the meteorologists, in the moment they go to wet parameters, moisture, cloud, and precipitation. Also, the models are as poor, the meteorological models are as poor as our chemical models. But all this information, which I just addressed as a challenge, is needed to improve on that. We have to aspire better observability of uncertain atmospheric forcing mechanisms. So that means all that what is addressed in the plant modeling and so on. This is a lot of detail which has excluded in the future. And many algorithmic issues are open. For example, covariance modeling, non-Gaussian error characteristics. But this is the only technical thing which I am talking to you with respect to data assimilation, but it is a major concern of our work. And with this, I would like to stop and hand over to Regina.
Thank you, Henry. Estamos em cima da obra, né?
We are almost, our time is almost up. We only have 5 minutes now. Do you have a question? Anybody has any questions? We only have 3 minutes to go. Adrian has already done his presentation earlier, right? But you can also ask questions about that.
Yes, a very burning question. Thank you very much. No, I'm interested in the measuring and monitoring network, and my question would be if you have experience with, or if you're planning any usage of the data or open access of the data outside of academia. For example, for, I don't know, real estate agents, public services, health institutions, who knows what. Yeah.
Yes, no, we have a website, and the idea is to put there the data open. When we have compared with the calibration and improve the results, because now we are not, we have this calibration system, but we have to correct the data, and then they will be available. Yes, for all these stations. Yes, that's true.
So I have 2 questions, or at least 1 question and 1 point, 1 suggestion for Fatima, in fact. I'm always asking myself by how much the concentration of population was increasing or not the emission of CO2. In other words, if you have 1.8 million, 18 million people in Sao Paulo. If you had 10 cities of 1.8 million, in other words, if the government was deconcentrating in smaller cities, do you think the total emission from those 10 cities would be smaller or higher than a big city where everybody is together? Because sometimes people say, in fact, urbanization, even though it's a large amount in total, is less than if the people were distributed. And I don't know the answer to that. It's very difficult, but I don't know if you have a point of view on that.
That's a good question. Well, I think it depends. Like São Paulo is a good example for that, because our energy comes from hydropower. You know, then we can exclude this point of generating energy. And one problem we have, the biggest problem, is the transport sector. Then it's related to the time or the distance you commute. Probably, if you will have the population, like if you take East Zone and people stay there, north, south, then if you don't need to go to other places, then you are going to emit. The emission will be less. But this is very interesting, because we can improve like using this PROCONV, this program for reducing the emission, but we are not reducing the CO2, because CO2 is a product of combustion. We can reduce the pollutants, but we are not reducing the CO2. And then when we have more commuting, you are going to emit more. And then when you use diesel, for instance, you are going to emit more. Then you have to change for cleaner fuels. Then you are going to improve.
So maybe the big city per person is less emission if people are living near where they work, for example.
Yes.
So the second point is not so much a question, but there are now 3 satellites that are geostationary. One is currently over China, Korea, launched by the Korean. The American just launched last week a satellite that will monitor the environment over the US, and Europe will have another satellite in 1 or 2 years, I don't know exactly. So these geostationary satellites see air pollution at a resolution of just a few kilometers and see the evolution hour by hour. So it's a very good monitoring and management tool for the environment and air pollution in particular, but more generally for the environment. There is nothing in South America, but people are thinking of having a satellite like that maybe over Africa, because there is no observation in Africa, so the only way is really to go from the sky. I was kind of thinking that maybe a large country, a great country like Brazil, working with other South American countries and maybe with other nations that are launching satellite, could have a strategic project to develop a satellite that would monitor, fires, urban development, emissions, air pollution, maybe other things from space in a completely new project. Maybe it's come in 10 years or 15 years, but something should come out of South America to go perhaps in a direction like that.
Yeah, I agree. You're right. Yes, but I think there is a problem.
May I answer this? Well, all these satellites are over the equator. That means it's not a matter of the latitude of South America or North America. So once we're thinking with the ESA that the Brazil could also exploit the European one, which is on 0 latitude. And we looked at this geographically. At least this area here is privileged and is better than served than the typical longitude of the US satellites here.
Yeah, but I know that all the geostationary satellites are over the equator. But of course, it depends how they are structured to look. The European satellite is going to look mostly over Europe and have very little information about South America. It would be good to have another satellite that would really focus and look into the entire South American continent. especially because of, you know, all the fire activity that you can look at deforestation, you can follow all that. It's really a management tool that is, I mean, it's expensive, but Brazil is a big country.
Yeah, I agree. We need
Bom,
data.
as duas últimas perguntas, Judite, acho que depois Renato.
The last two questions, I think we have Judith and then Renato one, and then we will end. Thank you.
Because it is to Hendrik, Adrien, and also Guy. So to facilitate things, I will speak in English. So Adrien earlier showed this study on the forecasting system that is able to correct emissions. And also we can do the correct emissions with advanced data assimilation methods that Hendrik has been doing with 40 bar emission correction as well. So my question is, Adrien pointed out that it is a very economical method computationally wise, which is not the case with advanced data assimilation. Could this method that you are developing be an alternative to advanced data assimilation systems that are very challenging to us here in Brazil due to computational limitations?
I think I will let also Guy answer that, but I think it's complementary and it will never replace inverse modeling and data assimilation, but it requires a big group, and that we were doing with a little amount of, and I think mixing this approach with also other artificial intelligence and probably the meteorology also could lead to very interesting results and not involving a so big group like data assimilation, which is inverse modeling. It's a very difficult thing. So maybe the future is also from neural network and to combine different approach. And I think it's also true that for low-cost sensor, that low-cost sensors are good to make a new AQ measurement network, but they are not so precise. But yes, there is a lot of information. I think this approach, because we have computer more and more powerful, and AI, it's something of the future.
Yeah, so the reason we are doing that, Adrien is doing this, is because we had a project where we were predicting air quality in China. It's called the Panda Marco Polo project. And I always realized that there was one model that was better than the median. You know, Adrien said, look, the median is best. But now there was a model that was beating the median. And that worried me. Say, what are they doing? So I called this group, this was a Chinese group in Nanjing, and they said, oh, it's very simple. We use the emissions, and then we see, oh, our NOx is a factor of 2 too high. Let's reduce the emission by 2 the next week. And they were doing that every week. And so it's very simple. It has no scientific basis, but it's working. And it costs nothing, or almost nothing to do. And so I said to Adrien, why don't we try that? And he did it, and it works much better. Of course, the real pure scientists say, you do that with no base, you reduce the emission, but who knows? Maybe it's something wrong in your model somewhere else. But from a pure operational model reason, it works.
But I'm doing it only in the center of Sao Paulo, not where it's highly urbanized. So you can expect that the problem comes from anthropogenic and not something else.
So it's just a short remark on Guy's statement about this comparison between expansion or the density of in a big metropolis. So I think the problem is by one hand, you answer very well because with your work, and you gave informations, quantity and quality on the why the presence of the green in cities reduce CO2, so reduce pollution, reduce the production of heat, we know, by the urban settlement, and reduce also the floods because increase the porosity of the city. So green is good. But the question for the why not to use constellation of small medium cities. So this is an old 19th century idea, urban model of the Garden City, polynuclear city. So it's interesting, but in a way that it depends that people do not commute from one center to another. And this is quite impossible because people will always be looking for a better job position, for a better housing. So the question, the answer for this model was, this Garden City model was more recently as the dense city, the compact city, the dense city. So, but it's the dense city, as São Paulo is already, there's the problem of the lack of the open spaces and the increase of seeded soil, seeded land, so it increases the heat and increase. So this is we have to look for new models. Recently, by Science Edmundo, who did supervised this survey about he simulated the distribution of rain over São Paulo metropolitan region, comparing the horizontal expansion for 2020-30 to in this more horizontal way, comparing if we verticalize this growth, more concentrated in this network of corridors of the São Paulo Master Plan. So this could reduce the horizontal expansion and will affect very well the effect of the rain, the distribution of rain, because the rain now in this actual situation, it's falling all over the city, urban area, where all the rivers are polluted, so we can't drink that water. On the other hand, it's not reaching the reservoirs of drinkable water at north of or at south of the city. In his model, the verticalization and stop the horizontal expansion will reduce the precipitation and allow these clouds to go to over the reservoirs. So, if this is confirmed, verticalization is not so bad as we suppose. So, science is giving us some challenges also for the urbanists, if you can interpret the information. Thank you.
Bom, Regina, com a sua permissão,
Sim.
podemos encerrar?
Sim, vamos agradecer, né? Agradecer a presença aqui.
Well, Regina, with your permission, can we close? Yes, I'd like to thank everyone here on the panel. I'd like to thank the audience and the organization of the event. We come to a close of this first day, so thank you so much, and good evening to you all. Thank you, Regina. Just a few last words. Today was the first day of the symposium. Tomorrow we're going to have a lot more interesting discussions as well about the deepening of the academia, so civil society. There's a panel about interdisciplinarity led by Professor Jacob. There's also a panel about funding. So I will see you all here tomorrow. Please keep your tags and, if possible, also your bracelets. Let us be sustainable so that we don't have to replace them. So thank you once again for your participation. And for those of you who are at home watching us, we'll see you tomorrow. And so